Good afternoon, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here, live with more severe weather coverage. Feels like we're just doing this and now we're doing it again. This time, we're up in northeast lower Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect here for portions of Alcona and Alpena counties. We'll go ahead and check out the details on this severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in Gaylor has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Alpena and northwestern Alcona County until 12:45 p.m. At 12:02, a severe thunderstorm was located near Curran, or 10 miles southwest of the town of Hubbard Lake, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard here, going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees also possible. This severe thunderstorm will be near Osneek Township in Hubbard Lake around 12:05, the town of Hubbard Lake around 12:10, and Osneek around 12:30. We also have Devils Lake and Mitchell Township in this severe thunderstorm warning. For your protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of a building until this storm does pass by. Anyone else's cam live behind the scenes here? Ryan, Alex, or Chandler?
I am also live. I'm not going to be here too long, but I have my camera up.
Okay.
I have guests here in the office, so my camera is turned off.
Looks like Alex has his, potentially.
I do not see it. That's okay. There you go, Ryan.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
This is the exact same areas that got impacted a few, back on, was it Saturday? I believe it was Friday or Saturday.
Yes.
We had a lot of hail come up through the Hillman Alpena region here near Osneek, Hubbard Lake. So this is a area that's been hit pretty hard lately, and they're being hit again today. Luckily, it's just one storm right now, but as the afternoon goes on, we'll see additional coverage, especially further south and west here in Michigan, of more storms down by like Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids area is where our focus really is on today. If you go back further south too on radar, I don't know if Joel wants to show it off or not, but there also is storms over Lake Michigan that are trying to get going here. The threat should ramp up for southwest Michigan closer to about 2 or 3 o'clock. So about a couple hours left on that.
The temperatures are already in the low 70s across the lower peninsula, so we're already starting to destabilize out there this afternoon. Again, hail and wind, the main threats, and also a very low chance for a tornado, primarily in southern Michigan. If you're anywhere in the lower peninsula, though, that hail and wind risk is possible. Again, if you missed our severe weather outlook for today, you can go check it out on our YouTube channel, or not our YouTube channel, our Facebook channel, Michigan Storm Chasers. But the main concern right now is 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. If we take a look at our base velocity, there is a little bit of a wind field out here right on that county line between Alpena and Alcona counties. This is going to be heading off into an area where there's a bunch of unnamed roads, of course, so can't really name out road names if they're not giving them to us. But a lot of back two-track roads out here. I see Kesaw Road and Nicholson Hill Road, as well as Bart's Road. That's going to be getting close to the town of Hubbard Lake within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I do have some roads on my end if you want me to list them off.
Sure.
This is going to be crossing Bart's Road, B-A-R-T-Z, Bart's Road, heading up toward Kesaw Road, Nicholson Hill Road, Bart's Road north-south, Wolf Creek Road, Nicholson Hill Road again, Elowski Road, Scott Road, and Hawkins Road. Hubbard Lake area near Scott Road, Osborne, and Hubert Roads also in the path of this hail core.
We'll take a look at that hail core right now on radar. This is currently directly over Fruhy Ranch Road and a bunch of other unnamed roads here in far northern Alcona counties. Correlation coefficient on radar, which is our hail tracker and sometimes our debris tracker, but today it's our hail tracker. A little bit of pixels changing over to the orange and yellows here across the region, but not that intense in terms of larger hail signatures. It is still something we need to monitor though, Ryan, because again, these DBZ values on our normal reflectivity radar here, which is the intensity of the rain, of course, are up near 70 right now. So anything really over 55 is decent sized raindrops. You're thinking size of your fingernail. Rain droplets up at around 70 dBz are going to be the size of your thumb, if not larger. And when you get those vected up into the very cold layer out there that we do have out there today, again, this system is very reminiscent of a fall-like system where it's cold about 1.5 miles above our head. It'll be very easy to get a hail risk today with these storms. It won't take much. And I'll go ahead and do a 3D slice of this storm kind of behind the scenes to take a look at it. And right now, that hail core, if anything, is going to be all the way up to about 23,000 feet. I will have to take a look at where the freezing layer is at right now. Behind the scenes.
While you do that, I want to mention quickly, there's a couple cells to the north popping up, one near Belknap heading just south of Rogers City. Also one up just east of Sheboygan that could have some hail with it. Probably not large hail, but maybe some pea to dime size over US 23, about to move on to Lake Huron. Turn the hail tracker around, you can see a little bit of a dot there of where the largest hail could be falling. Right now, it's going to be on the county lines here of Alpena and Alcona County. And this is heading pretty much on a beeline, perhaps going to move just to the north of Hubbard Lake. And when I say the beeline, I'm talking about the hail core here. The worst of it now, latest scan here, Joel, we're over 71.5 dBz on the latest scan. So we are a very intense hail core here. And as you mentioned, 23,000 feet is a pretty tall core on this. Would not be shocked to see just a little bit larger than quarters falling out of this storm. If you live in the Hubbard Lake area, feel free to send us reports if you have any. Hail size next to a object like a quarter or a penny. That would help us gauge how big the hail actually is.
Yeah, the freezing layer out there today starts about the 10,000 foot layer. Again, you really don't start to see the dendritic growth until you get a little bit colder than that, right around 12,000 feet. So the fact that we have these cores exceeding about 12,000 feet all the way up to 23,000, a lot of that rain sitting in that freezing layer right now, especially those bigger rain droplets that are over 55 dBz according to radar. Yeah, still seeing a couple pixels here, now upwards of 72 dBz as this approaches Hubbard Lake.
You're also downstream in the Asanique area along US 23 on the shoreline here between Alpena and Asanique. You guys should be on alert for this cell. The warning does go up. It doesn't go to Alpena, but it does come close to the town there, sitting just south there, roughly near the Worth Road area. The good news here, if anybody's wondering about rotation, there's none here on radar, but there is increasing velocity here. I have to look here, Joel. Looks like a downburst potential signature there. So probably some wind with this as well. The warning is in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So it does include both hazards there. But they're both radar indicated. No confirmations on this just yet.
Yeah, originally storm motion was more off to the east, but this is taking a left turn at the current time and is now moving up towards the Alpena area. Just making sure I sound okay here. Looks like my mic's coming through okay. Again, moving up to the northeast, speeds on these, of course, going to be at about 20 miles per hour. So you still have some time to prepare if you're out in front of it. All these storms are kind of rotating around the low pressure system today. We also have a new special marine warning, Ryan, that just came in.
Yep.
To the north here, just to the east of Sheboygan. This will remain over open waters, eventually heading towards Drummond Island with time. So we'll have to see if that requires a warning for portions of the far eastern UP. Right now, though, just a special marine warning for those who are out boating on the far western half of Lake Huron. And again, if you are in a special marine warning, you should be taking shelter in the safe harbor until the storms pass. It's the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning over the water.
Latest update, they continue the warning here. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, so no update there. I assume they trimmed it back, though, just a little bit.
Yes, they have. Looks like
There it
the
is.
M65 corridor is pretty much out of the threat now. They were in the severe thunderstorm warning initially, but that has been trimmed to remove it. There's not really any cities out here that I can see.
No,
Maybe
no
some-
cities. I see Fruity Ranch Road, Cemetery Road, Bug Road, around State Highway 65, all the way down to Hubbard Lake Trail. That's about the area here that just got cleared. GR2 continues the marker of 1-inch plus hail there heading into Hubbard Lake, but the good news is the DBZ values appear to be, they're still intense, but if you go back a few scans, it was definitely a little bit more intense 2 scans ago. That's a good signature there on the hail, on the CC there too.
Almost looks like it's scatter spiking on the backside here, which makes sense, given how tall that atmosphere, or how tall the storm is. Still up at about 20,000 feet, but definitely collapsing down now as it downbursts out. Also cannot rule out, of course, those gusty winds. You can see that right now. Some of these elevated reds on radar on your velocity radar over at Casal Road, about 2 miles to the west of Hubbard Lake, town of Hubbard Lake, of course. Values here reading around 35 to 40 miles per hour at about 3,700 feet off the ground. So not a great signature. Again, radar being a little bit far away from this location. But again, prepare accordingly for upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds and, of course, 1-inch hail possible. If you live out here in northern Alcona County and southern Alpena County, let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of hail or wind damage. We'll pass that along to the National Weather Service in Gaylord as soon as possible, so that way they can either downgrade the warning or upgrade the warning or continue the warning in any means possible. Your timely report means everything to us, so feel free to send that in to our messenger or in the comments on one of our other posts, not the live stream, of course, because in the live stream we can't really see photos in the comment section. Right now, this is just an Alpena and Alcona County threat. It's the only severe warning in the state. Don't have to worry about anything else at the current time. We are watching other storms starting to pop up, but the only severe storm right now is near Hubbard Lake. So it's a fresh reminder for anyone that is new or returning. If we are not mentioning your city or town, then you are likely all good.
So far, I have not gotten any reports behind the scenes of anything. We do have a report of pea-size hail. That's about it.
Via MPing.
No comment on our page.
Got it. JCB $2.30 super chat. Is there a time frame for the storms in Kent County today? And again, it's going to be all day at some point. We do expect some sort of line segment to perhaps development across Southwest Michigan around the dinner hours of around 5 to 7. But again, pop-up storms possible all across the state today at any given time. So there's not really a timing map for today just because of the scattered nature. So make sure to keep an eye on the radar out there if you do have any plans. This scan does increase the size of the storm, but continues to sustain our heavy rain droplets values here. Still getting around 67 or 68 dBz just outside of Nicholson Hill Road. Again, moving very, very slowly. It feels like it's just crawling into Hubbard Lake. So again, if you're in Hubbard Lake right now, I should be staying away from those windows, especially if wind-driven hail is a possibility with this severe thunderstorm, which it is, and eventually heading up towards Alpena. So if you're in Alpena right now, you're noticing you might be getting alerts on your phone for severe thunderstorm warning. Technically speaking, you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning. The orange box denotes whether you are or not. But it is heading up your way. If there's going to be an extension, it is going to be for you guys up in Alpena. A lot of lightning in this cell too. Again, seeing all these little lightning indicators on here are individual lightning strikes across the Hubbard Lake region and points west. I'm still going to stay south of Lachine, but it is heading up towards Alpena with time. Again, current time right now at the bottom of your screen is changing over to 12:22 p.m. here on June 16th, 2026. And for some of us, we're wearing long sleeve shirts today because this is cold. And tomorrow, it's not going to get much better. Tomorrow's temperature is going to be in the 60s across the state. It's going to be humid though. It's still going to be cold. So slightly below average temperatures for this time of the year. Incoming for the next several days. If you're hearing sirens, again, they can be used for multiple different reasons. Again, they're not just used for tornadoes, so they can alert people of incoming weather. Sometimes they use them for fires in the neighborhood. You name it. They're not just used for tornado warnings. And again, Alpena is not in any sort of warning right now, but there is a warning just to the southwest of town. Getting reports now of some small hail starting to fall across southeast Michigan. Let's go take a look at some of these storms real quick. Blossoming Cell near Leslie, Howell, and in the Burton, Grand Blanc, and Holly areas. Again, with how cold it is out there today and about 2 to 3 miles above our heads, it's not going to take much for hail to be falling to the ground with these cells. So keep that in mind. Any little indication of reds on radar could be hail producers today. Go back up to the north here. That cell that is special marine warned. 4 portions of Lake Huron is now 2 cells. And they're continuing to get closer to Detour Village. And eventually Drummond Island with time. So if you know anyone taking the ferry across today, might want to do that. Obviously, you're kind of at the mercy of when the ship runs, but the next boat on and off the island might be best. Otherwise, you're going to get wet taking that trip across. Just keep that in mind. Within the next half hour to 45 minutes, 4 portions of Drummond Island. Also back up here in northeast lower Michigan, there's a new cell popping up north of Lachine, heading up towards the M65 corridor between Lachine and Posen. Movement on this will continue to push it towards Rockport and Presque Isle. And again, speeds of about 20-25 miles per hour. It's going to take a little bit to get there, but you should be preparing now in case the storm does continue to increase in intensity. Main portion of this hail core is now on Cleve Road at Wolf Creek, also going down Beaver Lake at Wolf Creek and Schultz Road at Wolf Creek. Also Heron, Schiller, Heron again, and Lisk Road out here in rural portions of Alpena County. Pretty flat area too, good viewing points out here in portions of central southern Alpena County. So likely some good photography chances coming in though for those who are up here in Alpena County. But again, your safety is #1 priority. Make sure to avoid windows because wind-driven hail is possible to storm upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Would not be surprised if a few of these hailstones get upwards of about 1.5 inches just because of how big the rain droplets are today and how low the freezing layers in the atmosphere. And these rain droplets are going to spend a lot of time in that freezing layer today. So would not be surprised if some hailstones out there right now, as we speak, are upwards of 1 inch to 1.25 inches.
I'm going to pop out of here for a minute, and I have some more stuff to do on the back end. Alex has your back end covered right now.
Okay, sounds good.
I will see you guys later today.
See you, Ryan. Yeah, this is still continuing on a beeline for Alpena. So while you guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, I would definitely start to hunker down. Should be in Alpena, probably closer to the 12:45 time frame. So you still got about 20 minutes there. Eventually, we'll be approaching the M32 corridor. That runs from Alpena all the way over to Gaylord. These storms are going to stay primarily near and east of Lachine as they continue north and east towards Alpena. Wind is also a factor out there today. I know we put out a wind map and, of course, our trash can window meter yesterday and this morning. Wind gusts of 30 to 40. Even outside of storms today are possible. 20 to 30 primarily north of US 10. So whether or not you are getting a storm today, it is going to be gusty at times. Keep that in mind if you do have objects outside that are unsecured. And again, those winds will continue to sustain themselves at about 15 to 20 miles per hour throughout the day. Sustained means continuous, of course. Gusts mean sporadic in nature. So it will be gusting to 15 to 20 miles per hour consistently. But then you have additional gusts of about 35 to 40 mix again. Just go ahead and take a volumetric scan. Once again, the hail core is down to about 17,000 feet now, so not as impressive, but still likely producing some severe hail in instances out here near Beaver Lake Road at Wolf Creek and Schultz at Wolf Creek very shortly. North-south road up next for the cell is Hubbard Lake Road, primarily along and south of Worth and north of Scott, although there is still rain happening down here south of Hubbard Lake and on Hubbard Lake itself. Most of the hail is going to be to your north right now. Same with the wind, of course. Take a look at how tall these cloud tops are. And right now, they're still pretty low topped out there, around 30,000 feet at max, the upwards of 33,000. We're looking for stronger thunderstorms, of course, today being upwards of around 40,000 feet if they can get up that high. That is something to keep in mind. Higher they get, the more severe, the more likelihood of severe that we get for these cells. The Storm Prediction Center originally had their marginal risk from US 10 and south, not including the thumb. They have now increased their marginal risk all the way up through portions of northeast lower Michigan, I believe. Go ahead and check out the layer if it lets me. There we go. There's your severe risk for today. I originally had it from US 10 down to 75, down to 60, and south of the marginal risk. They've now extended that all the way up here to the severe thunderstorm warning in Alpena. So anywhere you see the dark green or the yellow today on radar, that is your severe probabilities from the Storm Prediction Center. Of course, as always, we do have our severe risk today at MSC, which does include the entire lower peninsula with a level 1 and portions of southern lower Michigan, a level 2 risk, which is a limited to low risk on our scale. These cells over in southeast lower are also starting to pop up very, very quickly And I would not be surprised if we see a barrage of special weather statements coming soon, as every single one of these cores does indicate that some hail may be already starting to fall within these cells. And in fact, if you take a look at every single cell on correlation coefficient, which is our hail tracker in some cases, all the red, all the pink, as a reminder, that is your normal circular rain droplets. So rain and snow are circular in nature, so they'll show up as red. Things that are more uneven and jagged in nature that are tumbling around the atmosphere are going to show up as these yellows and greens, which we're seeing in this cell right here near Holly. This cell down here in Milford, a couple pixels there of yellows and greens mixing in the center. Charleston to Brighton, also same thing there. And even some of these cells out here near Ingham and Jackson County. Not the most impressive yet, but they're getting their strength together, and we would not be surprised if those also start to show up yellows and greens in the middle of the storm as well soon for hail. So we have about half a dozen cells stretching from Lapeer all the way down through Jackson, all likely producing some sort of small hail at this current time. If you guys are right now underneath any one of these cells, let us know what you guys are seeing. I see in chat here, and I see small hail in Leslie. That makes sense. Thank you very much. Pea-sized hail in Highland. Thank you guys very much. Also, heavy rain in Ingham County and Bunker Hill. Appreciate your reports in chat, everybody. Again, if you guys have hail reports, send those in. We'll take them. Make sure to add a time and a location. And again, with a hail report, please don't just cup your hands and put the hail in your hands. Make sure to have some sort of coin or ruler next to the hail so we can give an exact measurement to the National Weather Service office in your area. Because again, everyone has different hand sizes. Some people have, very tiny hands. Some people have really large hands, and it's hard to determine whether or not, the hail in your hand might be half an inch or maybe upwards of baseball size. It depends on how big or small your hands are. So always, always, always use a ruler, some sort of coin, or even a sports ball as some sort of reference point when you're measuring your hail. The more we can spread the word on that, the more we can do accurate hail reports in future severe weather events. Right now, if you're just tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Alcona and Alpena counties for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible. This is in effect until 12:45 p.m., so we still got another 12 minutes on it. Severe thunderstorm warning was recently moved, or trimmed, I should say, from portions of western Alcona County as the storm has moved out of the area. Storm motion moving off to the northeast about 20 miles per hour. Could see an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning into Alpena soon. In fact, there's another trim coming in. The severe thunderstorm warning for north central Alcona County is now canceled. That is an update here as of 12:33. You can see that orange box being trimmed in the loop. So if you're in Hubbard Lake, you guys are in the clear. Osneek still on the border of that severe thunderstorm warning, and otherwise portions of southeast central Alpena County is the best way to put it. So that's the way the atmosphere is setting up today. A classic fall or spring-like system, early spring-like system, where you have a lot of cold air out there today. And all of these storms that get up about 12,000, 14,000 feet up, as long as they're higher than that, this rain that's in the center of that storm, the center of those updrafts, will perhaps produce some small hail. Not all of them, of course, but most of them likely will. Severe hail starts at 1 inch in diameter. Most instances today will probably be between pea and penny size, which is 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch. But right now we do have a chance of 1 inch hail up here in the Alpena County area. Also a new statement coming in. This is going to be issued for portions of Oakland County. And it's primarily for the cell in the Milford and Highland area. So I know you guys are just tuning in from Highland. Your cell right now has a special weather statement on it. And the details, if I can get them here behind the scenes. National Weather Service has now issued a special weather statement for northwest Oakland County. This includes Auburn Hills, Milford, and the village of Clarkston until 1:15 p.m. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail are possible with this cell. Some of you guys have already confirmed pea-sized hail is occurring with this cell. And if you're in Oakland County, feel free to tag us or tag the National Weather Service in your hail reports. That way we can send them in and verify that this is actually producing some pea-sized hail. Again, correlation coefficient radar starting to pick up on more of those oranges and yellows and perhaps even greens starting to mix in the center of the cell here. All right, our mouse is circling center of the updraft. And in fact, even on the wind map, there's your wind. Brighter greens, of course, indicate heavier winds. There is a couple pockets of 40-mile-per-hour winds in Foxfield, crossing over Duck Lake Road, just to the north of M59 at the current time, heading up into the Ormond Road at Jackson Boulevard area and Navarra Drive near Lake Grove Drive. As far north here, even as it pushes off to the north a little bit into the White Lake Road area near Rose Center. Eventually heading up towards Eagle Road at Neal Road. Again, that's in Oakland County. That's a special weather statement that just come in. Again, other cells starting to pop up across the area. Ortonville, would not be shocked if we start to see half-inch hail falling up there. Same thing in Brighton. Pretty decent cell that just popped up just to the north and west of downtown Brighton and Charleston. It's hail right now on Door Road at Crooked Lake Road, now passing over I-96 and Grand River near Door Road. So that is a cell that will likely also get some sort of statement that goes hand in hand with the one that has a statement on it in front of it. Just because of how many cells may be popping up this afternoon, they may blanket the entire area in a special weather statement. Would not be shocked if they went that route. Going back up north to the severe thunderstorm warning. Hail cores right now going to be kind of on the downtrend near Zebtowski Road and King Settlement Road, Smith Road, and Wallace Road to the north. To the south, we got Worth Road, Rollo Road, and Indian Reserve Road. That is to the southwest of Alpena for about 3 to 5 minutes out. And it is continuing to sustain itself, although some of the pinks and even dark gray pixels that we saw are starting to fizzle just a tad. We like to see that. Still could be a wind factor in there. Some pixels of about 35 to 40 miles per hour currently occurring on King Settlement and Dedge Road. And of course, the frequent cloud-to-ground lightning is another hazard. So still well worth the severe thunderstorm warning. They'll likely just let it run out until 12:45 p.m., which is about 6 minutes away. Again, no matter where you're at in the Lower Peninsula today, severe weather is possible. And look at that. New statement coming in for the cell I was just mentioning down here in the Livingston County region. So as I mentioned, special weather statement was likely going to be issued, and they have now done that. Details on this. Special weather statement has been issued for portions of Livingston County, including Brighton and Charleston until 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Hazards here are 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. That is a quarter of an inch below severe limits. So we may see a severe thunderstorm warning coming very soon for perhaps both of these cells as they run hand in hand from Brighton up to the Heartland area and eventually up towards Clarkston. So it's heading right for the radar site. We'll have good returns on it as these cells continue to blossom. And in fact, there's now a third body scatter spike on this cell in the Charleston region. Third body scatter spike just means that the radar is trying to get through the hail, but as it does, it is kind of getting scattered in a bunch of different directions and falsifying returns on the backside of the storm. And so when the hail is large enough, it will do that, as indicated by these very dark blue hues over here on the backside of the storm over Coon Lake Road. So that could be a significant hail producer very shortly for Brighton. Would not be surprised if they pull the trigger on a severe thunderstorm warning for that. We'll go ahead and do a volumetric scan. The hail core on this is, I'm just going to not say anything, but the hail core is making a very distinct shape in the middle of the storm. Upwards about 18,000 feet at the current time and rising. Hail core over here at around the radar site in Clarkston. The radar beam is actually the radar beam doesn't see the higher elevations actually here near the radar site because it's so close to the radar. So likely over 20,000 feet for the storm in the Clarkston area. Going back up to the north, while those storms continue to increase to the south, check back in on Alpena, where these storms are now about 5 minutes away, heading down Worth Road. It's a little bit of an early start out there. Again, projected start time today was as early as 1 o'clock. These storms fired up around noon. Primarily the one that is severe thunderstorm warned here in Alpena County. But as we roll closer to 1 o'clock here, we'll likely see an increase in strong to severe storms. New statement coming in now. Because the severe thunderstorm warning is expiring in 2 minutes, they went ahead and issued another alert for Alpena County. They're going to go with a special weather statement. Special weather statement is in effect for winds of 50 and hail upwards of 0.88 inches in diameter. This is for portions of northeast Alpena County only. That includes downtown Alpena and areas up towards Rockport. So they are not going severe. Gordy says upwards of quarter size now, which would be severe in Brighton. If you have photos of that with a ruler or coin, feel free to send that over immediately. Messenger right now is going to be the fastest location for our damage or our hail reports. Ryan, Chandler, or Alex, if you guys are in the background, feel free to monitor Messenger for any hail reports coming in. It seems like we're getting some severe hail starting to fall in Livingston County. I see a couple new messages coming in our Messenger right now. Severe thunderstorm warning now has expired. It is 12:45. There goes the orange box. So we're now in the clear for now. Clear, of course, in quotation marks. But statement now in effect for Alpena for 50-mile-per-hour winds and 0.88-inch hail. That is still a strong thunderstorm with plenty of lightning too. Remember, when thunder roars, head indoors and wait about 30 minutes after the last time you hear thunder or see lightning before resuming outdoor activities. That's kind of the standard in terms of severe weather or any sort of thunderstorm here in the state of Michigan. Looks like we are now getting in a couple images in our Messenger, Alex and Ryan, for hail in Brighton. So thank you guys very much for sending those in. Again, feel free to use Messenger for damage reports only. Please do not ask us questions in Messenger. So that way we can keep our Messenger open and free today for the damage reports that do come in. Again, we're tracking these storms live with you right now, so you guys can kind of check out where these storms are location by location at the current time. The rain, hail, and wind for the first cell is now passing very closely to the radar site in Clarkston, directly on Ormond Road. That's Oakland County for cell number 1. Cell number 2 in Brighton itself, primarily on the north side of town, Hine Road. It's Hine Road near Xanadu Court and Scenic Point Court to the south of on Mount Clemens, or McClemens Road right now, not Mount Clemens, McClemens Road. Thank you guys for the hail reports behind the scenes. We're starting to filter through some of those right now. I know Alex and Ryan are kind of tag teaming that at the current time. Back up to the north, the storm that was severe warned for Alpena is now about a minute from downtown, especially the heaviest of the downpour, traveling right up US 23 and Worth Road. Eventually about to be crossing Ripley Boulevard and, of course, M32 here on the west side of town. It already is, of course, in the vicinity of Sportsman Drive near the airport. Latest scan now pulls it in downtown even a little bit closer. Thank you for correcting me on the road name. Again, I don't have a dictionary in the back of my head, so I don't know every road by the back of my palm here. But we do appreciate the correction. So it's Hyne Road, Hyne in Brighton. Even as a native Michigander all my life, still have trouble with pronouncing some of our cities here. So, cut me a little bit of slack, but we do appreciate you guys correcting some of the pronunciations here. Reports of bunch of hail in White Lake. Again, if you guys have reports of the diameter of the hail, please let us know. That is very helpful in terms of passing that along to the National Weather Service office, which is actually located there in the White Lake area. It's on Hillsborough Road right now, the main core, and that's all Hillsborough out there. And Hillman Drive, pretty much entering Clarkston within the next 2 minutes. Also, the northernmost point of this cell is now over and north of I-75 near Davisburg and Dixie Highway. So a whole cluster of cells popping up right now in southeast Michigan. But no severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect. New special marine warning coming in for the waters of Lake Huron offshore from Alpena. 34 knots of wind or greater and small hail are possible. From the Presque Isle Lighthouse to Sturgeon Point, to about 5 nautical miles offshore to the U.S.-Canadian border, Presque Isle Light to Sturgeon Point, including Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather does pass, of course, offshore Alpena. That's absolutely true. People in the same town will often pronounce road names differently, not a big deal. And that goes for city names too. A lot of people actually have different pronunciations for different cities across the state of Michigan. I know for one example here, local to me in West Michigan, is Ravenna. A lot of people pronounce it Ravenna, and it's always been Ravenna for me, and it's always the way it's going to be. So it's just the natural dialect of some locations versus other locations. So if it's slightly off, I do apologize. The only severe thunderstorm warning in the United States right now is over here in Wisconsin. That's in Portage County, south of Stevens Point. Those cells over there are heading kind of stationary. They're kind of just popping up just because of the vicinity of the low pressure system right now. The low pressure system kind of centralized here in Michigan, or portions to the or points north. Not a whole lot of movement on these storms today. Motion right now 20 miles per hour for the cells that heads in Alpena. It is now impacting downtown as we speak. We are currently in all clear mode at the current time. Also, a shout out to Summer H. Back from month number 24. That's 2 years as a member, a bronze member here at MSC. Thank you very much, Summer, for your dedication and support here at MSC. She says, thanks for all you do. Here's to many more years. Absolutely, Summer. Appreciate you. One of our longtime standing members here at MSC, dating back to about 2024, maybe even 2023, I believe, is when we first saw you. Probably earlier than that. The software computer-generated analysis here for the cell heading into Milford now says that hail upwards of 1.15 inches could be falling in Milford, and confirmed via your reports in the background, everybody, is we do have quarter-size hail occurring in Brighton right now, and would not be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning very shortly for this storm as it heads up towards Milford at the current time. Right now, we are kind of in the lull, and thankfully no tornadoes are possible yet today. We will be watching later this afternoon, primarily across southwest Michigan, but the spin will be increasing as the low pressure does move its way into the state. Ryan or Alex, if you guys are listening, any other hail reports that came in besides the one that I see that is going up on the page, feel free to let me know. Still gusty up here in the Alpena region. Again, still currently over downtown, taking its sweet old time moving in. And because of the slow motion out there, I would not be shocked if we see some localized pockets of flooding in the low-lying areas. Again, pockets of rain, total rainfall over the next 36 hours could be exceeding 3 inches for portions of southern and central lower Michigan. However, up here in northern Michigan, it's going to be rather on the low end, around 1.5 inches or less. But still, a couple isolated pockets of 2 inches or greater of rainfall, not out of the question with some of these cells, especially if they are slow moving. Well, while we wait to see if any more severe alerts come in, we'll go ahead and pop back radar here to the cell in Milford. Again, still watching the cell. Still a really big hail core ongoing over Hickory Ridge Trail right now at Autumn Court. VIL there right now, which is a vertically integrated liquid product, heightened as it's heading into the Highland area in Milford. Would not be surprised if they pull the trigger on a severe thunderstorm warning here in just a moment. Also seeing some reports of pea-sized hail up in Clarkston. Thank you for the report up there. Next scan brings it a little bit closer to Milford, and continuing the threat for some large hail. In fact, here comes the severe thunderstorm warning right now. Gordy, if you're listening still, your report kind of helped out issue this severe thunderstorm warning here, as the National Weather Service in Detroit just acknowledged the confirmation of the quarter-sized hail in Brighton. So again, this is MSC working in real time here for the state of Michigan in terms of severe weather. So we'll go ahead and read off the details here in just a second as they roll in. Here comes the details right now. Yep. National Weather Service in Detroit has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County in southeastern Michigan until 2 p.m. At 12:57, severe thunderstorm was located over Milford, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail possible. It is a radar indicated. Just read the comments here real quick before I continue. Just make sure I'm not missing anything from you guys. But yeah, Gordy, if you're watching, your report was very useful for this new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. 12:57, severe thunderstorm was located over Milford, moving northeast at 35, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. It's radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm will be near Milford around 1 o'clock, so right around now. Clarkston, as early as 1:05. We got Pontiac, West Bloomfield as early as 1:10. Oxford and Rochester closer to that 1:25 to 1:30 time frame. Also inside of this new severe thunderstorm warning, we've got Rochester Hills, Kego Harbor, Lakeville, Waterford, Orchard Lake, Davisburg, Holly State Recreation Area, Commerce, Rose Center, and New Hudson. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, avoid windows as wind-driven quarter-sized hail is possible. You don't want to end up with glass in your lap or eyes or worse. So avoid those windows, avoid those exterior walls. Severe thunderstorm warning right now for Milford and portions of central Oakland County. And it expires in an hour. We're starting to see a little bit of a downburst signature right now just because we're so close to the radar over Lone Tree Road and East Livingston Road, really close to the vicinity of Harvey Lake Road. Wind velocities here around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Would not be surprised if they're stronger in moments time as this cell continues to gust down and out in all directions. We will likely see that continue as it moves up towards the radar site. So if you're in Milford and points around it, so Highland, let us know what you guys are seeing and hearing outside your window. So if you're in central Oakland County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect, make sure you are taking shelter. If you have any outdoor activities, best idea to move them inside until these storms pass. Now, at the current time, again, these storms are just starting to pop up today. We're going to have more cells popping up throughout the entire afternoon hours as the atmosphere continues to destabilize. And so you can see that right now happening across Jackson, Washtenaw, Hillsdale, Lenawee, portions of Livingston County back to the west, and even up here towards Lapeer County at the current time. I'm going to Ryan, I'm going to go an attempt to bring in my camera here for the Highland camera. But again, if my computer starts to slow down, I may need you to have the weather cameras up in the background if you're listening. Clarkston bubble will keep it out of here like usual. I don't know. Setting right for you. But again, these cells are very popcorny in nature today. So would not be shocked if it does peter out by the time it gets to downtown Clarkston. You already have a cell to your north that is producing frequent lightning and some small hail. And that is continuing to extend into portions of southern Lapeer County at the current time. Oh yeah, it is coming down very well. And check out, oh yeah, check out the wind on this. Give me 1 second, y'all. That's not what I wanted. Here's the wind and the hail right now in Highland, Michigan. This is courtesy of Tony Sierra Highland Nissan. It's right there off of M59. Very decent wind and very decent hail falling right now. It looks like snow out there. I hate that I used the S word on June 16th, but here we are. And that is ground truth verifying, courtesy of the Highland camera, of what exactly is happening underneath this severe thunderstorm warning. So pretty gusty. Obviously not trees being bent over sideways gusty, but still gusty nevertheless. And of course, you can see the hail falling on camera. Continue to monitor this behind the scenes as I head back to radar. Again, that camera that I was just showing you guys is right here, somewhere in this vicinity off of M59 in Highland. And we're likely going to see an uptick as the cell continues to move into Highland proper for perhaps our hail size here. So keep an eye on that. I believe we have other Oakland County cams in the vicinity that we can maybe use, although I believe they're facing the wrong way. We do have a Walled Lake camera that is facing south. Yeah, we also have a Lake Orion cam. I'll pull that in on the background as well. Nothing in Lake Orion yet, but you can start to see the ominous clouds here as they roll in. This is a live look courtesy of StormGuard Roofing and Construction, your #1 option for roofing and construction in Oakland County. As these storms roll in, you can see the overshooting anvil up there. If I point my mouse and ride it along the side of the screen, there's your overshooting anvil top. A decent wind shear up there at the upper levels of the day, kind of shearing these clouds off to the east. This is looking to the southwest, by the way, towards that cell over in Highland at the current time. So again, courtesy of our camera in Lake Orion, StormGuard Roofing Construction. Appreciate you guys for obviously being a trusted partner and of course sponsoring a camera out here in Oakland County. Again, your #1 option for roofing in Oakland County. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that. And then that. So it's full screen. So that camera is right up here. So my mouse kind of circles it, looking off to the southwest down here towards Highland. It also has the cell just directly to the west on the right side of the screen over in the vicinity of Sherwood Road near Shashabal Road, I believe is how it's pronounced. And again, keeping an eye on that at the current time. At the center of your screen right now, the orange box is your severe thunderstorm warning. If you're getting alerts on your phone down in Farmington Hills, Southfield, Birmingham, good news is you're not in that severe thunderstorm warning, even though you are in proximity to it. The orange box tells all. The orange box denotes whether or not you are in a warning. If that orange box does not encompass you, you are not in that warning. So right now, again, Farmington Hills, you guys are good. Pontiac, though, Waterford, Clarkston, you guys are under the gun for severe weather. At the current time, this is the only severe warning in the state. We also have cells still up here in northern Michigan popping up and popping down. New cells that are blossoming very quickly in the St. Helen area along North St. Helen Road, both on the north side and south side of St. Helen. And we still have our continued downpours up here in Alpena. It's interesting that counts as a marine gust, as in over the water, but it's definitely not. The ASOS station at the airport in Alpena reported a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust as the cell moved over earlier. This cell is now almost onto Lake Huron, but currently impacting downtown Alpena. Again, moving very slowly through town, as you guys have seen. Heaviest gust right now in downtown Alpena, 40-mile-per-hour winds at about 4,800 feet off the ground. Most of that is likely mixing to the ground, as verified via Ground Truth at the Alpena airport. So 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little bit higher, as we move up into extreme northeastern Alpena County and eventually off onto Lake Huron. Also continue to monitor a cell that heads up towards Drummond Island that is currently special marine warned for wind gusts of 34 knots on Lake Huron. In fact, the indicator for this cell north of St. Helen right now does have a 1-inch hail marker on it. We'll have to see if this continues to uptick in intensity. Right now, it does appear that it is. Very hot colors showing up on radar here, showing that, well, the storm is blossoming. Back over to correlation coefficient radar, there's your yellows and greens mixing in the center of all this red as a sign that there's uneven droplets moving around the atmosphere here directly over St. Helen Road near County Road 602. And in fact, the hail marker now is upwards of 2 inches in diameter. I need to take a 3D scan of this real quick before I head down to Oakland County again. There's a very skinny core of hail, I kid you not, all the way up to about 25,000 feet here just in the north of St. Helen. So if you're north of St. Helen right now, be very mindful of perhaps a damaging hail risk popping up. This is heading in towards the Four Corners area of Crawford, Oscoda, Roscommon, and Ogemaw counties. Primarily off to the northeast, heading up eventually towards Mayo with time. So keep an eye on that cell up there. And in fact, there you go. It blossomed up quick and severe thunderstorm warning now rolling in. So we'll get to go into the details of the severe thunderstorm warning before I head back down to the Oakland County severe thunderstorm warning. Waiting for the orange box popping on the screen, but that is the new warning that you just saw flash on. As a reminder, if you're new here, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, and this is going to continue our coverage here across the region. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but here's the National Weather Service in Gaylord issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of southeastern Crawford, northwestern Ogemaw, northeastern Roscommon, and southwestern Oscoda County till 2 p.m. At 1:09, severe thunderstorm was located near South Branch Township, or 8 miles north of St. Helen, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. This is going to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail with this severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm will be near Luzerne around 1:20, Mayo around 1:30, and Mac Lake and Red Oak around 1:35. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Of course, stay away from windows. Hail size, once again, 1.25 inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, there's still a 2-inch hail marker popping in on our computer-generated software. Again, not exactly, or not completely true, per se, but it is an indication that the storm is increasing its intensity very, very quickly here in north central lower Michigan. In fact, if we take a look at our POSH, probability of severe hail, it is maxed out at 100%. Directly over St. Helen Road right now. So there is a guaranteed chance that severe hail is currently falling right now near East Sunset Drive, Meridian Road, and North St. Helen Road. That is very close to the four corners of each county line. So we'll go back down to our severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County now that we got the pleasant trees out of the way. The latest scan bringing it ever so close to Clarkston. You know, Clarkston, you guys are saying we never get anything here, but this is inevitable at this point as this storm is now pretty much passing over the radar site. It's on White Lake Road at Cuthbert Road at the current time. About 2 to 3, maybe even 4 miles southwest of Clarkston proper. Currently in White Lake. Also to the north, decent thunderstorm up here in the Oxford and Ortonville region. This is moving up into southern Lapeer County. Something we need to be monitoring for perhaps an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning with either of these cells as they move off to the northeast. If you know anybody out there in Michigan today that could benefit from severe weather coverage, feel free to share the stream with them, of course. And of course, if you don't know anybody in these areas, but again, most of you guys that are watching are living in the Lower Peninsula, so feel free to share the stream. As always, hitting the like button is the best way to support. So if you haven't done so already, smash that like button as we continue our severe weather coverage here in the state of Michigan. And we got you covered from beginning to end until these warnings do expire. Velocity does continue the gusty wind factor right here on White Lake Road. Pixels now still around 40 to 45 miles per hour as they get ever so close to the radar site. Latest scan puts it right over the golf course there, right next to the radar site. And it's going to be underneath the radar in the next scan here. So we're going to lose our data for a moment as it passes into the cone of silence, as we call it. There is rain falling here within this one, I wouldn't say square mile, it's more of a circular mile radius around the radar site. Again, it's so close to the radar that it is in the cone of silence here. So it is raining, you can guarantee it. We just can't see it on radar because it is so close right now. So keep that in mind. Just because there's nothing here on radar doesn't mean that it is not raining there. Some large hail likely falling at the radar site at the National Weather Service office in Detroit, Pontiac. Yes, our ASL interpreter is busy today. Again, some of our staff, of course, do work part-time and do work other jobs, so bear with us. Again, of course, as always, as we try to be inclusive as possible, we realize that, of course, our staff sometimes is not always there for some of our streams. So we still got you covered, though. We won't miss a single severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Michigan, no matter the time of the year. Very concerned now with this cell that is on Sunset Drive out here in portions of, in fact, this is the far north. This is about as far northeastern as you can get in Roscommon County. So if you know anyone up here within 2 square miles of the 4 counties coming close together, that is Crawford, Oscoda, Ogemaw, and Roscommon County. This is a very decent hail core popping up, and that third body scatter spike, if you guys missed it earlier, a third body scatter spike is an indicator that a radar beam is getting kind of bent in a bunch of different directions and showing up as false signatures on the backside of the storm. This third body scatter spike, you can see it here on multiple of our radar products. That blue little area here in correlation coefficient is stretching all the way down the west branch. So this is some very, very large hail falling, likely right now on East Sunset Drive here in northeastern Roscommon County. Again, heading in towards the Mayo region with time, it is moving slow off to the northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. But up first is going to be Holloway Road at Kinsey Hunt Road. Also going to be traveling down or across Valley Road with time here So again, the hail indicator on this cell is 2 inches plus, according to computer-generated software, based on the radar evidence here that is coming in. So decent hail core right now. Would not be surprised if they upgrade this warning to a considerable. And again, that would be extending up towards Mayo with time. So Oscoda County, southwestern Oscoda County needs to be on high alert for some hail producers within the next half hour. Yes, the severe thunderstorm warning text for the storm heading up into Oscoda County is 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25-inch diameter hail that is $half sized in nature. Would not be shocked if we're getting closer to ping pong ball sized hail, which would be closer to 1.75 inches with this storm. Yeah, DBZ values, guys, 76 on radar. We don't often see that here in Michigan. So again, if you are out here in Meridian Road and County Line Road, that is some very large hail falling. If you know anyone that's living up here, or if you have like a cottage up there, again, any way you guys can send in reports to verify whether or not this is very large hail falling is appreciated. And that way you can send it over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord so that they can continue their warning with the necessary risks included in the severe thunderstorm warning. Because again, the difference between 1-inch hail and maybe upwards of 2-inch hail is quite significant. 1-inch hail, I can put a couple dents in some things. You get up to 2-inch hail, and we're talking, it's almost tennis ball sized hail. Again, that's actually technically, their definition is lime-sized hail for 2 inches in diameter. That can honestly hurt you if it does land on your head. So the text does mean all in some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you have any sort of verification here in southwest Oscoda County as it rolls in, feel free to let us know right now. And again, we did detect hail and wind as the main risks today. We did have a significant risk labeled on our severe weather outlook for portions of southwest lower Michigan. And the fact that we're seeing upwards of perhaps significant hail upwards all the way up into northern Michigan right now, not surprised. Would not be surprised if we see more significant hail further south later today. So keep that in mind. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, likely going to be the trailing storm as I go down to check out the Oakland County cell real quick. Gusty winds and hail right over the radar site in White Lake, now entering Clarkston at the current time. Of course, ground truth is important, so if you guys have any damage reports or hail reports to send in, make sure to do so with time and location this afternoon. Also, Waterford and Lake Angeles, likely up next for this severe hail. Cell to the north also starting to get its act together as it moves into Lapeer County. We have Gardner Road. Gardner Road at Rock Valley, some winds up here around 45 to 50 miles per hour. In fact, there's a new statement that just came in. Winds of 40 and pea-sized hail possible for southeastern Lapeer County. That would be the next place to get a severe thunderstorm warning, if at all. So that'd be heading into Metamora. Probably already is in Metamora. Heading up towards Dryden with time, though. Here within the next 20 minutes. It is currently 1:20 p.m. So keep that in mind. A lot of different cells out there, and we'll keep you guys covered until all of these warnings do expire this afternoon. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma live. We are now in hour 1 out. We're now in hour 2, I guess, technically, of our coverage. New severe thunderstorm warning. They went ahead and did this tiny little sliver for that secondary cell that is trailing the first cell. And this is for northwestern Ogemaw and southeastern Oscoda County until 2 p.m. Eastern. At 1:19, a severe thunderstorm was located over St. Helen, moving northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Hazards, of course, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half-sized hail. That's 1.25 inches in diameter. Severe thunderstorm will be near Clear Lake around 1:25. and Rose Township around 140 for your protection move to an interior on the lowest floor of a building. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25-inch diameter hail. We do have a St. Helen cam. However, as you guys will see here, it faces west. And these cells right now are on the east side of town and north of town. This is courtesy of Bigfoot Pro Services. They have a camera here in St. Helen at their headquarters. And they also have a camera in Flushing. But as you can see, it's dark there. Recent rains did puddle up the ground a little bit, but it is otherwise relatively calm as these storms pass behind the camera at the current time. We don't have many cameras out here in north central lower Michigan. In fact, Roscommon County has the only two within a vicinity of around 50 square miles. So again, heading up into Oscoda and Ogemaw County, we are in the dark in terms of weather cameras up here. So if you know you have a business or residence that wants to that you may want to sponsor a camera with, of course, feel free to reach out. Our president of operations, Ryan, is your contact for a weather camera here in northern Michigan.
Hey, Joel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Alex.
Hey, I know I'm in the background, don't have a camera, but just want to let you know the Storm Prediction Center has put out a mesoscale discussion now for most of Michigan with a watch likely 80%.
Wow. All right. Looks like Ryan is posting that on the page. So 80% chance of a watch. I did not hear that come in, so I'll go ahead and check that out right now. Thank you very much, Alex, for letting me know. And I will see if they can, if this is loaded yet, I will go ahead and put this on here. It hasn't loaded yet, but it will with time. So new mesoscale discussion has just come in. It includes pretty much all of southern lower Michigan and portions of the Thumb and portions of even central and northeast lower Michigan, valid until 3:15 p.m. As a reminder, a mesoscale discussion is an area that the Storm Prediction Center is watching for severe weather, perhaps the increase in severe weather this afternoon, which we are already seeing. And they're going with the 80% watch probabilities. The threat information here says tornado, 85 to 110 miles per hour, hail 1. Ooh, wow, that just flashed off the screen. Hail information here, 1 to 1.75 inches in diameter and winds of 55 to 70 miles per hour. So this is an all hazards threat. And because of that, they may or may not option for a tornado watch with this line of storms, scattered storms today across the state. But again, we are in a, well, from the Storm Prediction Center, a marginal to slight risk. Here from MSC, we have a level 2 of level 6 risk today for all hazards, of course. But again, increase in coverage this afternoon. We do have, storms rolling in all across the state, and we can already see the uptick in intensity for this line. So we are not stopping soon for our severe weather coverage. If you had plans outside today, those will likely not happen anymore. We're currently live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X at the username MIStormchasers. So if you know anyone that may not be able to watch on Facebook, feel free to have them come over to our YouTube channel. You can watch without an account. Again, it's youtube.com/@MIStormchasers. Yes, it's going to be a long day. At the current time, nothing in terms of tornado activity. A lot of downbursts out there. We have a bunch of cells congealing right now across western Ogemaw and southwestern Oscoda County. Both of them are severe warned for hail up to 1.25 inches in diameter and of course winds of 60 miles per hour. Also, storms in tow south of Prudenville, down here to the north of Gladwin. We need to keep an eye out for these storms at the current time as they are moving into a favorable environment as they continue off to the northeast. Back down here in southeast Michigan, statements have expired for Livingston County, but a new cell has popped up heading into Brighton once again, and Charleston, literally the exact same area. So time is very important today when you guys are sending in your damaging hail reports or wind reports or even tornado damage reports if we do get tornadoes today. Because again, cells are going to be passing over the same locations maybe twice, maybe 3 times, maybe even 4 times between now and around sunset this evening. So again, right now, Charleston and Brighton getting impacted by yet another cell. So if there is severe hail falling between Howell and Brighton right now, send in a report, make sure time is added, crossroads, and of course, an accurate measurement if possible. That means use a ruler or a coin to measure with the hail. Okay, look, it looks like Charleston, but I guess it's Chilson, even though there's not a second L there. Thank you for the local dialect, everybody. I may forget it in the future, but for now, I guess I'll call it Chilson. Walden, by the way, to the north here in northeast Oakland County. It's more of like central, but heading up into northeast Oakland County, that cell is now out of the cone of silence around the radar. Directly on US 24 and I-75 in Clarkson itself. Downpours all the way extending up towards Whipple Lake Road and Pine Knob. Also Dartmouth Road heading up towards Stanton Road. And again, this is kind of turning into a string of cells that are also extending up into Lapeer County. And now, of course, into western St. Clair County. All of these cells, of course, today, with how cold it is, just about 2 miles above our heads, could be producing some small to moderately sized hail, no matter what cell you are underneath. So keep that in mind. Again, I keep mentioning it here. Would not be surprised, of course, if we saw a special weather statement across the entire area just because hail is possible with any one of these cells. But at the current time, they have not done that. I think they're going cell by cell. And then, of course, with a watch likely coming soon, that is going to kind of be our heads up for the entire lower peninsula today in terms of severe weather. So we're keeping an eye on the entire lower peninsula for pop-up showers and storms, perhaps producing severe wind, severe hail, and of course spin-up tornadoes. Stay alert today if you do have plans. And we'll be here live covering as long as warnings are currently in effect, which they are. Cells continue to impress across Ogemaw and Oscoda County, still crawling up into Maya at the current time at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. Both are in effect for another 29 minutes for portions of Ogemaw, Oscoda counties. They also are extending into extreme northeastern Roscommon and southeastern Crawford, but these will be out of those 2 counties I just mentioned in the next 5 minutes unless there's backbuilding with a storm. Yeah, no problem, everybody. Appreciate the nice comments. Again, we got you covered from beginning to end. Current time right now, 1:30, now changing over to 1:31. Bottom of your screen, severe thunderstorm warning is the highest active alert in the state. It is just the base severe thunderstorm warning. We're watching Oscoda and Ogemaw very closely for an upgrade, although if they would have done it, they would have done it probably by now. 1.25-inch hail. An upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning would be if there was 1.75-inch diameter hail, which, again, rural portions of Oscoda and Ogemaw County. If you happen to live out here and you're watching right now, feel free to let us know what the hail diameter is. And we can pass along to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. But again, we do expect these cells to continue today. And right now, northeastern Roscommon and southeastern Crawford will be in the clear here shortly. Of course, unless these cells continue to backbuild, which they do appear to be doing in the St. Helen and Prudenville areas. So we'll need to watch out for an extension of severe thunderstorm warnings into Roscommon County with these cells that are continuing to fire up. We also have a new cell popping up in Lewiston. And I'm going to try not to destroy my computer here by having our streaming software up and 2 different sources for our weather cameras up at the same time. But we're going to tempt fate, as I need to pull in the Lewiston camera. It's on different camera software at the current time. It's already starting to lag down a little bit. Yeah, Lewiston has that cell popping in on cam here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this full. Actually, I cannot. It does not let me. It does not let me stream our other software. I don't know, Ryan, if you're hearing me right now, but it does not let me stream Apex. So I cannot access the Lewiston camera at the current time. But take my word for it, it's a pretty decent downpour moving into town right now. Continue to watch that, as this may be producing some severe hail within the next scan or 2 as it heads up into Montmorency County. You can see it blossom within 3 or 4 scans. It won't take much to get these updrafts going today. Back down to southeast lower Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for another 26 minutes as well, till 2 o'clock for Oakland County, primarily northeast lower, or northeast upper. And would not be shocked if portions of Lapeer County happened to get a severe warning as well. We look at other radar products. And besides the reflectivity radar, which is what you guys are seeing on radar right now, to determine whether or not hail is falling in these storms, we look at correlation coefficient radar, VIL. We can also look at sometimes the ZDR radar in terms of what is going up and what is coming down, and of course spectrum width as well. So a lot of different radar products that kind of cross-reference whether or not this is hail falling in the storms that are pink or not. So confirmed 1-inch hail report came in from the public 3 miles southwest of Highland. I imagine that might have been one of our own reports that we sent in from one of you guys, the viewers, earlier today. So thank you for verifying that. Again, your weather reports mean everything to us. So if you have any hail reports, to send in, feel free to do so. Send them over to our messenger. We also have Michigan Weather Reports as a community page on Facebook. And of course, we do have a Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers, that is available for your damage report. So multiple locations to send them in at some point. I know a lot of you guys already know by now, but we do have an app releasing hopefully by the end of the month. We still have to beta test it, and it's already mid-June. But again, that is something we are releasing here at the end of the month. And that app will have a way to send in your reports with photos to us here at MSC so that we can check out what is happening in your neck of the woods and send it over in a timely fashion, especially since they'll be geotagged as well. So we're excited to release that by the end of the month is the plan. Also, that red circle you're seeing pop in on your screen, that is your mesoscale discussion. Zooming out the big picture, that includes portions of Illinois, northern Indiana, the Grand Rapids area, southwest Michigan, all the way up here into portions of northeast lower, the Thumb, and southeast Michigan. Again, a mesoscale discussion is an area that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring for the issuance of a watch. Again, a watch means conditions would be favorable for widespread severe weather. On a day like today where cells are going to be popping up throughout the entire state, it's definitely reasonable to put out a mesoscale discussion with an 80% chance. Again, there's still a 20% chance that we don't get a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch out of it, but usually with an 80% chance or higher, they are either going to or in the process right now of writing up that severe thunderstorm watch. So we'll likely see a bunch of alerts pop into the bottom of the screen here very, very soon. In the meantime, though, no severe thunderstorm watch in effect. We just have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, which again, our severe thunderstorm warning is higher than a severe thunderstorm watch, as the conditions have already come together and severe weather is occurring in those locations. So yes, that is your mesoscale discussion in red. As I flash it on and off the screen, that is the area that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring for a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch at the current time. I'm going to turn it off to avoid confusion. Once the severe thunderstorm watch does come in, if any, or tornado watch, we'll read off the details for that. As mentioned, did say Crawford and Roscommon were about to be trimmed, and they were. So Roscommon and Crawford, for now, you guys are in the clear for that cell that has now moved off to your east. Still some decent rain and some decent hail likely falling just to the east of Rose City and northeast. And of course, that's west, to the west and northwest of Rose City, and of course southwest of Mayo. Again, moving off to the northeast about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It's going to be heading up into the M33 corridor within the next 10 minutes or so. Fairview, you do not have a warning in effect, but that would be up next for any sort of warning issuance downstream. Again, this is day one of perhaps back-to-back severe weather days. Now, again, tomorrow is somewhat conditional, but a lot more, I don't know what the exact word to use here for it is, but perhaps more violent in nature. It's not the exact wording I wanted to use, but especially if you're in Indiana and Illinois tomorrow, again, there's already a moderate risk in effect from the Storm Prediction Center. That's a level 4 of level 5 severe risk for portions of Indiana and Illinois. If you know anyone that's traveling south of the state line tomorrow, that is going to be where the highest concern for severe weather will be. Some of that will trickle into southwest Michigan and southern Michigan tomorrow. And again, we did release our thoughts this morning on severe weather for the state tomorrow in a post around 11 o'clock this morning. So feel free to go check out our social media pages. That severe weather outlook can be found on our Instagram page, our Facebook page, or our X page at MI Storm Chasers. Yeah, intense, I guess, would be another word for that. They don't like to use that wording often, but on a day like tomorrow, again, we mentioned this last night in our briefing. If you guys are members here and tuned in for a watch party last night, we were mentioning it. Again, very high-end environment for tomorrow, highly conditional on how far north that warm front can make it. So if you guys remember earlier this year, obviously with the March 6th day, when we had the tornadoes in Union City and Three Rivers, you had a supercell that rode the warm front. We could see something similar to that tomorrow, just a little bit further south, right along the Michigan-Indiana state line, depending on, again, how far north that warm front can make it. So we'll need to be on alert tomorrow, especially for southern Michigan. But at the current time, our main focal point right now is going to be today, where severe weather is currently ongoing here in both Ogemaw, Oscoda, and Oakland counties at the current time of 1:40 p.m. We have a lot of cells out there, y'all, so bear with me. Alpena, you guys are in the clear. Those storms have now moved offshore. That statement expires in 4 minutes, but Alpena in the clear for now. Multitude of cells popping up right now across the Grayling area. Frederick, need to watch those cells very closely. Anything with a pink hue in it on reflectivity radar needs to be monitored for a sudden increase to severe limits. Still seeing perhaps upwards of 1 inch hail may be falling here in the Lewiston area according to radar computer-generated software. probability of severe hail, or POSH, is right around 90 to 100% in this little core just to the southeast of Lewiston. So would not be surprised if we do see a severe thunderstorm warning up there. Also, probability of severe hail maxing out up and down the line up here. And I kid you not, I have not looked at chat behind the scenes, but there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Montmorency and Oscoda County. As I was literally just mentioning it, that cell now is severe warned. That's probably the third time I've done that in this stream. Waiting for the box to pop in, but I believe it's the cell near Lewiston. If you're having stream troubles, feel free to reload. I don't know why I'm looping on your guys' end, but that is something that is not happening on our end. So here comes the new severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Montmorency and northeastern Oscoda County until 2:45. At 1:41, a severe thunderstorm was located near Loud Township, or 7 miles east of Lewiston, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour, so relatively slowly. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are both possible with this storm. It is radar indicated, and the severe thunderstorm will be near Lockwood Lake in Loud Township around 1:45, so within the next 2 minutes or so. Fletcher Pond as early as 2:05 and Hillman as early as 2:15. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, this is 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving into Montmorency County at the current time. And that cell I literally just called out for a new severe thunderstorm warning. So this whole line right now really starting to get its act together. Again, we're looking at these pink cores for very large rain droplets. And again, with the freezing layer at about 10,000 feet above our heads right now, this is kind of reminiscent of a early spring or late fall type of kind of setup in the state of Michigan, where, again, these storms blossom up quickly, and suddenly your rain that is getting convected up to above 10,000 feet is already in the freezing layer. And so it's tumbling around. Those stronger updrafts are allowing this hail to fall out at around 1 inch in diameter. So that is the new details. The hail core right now on this storm is going to be passing over Hill Road. It actually is right now. And East Fish Lake Road. That's right on the border of Montmorency and Oscoda counties. Orange box denotes whether or not you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see as it continues off to the northeast, it will be heading up towards Hillman and passing just to the south and east of Atlanta. So Atlanta, you are not in a severe thunderstorm warning. Hillman, you are. So we'll go ahead and go back down south to the storm that is severe warned in Oakland County. We have more cells starting to pop up in tow. Again, 14 minutes left on the storm in Oakland County. Honestly, really starting to lose its oomph, if I'm being honest with you guys right now. Again, correlation coefficient not really showing the yellows and the oranges and the greens mixing in on correlation coefficient like we saw earlier for Oakland County. So right at the current time, this is more of just a general thunderstorm with a lot of cloud to ground lightning, and of course flooding possible. Also heading up towards Capac, Imlay City, eventually towards the M19 corridor from Yale to Emmett. Also, special weather statement, as you guys saw popping on the bottom of the screen, has been issued for northern St. Clair County. This is in effect through 2:45 p.m., so another hour. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail are possible with this storm. motion on this off to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. The new cells popping up to the west of the radar site in White Lake and Highland are more of a concern to me than the ones to the east. Where did my Highland cam go? There we go. Popping the Highland cam again. The skies are opening up right now, once again in Highland. And again, those hot pinks over Brighton, over Milford, over Highland, and outside of town to the west on Fenton Road, near Clyde Road, all could be producing severe hail in time. And of course, some frequently gusty winds. Right now, the heaviest of the winds in any storm around Oakland County is just outside or on the county line of Oakland and Livingston. Hibner Road at Tipsisco Road. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Honestly, that one's a tongue twister. And Stony Acres Lane. That is where the heaviest of the winds are showing up according to Velocity Radar. Again, Oakland County, you have these cells that are just continuing to train over the same area. We also have a new thunderstorm popping up in the Marshall area into Concha, heading over towards Albion with time. I'm going to pull in the Albion cam if I have it. I do. Yeah, the new cell in Albion. You can see that rolling in on our Albion cam right now. That one lone cell up there in Calhoun County. We'll go ahead and switch over to our software. Here you go. Here's a live look at that cell, courtesy of Calhoun County 911. This is looking to the south and west from Albion. The skies are opening up. It's a great tower cam out there, one of our highest in the state. Looking right into that rain core in the center of your screen there. Thankfully, not evident of tornadic looking skies, but still a decent cell as it's rolling right towards the camera here in Albion. Again, courtesy of Calhoun County 911. So decent downpour. Also, again, you can see there's the skies opening up in Highland right now, courtesy of Tony Sierra Highland and Nissan in Highland. The Lake Orion cam in Oakland County also showing the downpours moving in. And of course, up there to the north in St. Helen. And that's going to be Storm Guard Roofing Construction, Lake Orion, and Bigfoot Pro Services in St. Helen, Michigan. Kind of the same thing. A bunch of ominous looking skies out there today with decent cores pouring out on all of these storms. So yeah, beautiful, beautiful camera shot. Current time. See the edge of the cell right over here. It's moving into the area. Comes a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be another one up to the north. Go ahead and switch back to our radar. The severe thunderstorm warning now for Oakland County has been dropped, actually. They have canceled it early because of the severe thunderstorm that was, or it is now in Oxford, is no longer at severe limits. Would not be shocked if they issued a new one for the cell that is popping up, or the cells that are popping up in the Milford area, heading once again towards the radar site. But again, we're going to go back north. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Popped up on the bottom of the screen. There it is. There's your new orange box. This one does include St. Helen. And there's your cell. So the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for north central Gladwin, southwestern Ogemaw, southeastern Roscommon County, all in northern Michigan until 2:15 p.m. Eastern. At 1:49, a severe thunderstorm was located over Nestor Township, or 11 miles southeast of Prudenville. Moving on this, northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazards, 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So wind and hail are the main hazards here. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees also possible. The storm will be near St. Helen and Twin Lakes area as early as 1:55. Might be closer to the 2 o'clock time frame. And West Branch by 2 o'clock Once again, it's 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Correlation coefficient, which shows our hail tumbling around inside of these storms, not the most impressive compared to some storms we saw earlier, but that can change in due time. There is a scatter spike, primarily with a cell that is heading to the west of Rose City. Again, scatter spike indicates that the radar beam is deflecting off of the larger hailstones tumbling around right now and causing this false return on the backside of the storm from the radar site, which is located up here in Otsego Lake. So it's trying to get through the storm, but it's causing some false data returns on the backside just because of how large the hail return is. Tumbling around the atmosphere up here near Rose City. So those thunderstorm warnings still definitely valid for the Rose City and Mayo areas. You can have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now all across the Montmorency, Oscoda, Ogemaw, and now Roscommon and Gladwin County region. You could pretty much say this is the M33 corridor from Atlanta and Hillman down south all the way down here to where it comes in at I-75. This is for northeast lower Michigan. Showers still popping up across the western half of the state. Still, severe weather is possible later tonight across this area. Cannot rule it out, even though it looks pretty mundane right now at the current time. Still cannot count it out if you are getting rain today just because of how much forcing and instability is out there in the mixed layers of the atmosphere. Pea-sized hail in Rose City. Thank you for that report. Very impressive day on radar for our hail. Wind-wise, not seeing anything rotation, but there are a good couple downbursts within all of these severe thunderstorm warnings, so would not be shocked if a couple isolated downbursts of 60 miles per hour do occur. If you guys have confirmed wind reports, now you don't have to have damage to send in to us, but you can send in valid wind reports. So if you have like a tempest or another weather station on your property that measures a wind gust verified with a nearby crossroads, we'll send that in as well to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. They will gladly take any reports you guys have. So appreciate it today. It's going to be very important, especially with how many cells are out there, to include time and specific location if possible. So once again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for another 20 minutes for portions of northern Gladwin, southeastern Roscommon, southwestern Ogemaw. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for another 5 minutes for Oscoda and Ogemaw. That's the center storms, and of course the new severe thunderstorm warning up here for extreme northern Oscoda and southeastern Montmorency counties in effect for another 50 minutes. All of these storms for 1 to 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings anymore down here in southeast lower, but we are continuing to monitor the cells that are rolling in. Speaking of cells that are rolling in, our LBN camera, courtesy of Calhoun County 911, continues to show the rain curtain getting closer to the camera here. You can see it in the trees as it's rolling in. You can see the wind and you can see the wind pick up, and you're going to see the, looks like a foggy appearance move ever so closer to the camera. Just taking a look around at the area. You can see some of the other storms out in the distance actually as well. There's one of the storms way out there that is starting to pop up in the Livingston area. In fact, that's the storm right now that we're watching over in Oakland County, which is now getting another statement. So that's quite the tall storm out there at the current time. Here comes the rain and the wind towards the LBN cam. Switching back to radar, new special weather statement coming in for Oakland County. I need the details. ASAP so I can read off the information here. A special weather statement has been issued for northern Oakland County, which includes Oxford, Ortonville, and the village of Clarkson until 2:30 p.m. for winds of 40 miles per hour and half-inch sized hail possible. Alex or Ryan, I believe we still have more hail reports coming in right now behind the scenes. For some, perhaps 1-inch hail or larger. If you guys have any reports to send in, feel free. Alex or Ryan, if you guys are listening, let me know if you or where these hail reports are coming in from right now, if you see any large hail. But here's our Albion cam getting blasted with wind and rain at the current time here. You can really see it pounding down there. That might need a statement as well. That might need a statement as well as the statement gets issued. It keeps happening, guys. This cell now has a statement on it. The one that we're watching right now, live with our own eyes. So, yeah, check out that wind down there. Holy cow. Really see it in the trees. So this is Albion, once again, Calhoun County 911. A new statement coming in and a new warning coming in. The statement for Albion, Eaton Rapids, and Leslie is in effect till 3 p.m. for winds of 40 and penny-sized hail. Once again, that is this cell right here. It's heading up towards Springport. Off to the northeast, again, 40-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail is possible with this storm. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Up to the north we go. It's likely to replace, holy Polygon City up here. Wow. It's going to replace the two that are expiring right now to the western side of the counties. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. It's such a weird shape. But it makes sense because of the way these storms are shaped. But new severe thunderstorm warning, northwestern Ogemaw and all of Osco, or most of Oscoda County, until 2:45 p.m. At 1:58, severe thunderstorms are located from Red Oak to Mack Lake to Clear Lake, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazards here, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Mayo, Rose City, Mack Lake, Rose Township, all being impacted either right now or within the next 5 minutes. Fairview by 2:15, McKinley 2:20, Comins around 2:25 for protection move to interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. There goes the old severe thunderstorm warning. So you can see as I flash this back and forth, there's the old, there's the new, expiring at 2, and now in effect at 2. All of these cells all have the potential to be producing 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds this afternoon. Again, movement northeast at 20 to 25 miles per hour also could be a decent hail risk. Eventually up next is going to be Alpena and Alcona counties. This entire corridor of M33 being impacted by some heavy rains, hail, and some winds in some capacity. Speaking of winds, this Albion cam continues to get rocked here out in Calhoun County with the hail and the wind at the current time. As this is the wind is making this rain sideways. Oh, did we lose it? Nope, we did not. Yeah, definitely some good winds there in Albion. This is just to the southwest of town. Albion is out there in the distance. Now I turn my camera. The exit for Albion is right over here in the center of the screen. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that camera there. More statements coming in. We do have new cells starting to pop up all along the line. And we do have a new one coming in for Mount Pleasant. They're going to go with Mount Pleasant, Clare, Michigan, Harrison, Michigan. This is all of Isabella and all of Clare counties until 3 p.m. 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail are possible within any of these storms that are moving in through Isabella and Clare counties. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, no current large hail reports in our inbox. Also, the Storm Prediction Center has officially drawn up our watch, according to Ryan. So a lot of different polygons out there today. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of 5 different counties in northeast lower. We also have special weather statements coming in for Clare, Isabella, portions of Calhoun, Jackson, Ingham, and Eaton, portions of Oakland, and of course St. Clair counties right now. So overall, about a dozen counties in some sort of statement or severe thunderstorm warning here as of 2:03 p.m. And the uptick in intensity is expected this afternoon. Southwest Michigan, relatively quiet at the current time, but that will change as we get closer to the 3 and the 4 o'clock hour. In fact, you can already start to see some of these cells trying to fire up. There's one right now in the Greenville area as well, and that is heading up towards Stanton and McBride's with time. I actually may be able to see that storm with time. We'll have to see if that gets warned or statemented. We can kind of see this little boundary here. It's trying to pop up cells all the way from Mount Pleasant all the way up to Atlanta and Hillman, Michigan for these storms. We'll go ahead and zoom back into our severe thunderstorm warnings, go cell by cell, as Macomb County now gets a new statement. Correlation coefficient, let's see. Actually, we'll go VIL. We'll see where the heaviest of the cores are right now on these cells. Yeah, VIL, hail cores right now on McIntyre Road just to the west of M33. Secondary core right in the Fairview region, just outside of town, north side of town, Reber Road at M33. Third cell with a larger hail core, likely on Cherry Creek Road, West Cherry Creek Road near Davis Road. It's about 1.5 miles north and west of town. Now it's about 1 mile outside of town. Traveling right on down Cherry Creek Road, crossing over Galbraith Road and West Kittle Road at the current time. Again, approaching M33. Multiple different cores down here, all in the Rose City area at the current time. Every single red or pink shading on the reflectivity map here right now, at least pea-sized hail or greater falling. That extends all the way down here onto Heath Road near Stony Ridge Road, also outside of town to the southwest of Rose City. Stony Road at Sage Lake. Smaller cores now moving into West Branch at the current time, but less than what we're seeing up to the north. We'll go back down to southeast Michigan. Right now, nothing severe at the current time in southeast Michigan. Nothing really close to being severe. Take a look at our hail cores across the area. Not really too shocked by anything here in this line. Definitely still statement worthy. More of your garden variety thunderstorms that are just going to be producing your winds up to 40 and maybe some pea-sized hail, of course. But again, don't discount 40-mile-per-hour winds. Those can still bring down some trees and a couple power lines. Here's your new statement coming in for Claire and Isabella. Again, once again, that is 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail possible. May see a severe thunderstorm warning there soon for these cells that are up to the east of Harrison and Clare. But it's more likely that they'll get a warning into Gladwin County if they continue off to the northeast and continue their intensity. Again, we're still waiting on a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch to be issued. Our mesoscale discussion, I just popped it on the screen. That area in red is the place that the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring for the issuance of a watch. Obviously, we've already had severe thunderstorm warnings out there. But again, severe thunderstorm watch is expected at some point, or some sort of tornado watch, perhaps, if they believe that there might be more of a tornado risk developing later this evening with the low pressure system kind of digging in and our spin increasing throughout the day. At the current time, though, I'm looking at all of our sky cams across the area, and most of these clouds are high based, which means, not as rooted at the surface, not able to, get closer to the ground and pick up on that low level intensity. So that's the good news. But again, as the day goes on, we likely see some of that instability start to mix down to the surface. We get some lower based storms, and a couple rotating storms are possible. So again, the area in red is the area that they are monitoring for the issuance of a severe thunderstorm watch. So think of it as the watch before the watch. It's kind of like there's levels to it, essentially, at the current time. Change up our storm motion vector here just a little bit better. Our winds have not really been the main story. It has been primarily the hail. In fact, we just had a trained spotter in Oscoda County about 2 to 3 miles west of Mayo report a ½ inch. Half-inch hail just outside of Mayo. And again, that core right now is, it's actually going around Mayo. And again, where the reds and the pinks are at, that's your more intense rain and perhaps hail that is falling. In Mayo right now, you just have some moderate rain. So the greens and yellows. We just had a blanket special weather statement come in. Ryan, that might be worth a post. I think it's for all of West Michigan. So they're going special weather statement for the entire area. I'm going to go ahead and turn off our mesoscale discussion and not confuse people. There's no tornado warnings in effect, thankfully. We have new alerts coming in. The first one, where did it go? All my alerts are just disappearing on my screen here. There we go. Special alert statement has been issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit for Macomb County, obviously. 40-mile-per-hour winds and ½ inch sized hail. It's Romeo heading up towards Armada. Not severe, so nothing to be worried about there, but there's another cell that just popped up near the Applegate area. Also special weather statement, 40-mile-per-hour winds and ½ inch hail. So that is deserving of some attention as well. That will be quickly moving on to Lake Huron with time. So it's a very short fuse special weather statement up there. We have 5 special weather statements across southeast lower Michigan for strong storms, but not severe storms at the current time. I do not have... They did not put a graphic in for that special weather statement. So I actually have to go and look at it myself. So the special weather statement is for the following counties. In West Michigan, we have Mason, Lake, Osceola, Clare, Oceana, Newaygo, Mecosta, Isabella, Muskegon, Montcalm, Gratiot, Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, Elgin, Barry, Eaton, Ingham, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Jackson. All of those counties, which include cities of Ludington, Baldwin, Reed City, Clare, Hart, Fremont, Big Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Muskegon, Greenville, Alma, Grand Haven, Jenison, Grand Rapids, Ionia, St. John's, Holland, Hastings, Charlotte, Lansing, South Haven, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, and Jackson. The statement on this, it's a blanket special weather statement, so all of those counties, it's in effect through the next 3 hours. Thunderstorms with small hail and gusty winds this afternoon. Scattered thunderstorms are developing across southwest lower Michigan. Several storms will be capable of small hail and winds in excess of 40 miles per hour into the evening. A few storms may become severe with winds to 60 and hail to 1 inch in diameter. And of course, remain aware of weather conditions and seek shelter as storms approach this afternoon. Also, not a great day at the beach. They have a beach hazard statement effect from Mason to Oceana, Muskegon, Ottawa, Allegan, and Van Buren County. I mean, obviously, it's not a great day to be out there with the storms and the rain ongoing, but nonetheless, if you're out there today at the beach braving the elements, beach hazard statement effect for riptides and waves of 3 to 6 feet. We did have another couple 1-inch hail reports coming in right now across the severe warned areas up here in northern Michigan. We had one by law enforcement about 5 miles to the west of Rose City. We have one out here 9 miles north of St. Helen, reported by law enforcement. And another 1-inch report by the public 3 miles south-southeast of Luzerne in Oscoda County. So a lot of verifications of 1-inch hail falling across northern Michigan this afternoon. Decent wind up here in Ortonville. Same thing for the Romeo area. Not severe, but definitely some gusty winds of 40. Hail. I think the only place that would be doing the large hail right now will be Pinckney, this tiny little cell here, and our cell that is heading in towards Oxford. And we do have a view of that storm heading up towards Lake Orion. It's this one in Oakland County right now. As a reminder, we have a weather camera network here at Michigan Storm Chasers. 105 cameras now in the state of Michigan, and then some. This one courtesy of Lake Orion, StormGuard Roofing and Construction. Appreciate StormGuard for being a trusted partner. And of course, for sponsoring a weather camera at their headquarters there in Lake Orion. This is looking live at that cell as it rolls into the Oxford area. It's off on the right side of the screen. Go ahead and switch back to the radar. Again, no severe warnings right now in southeast Michigan. 5 special weather statements, though. Portions of Sanilac, St. Clair, Macomb, Oakland, and this cell that is in Springport right now. So, north of Albion, south of Eaton Rapids, heading up towards Eaton Rapids and Leslie. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. There it is. is replacing the old severe thunderstorm warning that is expired at 2:15. So storms training over the same area. We had a 0.75 inch hail report just now, about 6 miles west of Gladwin via trained spotter. And now a severe thunderstorm warning coming in, issued by the National Weather Service in Gaylord until 3 p.m. for northwestern Aranac, Gladwin County, southwestern Ogemaw, and southeastern Roscommon County. At 2:15, severe thunderstorms are located over Skeels, or 7 miles northwest of Gladwin, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail are possible with this thunderstorm. And it is radar indicated. For timing, they have Hockaday, Nestor Township as early as 2:20, Twin Lakes area around 2:25, Bowmanville 2:30, West Branch as early as 2:40, and St. Helen around 2:45. Again, it's these cells that are down here in and entering Gladwin County at the current time. So you may be getting rain up here to the north. Your main concern is still back down here to the southwest. Still pretty impressed by some of the hail cores I'm seeing on these storms right now, particularly just to the north of Rose City, where they've already had a confirmed report of 1-inch hail. And these storms are starting to get a little bit of rotation in them in the upper levels of the atmosphere. We call them rotating mesocyclones. Again, kind of as the day goes on, our wind shear starts to increase a little bit. So not surprising in the least. Not a tornado threat at the current time, but it does bear watching. And so this storm that is heading up into southern Oscoda County is the one to be watching right now. Look at that core in that, guys. Third body scatter spike off the backside. That's relatively a sign of some large hail. Over Nye Road right now at Borden Road. Let's take a look at the Posh. Maxed out at the current time. Inman Road. It's Inman Road at Nye and 5 Corner Road. So again, Posh stands for probability of severe hail. And when it's maxed out in the whites, that is 90 to 100% chance of severe hail, which starts at 1 inch in diameter. A couple instances of that up here to the north of Fairview, entering areas south of Hillman as well. So decent probabilities of severe hail occurring this afternoon within any of these cells. Again, there's so many cells out there this afternoon, it's going to get a little difficult to kind of go back to back to back to back across all these individual cells. So we're kind of highlighting them all in a zoomed out view at the current time. Again, a lot of decent hail right now. Another core starting to open up in rural portions of northeast Oscoda County. Heading into Alpena and Elkona counties very shortly. We're likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning here very, very shortly for these two counties. New special weather statement coming in. Lapeer and Oakland. That cell that we were mentioning on the Lake Orion cam that we've been watching is now in the Oxford area and heading to the northeast, about to enter Lapeer County. The special weather statement does read a strong thunderstorm will impact southern Lapeer and northeastern Oakland counties through 3 p.m. At 2:19, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Metamora or near Oxford moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazards on this storm: 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. Radar indicated. And the storm will be near Metamora around 2:25. Imlay City and Lum around 2:40. Excuse me. We got Lakeville, Goodland Township, Attica, Leonard, Lake Orion, Kings Mill, and Thornville in this special weather statement. Also, frequent cloud ground lightning is occurring with this thunderstorm. And as a reminder, if you are close enough to hear thunder, then you are close enough to be struck by lightning. So special weather statement coming in for this cell as it's heading up towards Metamora and Dryden and Imlay City with time circled on radar by my mouse on screen. Into West Michigan, we are now starting to see an uptick in intensity in the cells here. Once again, that cell that popped up over Greenville is continuing to uptick intensity as it heads off towards the north, just to the west of Stanton and Sheridan. Also, a bunch of cells trying to pop up along Lake Michigan and, of course, on Lake Michigan over on the Wisconsin side of the lake. Those cells will rotate into West Michigan with time this evening, and that is where our heightened chance for severe weather will be, as it is only 2:21 this afternoon so far. So we got plenty of day left. Ryan, Alex, or if Chandler's listening, could use a little bit of a break here at any moment. Decent hail falling right now. Campbell Road at Borden. And the M33 corridor is kind of in that line of fire right now. Very decent hail likely falling. Yeah, DBZ values right now about 70 to 72. Again, those are very large rain droplets at the very least. If it's not hail, it is very heavy rain. We're talking blinding rains out there. If you're on M33, not a good time to be driving out there. And again, crossing M33 at the current time, heading up towards Beechwood Road. So just outside of Rose City at the current time. You'll see a lot of instances today where these little cells have the cores on them that are not just reds, but they're pinks, dark grays, and even blacks on radar. And again, when you see those dark grays and blacks, those are DBZ values of around 70. Again, radar intensity is measured in sound because, again, it's an electromagnetic wave being sent out and returned back. And when we get those signatures back to us at around 70, again, those are some rain droplets that are probably about the size of your thumb. And again, you get those big rain droplets that get circulated up in the updrafts of the atmosphere. Again, it's 32 degrees and lower at 10,000 feet up and higher. So it doesn't take much. And there's not much room for melting on the way down as this hail falls out. For hail to be severe today, about 1 inch in diameter or greater. Yeah, this is kind of a repeat of last on Saturday here, where you have northeast lower Michigan getting impacted. However, we have had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings so far in southeast Michigan. Right now, it's just special weather statement city for strong thunderstorms and not severe. All those tan boxes you see on your screen are special weather statements. Going down the line here, we have Calhoun, Jackson, Eaton, and Inghamsell. That one that's now in Springport in effect till 3 for a statement there. That's going to be winds of 40 and penny-sized hail. Central and western Oakland County in effect until 2:30. 40-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail. Northeast and southern Lapeer and Oakland counties, we got 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. Northern Macomb, 40-mile-per-hour winds, half-inch hail. Eastern, sorry, I should say the expiration times. 3 o'clock for Lapeer. Macomb, 2:45. St. Clair, 2:45. St. Clair's 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. And this tiny little cell that is now on Lake Huron for the most part expires at 2:45 for 40-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail. And here we go. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. That's going to be the next row of counties up. See the orange box pop in on the screen in just a second. But I will read off the details since I already have them. The National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Alpena County, Alcona County, and northwestern Iosco County until 3:45 p.m. It's another hour and 20 minutes. At 2:24, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Fletcher Pond to near Rose City, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazards with this one are going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated, and also the storms have had a history of producing hail damage across northern Michigan. As specialty text there, we got Lachine and Spratt around 2:30 p.m., Long Rapids around 2:35, Coran and Curtisville as early as 2:40, Osneek Township 2:45. We got Cathro 3 o'clock, Hubbard Lake 3:15, Town of Hubbard Lake around 3:20. Millen Township and Mitchell Township also in this new severe thunderstorm warning. That is this new orange box you see popping in on your screen. Alpena, Alcona, and Iosco counties, primarily the western half of these counties, until 3:45. So another 80 minutes on the severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead and take radar full. A lot of 1-inch hail reports coming in across Oscoda, Ogemaw, and portions of Montmorency County so far. Again, that's why the text does read. Storms had a history of producing 1-inch hail. Also starting to see more cells popping up in West Michigan. Again, we're starting to get that ball rolling. It's only a matter of time now before we are seeing more statements and perhaps some severe warnings popping in for West Michigan. I believe our crystal cam will have a good view on that. It does. Good wind too. This is the storm we're watching right now in Montcalm County. This is courtesy of the Crystal Lake House Vacation Rentals camera, looking across Crystal Lake in Crystal, Michigan. That is east central Montcalm County, looking to the west at the storm that is currently passing to the west of Stanton and Sheridan. So decent downpour there. The main focus is the entire lower peninsula. We are likely going to see severe weather through sunset tonight. Again, there's no timing map for today. The storms are going to be scattered in nature. As you're looking at radar right now, you can quite clearly see why that is. Again, cells popping up pretty much everywhere across the state of Michigan right now. And if they're not at your place now, then they likely will be later. Most of us today are going to see, perhaps with these slow-moving thunderstorms, around 1 inch of rain. And this threat does not stop until later tonight. Who is that?
Mr. Chandler.
What's up?
How are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Good. I heard you were ready for some lunch.
That and just a break.
Well, I am here, camera on, microphone on, all for you.
Sweet.
It is windy here at HQ. We've got like sustained 20 to 30 mile an hour winds coming out of the southwest. So interesting.
The information that might be needed for perhaps a quick tornado threat later today. We'll see. If we get those strong surface winds, low level rotation will increase. I'm actually curious what our mesoscale looks like right now across the area.
I'm very curious how today is going to go. I think we need a little more moisture. Maybe it's a little sneaky down here, but at the office it is currently 73 over 56, which I would like to think that we probably need a little bit more than 56, but who knows?
Right. Yeah, we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing already up here to the north. Great environment for some hail today. Freezing layer is 10,000 feet off the ground, or give or take about 10,000 feet. So that's really low to the ground today. And again, you get these updrafts that go up to about 30,000 feet. Again, two-thirds of these storms are sitting in the freezing layer. So it's plenty of time for these larger rain droplets to kind of just tumble around and pick up more ice crystals on them and then eventually fall out as 1-inch hail or greater across northern Michigan. So this will continue through sunset tonight. I didn't know if you wanted to take radar over, Chandler, or not.
Yeah, no, my screen is on, ready to roll.
Okay.
Whenever you are.
Alrighty. There you go.
We thank you for your service and your streaming.
Mhm.
Now everybody is stuck with me. Hello, everybody. I get to move to the top now. Oh boy.
Yes, you do. I will
Oh
be,
boy.
I will be in the background. Obviously, I'm going to take a break and get a little bit of food, just for those who are curious.
Yeah, and you also have Alex and Ryan in the background too. So
We wish Joel well on his hiatus, and we hope that the food is good. We just wrapped up with our lunch here at the office. We had breakfast for lunch today, so always a good day to have some breakfast. Statewide, a lot going on today. Looking in northern Michigan, some pop-up showers and some severe storms for a majority of the state in the north here. I just want to get caught up to speed on these warnings real quick. Kona County, Iosco County, that. 1 inch observed hail. Okay, that's interesting. Radar indicated inch hail here. So like Joel was saying, today there is a lot of these storms in the freezing layer. And the freezing layer is what we have when a certain level in the sky, that's where everything freezes. And on hot days, it can be higher, sometimes it can be a little bit lower. Days like today, and like we often see in spring and perhaps the fall, that freezing layer can be a little bit closer to the ground. So Joel was saying it's right around 10,000 feet today. So anything above 10,000 feet up in the sky is going to be subject to freezing temperatures, which obviously can freeze precipitation. And when we freeze precipitation, we all know what happens. Hail comes next. I'm just taking a look around the state here. We've got a couple special weather statements here in the southeastern corner of the state. Nothing severe over there right now. I would expect to see another one coming for the Green Oak, Hamburg, maybe Brighton Township areas, Dexter Township, just for this storm here. Seems like it has a nice little core on it, showing heavier rains and, okay, well, vertically integrated liquid is not that high, but whenever we see these purples on radar, that means there's quite a bit of precipitation going on up there. So hello to those watching. I have your, if I'm looking over here, it means I'm looking at the chat or I'm looking at something else. So if it seems like I'm just off in my own little, off in my own little world, doesn't mean I'm not. We've been live for a little over 2 hours now, 2.5 hours. Again, covering severe storms in the northern portion of Michigan. Earlier, we were covering severe storms in the southeastern portion of the state. And yeah, we'll continue to be live as long as we need to today. We are expecting some potential redevelopment in the Illinois area for northwest Indiana, southwest Michigan. But it's kind of the day of pop-ups for today. It's just how it's shaping up. A lot of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, maybe some gusty winds with some of these storms here in northern Michigan. I know it's kind of the first, one of the nicer summer weeks. Kids are out of school, do some camping in northern Michigan. If you're seeing any hail, let us know. Send a message to our Facebook Messenger. And if you're going to show us some hail, make sure that you are using a coin for reference size or a ruler so that way we can see how large this is.
Our cells to the west of us are starting to pop up over on the Lake Michigan side, over by Wisconsin. I would anticipate a watch to be issued here in probably the next hour to 90 minutes. Otherwise, I have a lot of scattered cells that continue to pop up across Michigan. Got plenty going on southeast side. We got some heading up toward Mount Pleasant now as well in Montcalm County as well as Ionia County. So it's kind of a popcorn day, as we call it.
Just everywhere today, Ryan.
was that?
Everywhere today. Did Grand Rapids do a special weather statement for their entire CWA? Did I miss that?
Yes, there was a blanket statement for incoming small hail and gusty winds.
Interesting. So whenever you see the blue on my radar, I know I have a little bit different radar than what Joel and Ryan do. Whenever you see these blue boxes here, this is a special weather statement. So this is the level below a severe thunderstorm warning. And I was kind of thrown off guard at first because I was like, this is a very large special weather statement. But that makes sense knowing that they did a statement for the entire CWA. When you see the orange boxes here, like we see in northeastern Michigan, these are for the severe thunderstorm warnings. This is, again, a step up from a special weather statement, and these will give us what the hazard is for, so 60-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated, and 1-inch hail, again, radar indicated. One of these warnings that I clicked on earlier, yes, this one here, Ryan, for, I'm just slaughter Ogama County. Ogama County and Oscoda counties. This one was for observed quarter-size hail, if you were not aware.
I also want to turn attention down to Montcalm County. There's a cell near Stanton that's getting its act together. Yeah, it's going to be on our Crystal Lake cam. I believe Joel had that up a few minutes ago. I'm watching that carefully. Perhaps at least a statement or perhaps a warning incoming for hail there.
It wouldn't surprise me. I would be interested to see what this one does as it comes onshore near the Holland, Port Sheldon, just south of Grand Haven areas. I was also thinking the one near Hamburg Township in Pinckney also might have some small hail in it as well. No special weather statement for that one at this time. But if you're seeing hail out there, let us know. Send a message to our Facebook Messenger today. We want to see what you're seeing out there.
Is Joel behind the scenes? Can you take my my camera? I got the Crystal Lake cam pulled up. Yeah, he is behind the scenes. I got the Crystal Lake house cam pulled up there. This is facing to the west, northwest over Crystal Lake in Montcalm County. At that cell I'm watching, it's getting a core on it, getting its act together. Heading up into Stanton area. So McBride, Edmore, Riverdale, and Sumner also in the path of this, about to cross M66 here shortly.
So the blanket statement continues. The special weather statements for the east side of the state continue. I would think that, yeah, this special weather statement for Sanilac County is most likely going to be expiring here within the next couple minutes or so. A couple of these, the storm near Richmond is going to be, headed into the far eastern portions of Michigan yet, and then we'll cross into Ontario. Our attention for now can shift back to the north. I haven't seen, Ryan, any major uptrends.
No, I haven't either.
This is the only
Looking
thing
at
that's
northern
interesting
Michigan.
to me here.
It's just a conglomerate mess of stuff. I will say there is a cell heading up in toward Atlanta area that has a nice core on that. Yeah, this one right here on my radar. Your radar, it's your radar. I'm looking at that one heading up toward Atlanta, heading up toward Hillman and Long Rapids as well. Very potent DBZ core on this, likely over 7 DBZ. So when we get over the pinks, purples, and in the blacks, that can indicate some pretty large hail falling there.
On days like today, we see a lot of these very significant hail cores. Wow, 73 DBZ. I mean, that's very significant hail there. 74 DBZ here. When we see these, oftentimes on days like today, they kind of cycle a little bit. So with it, they'll unload a lot of that precipitation out of the storm itself, and then kind of strengthen up, and then unload a lot more of that hail again. As the day continues to go on. So I wouldn't be shocked to see this, kind of black area here continue off to the northeast, and then, maybe go back to the purples for a little bit before we see it go black again. But
Also want to mention within that core, there's a good downburst signature there. Also, the GR2 software is indicating hails over 2 inches in diameter with this particular cell. The core on this is very healthy, up
Wow.
to 25,000 feet. So this is likely producing some pretty large hail.
If you're in the northeast Michigan area, Atlanta, Avery, Rust, Hillman, potentially even Long Rapids, let us know. Let us know what you're seeing. If you're getting any hail like this, we would like to know so we can pass that along to the National Weather Service, so they continue to, as they continue to get their warnings trimmed for how they need it to. I also wouldn't be surprised, Ryan, to see this warning expand just a skosh to the northwest,
Perhaps
to
an upgrade
encompass
too.
Atlanta. Huh?
Perhaps an upgrade too.
Yeah, I would not be shocked to see that. There was another special weather statement that came down here, or was it just a continuance for Macomb? That was probably this one right here for Macomb County, and I would guess, yeah, St. Clair County. Yep, for half-inch size hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds. If you're in the St. Clair, Port Huron area, let us know. If you see any hail. Again, taking a wider view, we have a lot of little popcorn cells, like Ryan was calling them, across the western portion of Michigan. Nothing severe over there right now. That's not to say we won't see any later, but for right now, nothing is severe. Our focus will remain up here in northern Michigan while we have the severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing up here. With a little bit of special interest in the cell near the Atlanta area. Atlanta Hillman, if you are watching, make sure you send us some hail reports. Remember to take a picture with a coin in your hand so we can see a good size reference, and a ruler is even better if you have it. Probably a lot of lightning with the majority of these pop-up thunderstorms today. It'll be interesting to see if they do anything with this cell coming into the Gaylord CWA here, up in between the Stronach, Wellston, Brethren, Harrietta areas, along M55 and M37. See a couple comments coming in here, and about hail in some different places. Make sure you send us a picture in our messenger.
I believe we're seeing just a little bit, perhaps, of a third body scatter spike on the Atlanta. Just a little bit of one. Also, the Crystal Lake cam is a little gusty. Not too bad, though. The storm's going to pass just off to the north of the camera. Is my cam not live?
It is not live.
My bad. It is now. But it's about to pass off just to the north and a little bit to the west of the camera here. But a little bit gusty. Not too bad, though.
Yeah,
New
there we
warning now
go.
incoming for, yeah, there you go. Ping pong ball size hail now on that warning.
Yes. That is for the storm that we have been focused on here in the Atlanta, Avery, Rust, and Hillman areas along M32. This is warned for 1.5 inch size hail, radar indicated for eastern Montmorency County. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're outdoors, time to go inside is now. Don't want to be injured by any of this hail. Please, if you are in the Atlanta, Avery, Rust area, even Hillman here in the next 15 minutes, send us a picture of the hail that you are seeing. Is this actually 1.5 inch size hail? Let us know. We would like to see this. Severe thunderstorm continues for other portions here of northeastern Michigan, Alpena, Alcona, and Iosco counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail is what we are warned for at this time. West Branch area, Rose City, a nice little core here, Ryan, on this south of Rose City near the Rifle River State Recreation Area. I wouldn't really be surprised to see that continue in Ogemaw County as that continues to the northeast. No other warnings in the state right now besides northern Michigan. We have the special weather statements for the Grand Rapids area, all of West Michigan under a special weather statement at this time for the most part, and a few other special weather statements over in the east side of the state, again for the far eastern portions of Macomb County and the majority of St. Clair County there. This storm is moving into the Macomb County area from the Lapeer and Oakland County areas. So Armada, Memphis would be next in line. Romeo as well for this other cell near Addison Township. Otherwise, they just kind of run on a line right down through the state here. Just want to check, see what's going on down here.
Yeah, there's just a lot of cells popping up all across. I think the more organized stuff is still to come a little bit later on this evening or the afternoon between about 4 and perhaps 6 p.m. in southwest Michigan. We're watching an area developing storms across Wisconsin, back down into North Illinois right now. That's going to be the ones to watch here. And we have probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours left before I think the most substantial risk takes place. What I think is happening now is what we're going to call the precursor or the appetizer onto what's ahead for further south and west. There's actually no severe risk today for northern lower. So these storms are kind of happening in their own environment. So with that said, the threat today has always been a little bit later on this afternoon, specifically across southern Michigan. And I still expect that to happen here. It's wait for it to materialize.
Yeah, there's two pretty different risks that we're looking at today, Ryan. For those who may not know, the northern Michigan risk today is for maybe some gustier winds and some especially larger sized hail is the biggest potential up there. But in the southwestern portion of the state, we do have a little bit of elevated tornado probabilities today.
Yeah, we do. There's a 5% risk out there for the SPC as well across southwest lower Michigan. And I think the biggest concern here is still to come yet today. So we're not even in the height of this event, in my opinion, at least. So
I would agree with you there. You know, what Ryan is referring to is this kind of line of storms that we see over here by Kenosha, Milwaukee. That's going to continue as the afternoon progresses to kind of, build a line similar to that. And then it's going to work its way across the state to the east. And as that happens, and especially as we get into the evening hours, that tornado threat is really going to ramp up in the southwest portion of the state, as well as the northern portion of the state of Indiana. As always, we will be live here for any potential tornado warnings that may or may not come in later in the day, as well as through the duration of these severe thunderstorm warnings in northeastern Lower Peninsula. So where the biggest hail is right now, probably about to cross M32 in between Atlanta, Avery, Rust, and Hillman. If you're in that area, send us a couple pictures. Let us see what you're seeing. This is doing kind of what I thought it was going to do, just a little bit, Ryan. We're seeing that DBZ signature weaken just a little bit as some of that larger hail kind of falls out, and as it continues to track to the northeast here, it will probably be a little bit more blacker on radar, or more black than it is currently. But that is the trend with these sort of pop-up cells and storms today.
Yeah, that core, that storm continues to be about 25,000 feet. So again, would not be shocked to see some larger hail falling in there for sure. Hillman, this is heading your direction. It's going to head pretty much on a beeline up toward the Hillman area. Perhaps the worst bit going just north of town, but it's a little bit hard to tell just because these storms can kind of morph and evolve as they progress.
Ryan and Chandler just came in
Currently,
just
the worst is
now.
over M32 at Pleasant Valley Road and Hall Road. The good news out here is that most of the area is pretty rural in nature, so population is not going to be too heavy on this area, which is good. But still, impacts to Atlanta and Hillman areas are expected.
Ryan Chandler, real quick, just came in on my end here. Spotter Network reports of hail of confirmed $half size. It's 1.25 inches, 2 miles east of Atlanta.
That would track, so that would be right in this area here, where we saw some of these blacks as it comes this way yet. This is going to be the heaviest hail that is out there. Again, if you are in the area, send us some pictures to our Facebook Messenger. We would love to see exactly what you're seeing out there. Helps the National Weather Service warn things better, so they get eyeballs confirmed on the hail that's falling out of the sky. And you know, we always enjoy seeing that and being able to pass that information along as well. I did see that there was a comment that my drawing was good because I didn't include Lenawee County. Well, let me just put a nice box around Lenawee County. Hopefully that doesn't make it bad, because they said they're happy that it didn't include it, but now I'm going to box in Lenawee County for no reason. Two special
Why
weather
my
statements
house?
in the southeast portion of the state continue. The first one expires in 6 minutes. We'll see if they reissue that. Second one here for Macomb and St. Clair counties is winds in excess of 40 miles an hour and half inch size hail, not $half. $half hail. It is raining at the MSC HQ now. Starting to see more blacks on radar here near the Atlanta area. This is going to be tracking right towards Hillman. Next 20 minutes or so should be into the Hillman area. The winds don't seem too significant at this time, again, just based on what we can see on radar, but our vertically integrated liquid, which is how much precipitation is up in the atmosphere in the storm, is maxed out, where we see these darker blacks on the live here on the radar here. This is 74 dBz, and that is very, very significant. Very significant because it's very intense precipitation, whether it's hail, rain, mix of both. It's very heavy precipitation. Not great driving weather, not a great day for a scenic cruise if you're on M32. But towards the Hillman area, Long Rapids after that, if it sticks together, be on the lookout. I'm also interested to see what the southern tail end of this is going to do, Ryan. It's continually gotten stronger as we have been live on stream here to see if this is going to continue up towards the Turtle Lake Club, Rust, Fletcher's Floodwater, and over to the east.
I was about to just say that southern edge is strengthening as well, so I have to watch that too. So great minds think alike there.
You and I are usually on the same page. Usually. Did I miss a warning here?
Yeah, they extended the warning up in toward the Rose City and Goodar areas. It's going to be for Iosco, Ogama, and Oscoda County until 3:30. It's a baseline 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail warning.
That is going to be for this cluster of storms here as it continues to move to the northeast throughout the portions of the lower peninsula here. It's 60-mile-an-hour winds. Radar indicated inch size hail. Really interested in what these kind of pop-up storms are going to do here by Mount Pleasant, Shepherd, Co, almost St. Louis area. They're really getting a little more significant as these radar scans continue. So again, regardless of where you are out there, send us a picture of the hail that you're seeing, if you're seeing any hail. We would like to know.
Comments in the chat here asking what the blue boxes are. The blue boxes on West Michigan are just a blanket special weather statement. Basically, they issued it because numerous storms today may produce small hail and gusty winds. There obviously is a severe weather risk today as well. So basically just saying any storm out there, even if you don't have a warning, it is still capable of producing some small hail and some gusty winds. Might not be severe, but still it could be impactful.
What do the orange boxes mean, Ryan?
The orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. If you find yourself in one of those boxes, you should be at very least inside away from windows, if not in your basement in some cases. What's happening now is more so hail. So as long as you're inside away from windows, you should be fine from that. But obviously when you have wind or tornadoes in general, that is when you want to take shelter in your basement or interior closet, lowest floor of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Luckily, further south right now, while there's scattered storms all across South and Central Michigan, the only severe storms right now, as of 2:58 p.m. here, are up in North and Northeast Lower Michigan. As the afternoon goes on, that threat should shift south toward Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids areas, slowly pushing to the east with time. So again, if you're watching downstate today, the risk is still to come for you guys. We're expecting it to ramp up right around 4 o'clock or so, and a little bit after that. We already have some storms actually forming in West Michigan right now. So South Haven up toward Port Sheldon, Muskegon areas. Just some looks like garden variety storms right now. The South Haven cell looks to be the strongest of those cells coming on shore. But I think our main concern still lies across Lake Michigan in Wisconsin and northern Illinois. We're going to see the line develop here in about probably another hour to 90 minutes. As I said about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, what's happening right now is more of just the appetizer of what we expect to be the meat and potatoes of the event.
Yes, we are looking at a couple different risks. Again, northern Michigan is primarily dealing with a hail and gusty winds risk, and southwestern Michigan, as the day goes on, will see an elevated tornado probability as well as elevated hail probability and gusty wind probability as well. So more of an all hazards risk for southwestern Michigan as the day moves forward. Northeastern Michigan, tornado threat is very, 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 very low. Can't say zero. Nothing's ever zero, but it's very, 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 very low. More of a hail risk and gusty winds risk up here.
Back up toward that Hillman Atlanta cell, it still continues on with a nice core on it. Also watching down by Rose City, that core is getting organized to the hail marker up in the Atlanta area. Sorry, I'm making it bounce around all the time there. The hail up in the Atlanta Hillman area on GR2 software is roughly close to golf ball size, and that's the computer's best guess of how big the hail is falling. If I go up in the atmosphere here, this core is very, very healthy. We're talking cores up to about 25,000 feet, a little bit over that actually on that particular area. So worth monitoring very closely. North side of Hillman.
Again, as Ryan and I discussed, we did see some of the strongest precipitation where we were seeing those blacks earlier on stream, kind of giving way to some grays and purples here, and we continue for that to be the trend. I'm not saying that it's weakening or raining itself out, but these storms will often cycle through precipitation and can dump a lot of it and then have it accumulate more while it's in the atmosphere and moving around. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some blacks come in about the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, but otherwise just pinks and grays on the DBZ marker for now.
Sounds like Joel's back.
Yes, I am.
Hello, Joel.
Hello.
Well, with you two here locking it down. If you want to take one of y'all's radars, I'm gonna get back to doing what I was doing.
Sounds good. Thank you for hopping in.
Absolutely.
I will be taking a quick bathroom break for 2 minutes. I will be right back.
So I've been watching, I guess, while I was eating. There's a couple storms off to my east here. I'm located in Montcalm County headquarters, and there is some decent structure starting to come together on our cells out here in the Gratiot County and Isabella County area. Again, they're still very small on radar, but recent uptick in lightning. In fact, it is consistently thundering here in central Montcalm County from the storm that is over in the Carson City area. So again, a lot of power going into these storms, even the smallest storms right now that are still not even at severe limits for portions of the US 127 corridor south of Mount Pleasant. So those are the cells to watch. Obviously, we do have now development appearing on Lake Michigan and back here in West Michigan, not severe at the current time. And over here to the east side of the state, nothing severe either. We have one statement in effect for St. Clair and Macomb counties. The cell's primarily in St. Clair County right now. It is heading right up Gratiot Avenue. If there is any hail on this one, it would be on Caw Hill Road at Big Hand Road in southwestern St. Clair County. It's heading straight from Marysville and eventually towards Port Huron. But at the current time, not severe. We go up to the north, though, where severe has consistently been occurring over the last 3 hours now. We are now hopping into hour 3 of our live coverage. 1.25 inch hail report a couple minutes ago from Atlanta. This storm continues a severe thunderstorm warning for hail of 1.5 inches possible and 60 mile per hour winds. This is between Atlanta and Hillman at the current time. Again, in effect until 3:45 p.m. We also have this blanket severe thunderstorm warning for a line of storms that is now heading in towards Lost Lake Woods. In fact, I do believe we have a Lost Lake Woods camera. It is not. Oh, I think it's it's on my other source. Never mind. That is continuing towards Lost Lake Woods, Harrisville, Osneek, and Alpena. Hail here could be as high as 1 inch in diameter, with winds up to 60 miles per hour as well. We are watching a couple different areas of wind and downburst signatures all up and down this line right now. Lachine all the way down through Lost Lake Woods, and even down here into southern Alcona County, where arguably the strongest of the winds may be occurring right now. Just to the east of Glenny and just to the west of Mikado. And those winds are going to continue off to the east towards Harrisville and Mikado with time. Now we also have that new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 3:30 p.m. And this is moving in northeast at 35 miles per hour, also for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. So this is for portions of Ogemaw, southern Oscoda, and western Iosco counties for a cluster of cells that are in the Rose City area at the current time. Also a lot of converging wind fields to watch out for here as the atmosphere continues to destabilize this afternoon. We haven't really talked about it much yet, but we also have cells popping up across Manistee and Wexford counties. These storms are continuing to move off to the north towards Kingsley, pretty much going straight down M37 with time, about to cross over M42. And staying right now to the west of US 131. So that's Cadillac and points west at the current time. And that current time, by the way, bottom of your screen is 3:05 on June 16th. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, encompassing about 6 different counties. We also have a special weather statement in effect for St. Clair and Macomb, and a new special weather statement coming in right now for Macomb and Wayne. The special weather statement is for a tiny little cell that has just popped up on the north side of downtown Detroit in Hamtramck. Special weather statement for northeast Wayne and southern Macomb counties in effect till 3:45 p.m. Still well below severe limits, but they're going 40 mile per hour winds and half-inch size hail possible with these cells that have popped up right along I-94 and the Walter P. Chrysler Freeway, which is I-75, just south of Warren. That's going to continue out to the northeast, into Warren, into East Point, and eventually towards Fraser and St. Clair Shores. So do be mindful. 40-mile-per-hour winds and wind-driven hail also possible as we move on through the next 40 to 45 minutes in southern Macomb County. So Macomb County now has 2 statements in effect in different portions of the county. Just taking a look across the area. Again, still a lot of severe weather off to our west. It'll be circling in later this evening. This is why we are still waiting to see if a severe thunderstorm watch actually does get issued or a tornado watch for that line. Again, 80% chance of a watch being issued, which at the same time, there's a 20% chance that it doesn't.
I'm actual.
There we go.
Also, the chat wants me to let you know that it's pronounced Mikado.
Okay.
The only reason that I know they're right is because I had the exact same issue back on, I think it was Sunday, and I got roasted in the chat for calling it Mikado.
Okay.
So I had to
Mikado.
look it up. Mikado.
Okay.
Or Mike Ado. One of the two.
New spotter network report. Got 1-inch hail coming in. Reported at 2:20, so about 40 minutes ago in Oscoda County, 2 miles south of Comins. Which is about 5 to 10 miles north of Mayo. The cell that's in Montmorency County continues to impress. Correlation coefficient. There is a third body scatter spike that is in the clear slot of the storm on the south side of the severe thunderstorm warning. That is on McIntyre Road at Abbey Road, ABBE, and Clay Pit Road at Greasy Creek Road. Also, County Road 612 impacted by this line as well. So, moving down McIntyre Road, slightly off to the northeast as it redevelops here across the area. Again, large hail also trying to move in towards Hillman. Hail size could be upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter. There was quite the core here about one scan ago. On this hail core that is now passing over M33 at the current time. Also M32, of course. M32, M33 corridor between Atlanta and Hillman. And that is continuing off towards Hillman right now, at the current time being 3:09, now 3:10 here on Tuesday afternoon. If you guys have hail reports, again, we are looking all over the place right now for your hail reports. This cell in particular in central and eastern Montmorency County has quite the hail cores on it. Not discounting, of course, the Ogemaw cell and portions of our cells that are along Iosco through Alcona and Alpena counties, of course, but we are seeing those DBZ values on radar, those reds changing to pinks, dark grays, and even blacks on radar. Those values could mean rain droplets are the size of your thumb or greater, and when those rain droplets get advected up into the upper levels of the atmosphere, hail is easily able to form. And so we're seeing some very large hail right now in between Atlanta and Hillman, as well as south of Atlanta between Atlanta and Fairview, and that is your M33 corridor between Fairview and Atlanta. So any damage reports or any hail reports you guys got to send in, make sure to do so as soon as possible so we can forward those over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. We're looking for hail reports with a time and location measured next to a coin, ruler, or sports ball. Please make sure to keep our direct messenger inbox clear of questions. Again, we are not able to answer individual questions about certain cities, so please keep that mode of communication open for damage reports only. We do appreciate it. That way we're able to filter through our inbox a lot quicker. Storm motion for those who need to set storm motion vector, it is 218 at 25 right now. Is my radar behind?
I was wondering that myself.
I have 855. Something's not right here.
No, I have it too. It was like a 12-minute gap there.
Just realized that. I'm like, this isn't moving. It's not downloading either. Ryan, are you able to take your radar? I think it's up on WeatherWise.
It is.
Okay.
This is the 311 scan. So that is the updated radar for you guys. Worst of the hail core is just to the north and west of Hillman. Moving to the northeast toward Posen, Metz Township, and Belknap. Perhaps a downstream warning coming in for Presque Isle County momentarily. Further east, Ossining, Alcona, Guston, Mikado, and Harrisville. All on deck for storms. Also down here, a couple cells worth watching near Hale and Rose City. Backing up, taking a zoomed out look and animating. You're going to see a northeast movement on this radar on storm today as well. I did just get the update on GR2 on my end.
Yeah, I just came across as well. I stopped the polling and restarted the polling.
Taking a peek back down further south. Grand Rapids radar here. We have a line of storms developing in West Michigan. It's going to be roughly from Muskegon all the way down toward Ferrisburg, Holland, down toward Allegan. Again, I don't think this is the main event. The main event is still over Lake Michigan. I expect these storms here to be our primary concern. I do expect development as well further south here near the Chicago area to kind of fill in, perhaps once it gets on the shore here in West Michigan. So I still do think our threat, our highest concern is still to come.
I see someone commented Alpena isn't a warning. Technically speaking, Ryan, Alpena is not in a warning, although the storms are quickly approaching. It's another case of, is the orange polygon covering you? And the answer for Alpena is no, it is not. Unless you're on the west side of town, out there by the airport. This orange box cuts off just outside of town. Ossining, Alpena, Lost Lake Woods, Harrisville, not in a severe thunderstorm warning. Not sure if they'll add an additional severe thunderstorm warning. I would not be surprised if they did for this last little sliver here, but at the current time, no current severe thunderstorm warning for Harrisville, Lost Lake Woods, Ossining, and Alpena, despite the fact storms are now starting to exit that severe thunderstorm warning box. So you still want to be mindful of these strong to severe storms just off to your west and likely in a severe thunderstorm warning coming. We can tell you guys for certain that there's still likely gusty winds of up to 50 and likely 1-inch hail, especially down here on the south side of the storm. 1-inch hail probably falling near Mikado or whatever however it's pronounced.
You got it, Mikado. I sometimes say Mikado, but locals should know what it means.
This cell on the southern side is also a little bit of a elevated meso. There's a little bit of upper level rotation in it. Again, doesn't mean it's translating to the ground, but again, that storm is strong enough to where the entire structure itself is kind of rotating around very, very slowly, and hence why you're seeing reds and greens in the atmosphere about 4,500 feet off the ground with this storm. So it's worth monitoring just to see if the storm does increase in intensity. And right now, still some hail start trying to pop up on CC, but at the current time, just a normal severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to break in New Baltimore, viewer report of big hail.
Okay. That's down here in Macomb County.
Also, new warning coming in for Presque Isle.
How long ago?
As we mentioned a few minutes ago. That was real time.
Okay. Hopefully you can get a measurement on that.
If you are experiencing hail down there, feel free to send us a message with pictures if you can do so safely. So we can verify that. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, we're good. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the National Weather Service in Gaylord for portions of southwestern Presque Isle and a tiny sliver of northeastern Montmorency County till 4:15 p.m. At 3:16, a severe thunderstorm was located near Bisma Township, or 14 miles southeast of Onaway, moving north at 30 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail are possible. The storm source is radar indicated, and special text, the storm has had a history of producing damaging hail to the size of $half already. So it's kind of a observed threat, even though it does say radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm will be near Millersburg Hawks in Bisma Township around 3:20 at the earliest. Rogers City and Okiok around 3:35. And P.H. Hoft State Park, 40-mile point, in Hagensville around 3:40 p.m. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Moltke Township. For protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, stay away from windows. Wind-driven ping-pong ball-sized hail will shatter windows, shatter siding. On top of the fact that, wind can bring down trees. Again, windows are not a place to be by today in a wind-driven hail severe thunderstorm warning. So be mindful of that as the storm heads pretty much due north towards Rogers City and Huron Beach. And at some point, we will obviously have Rogers City cameras coming, hopefully down the pipeline, but we do not have those at the current time. I'm also pretty sure I pronounced that one correctly. Okiok, or I was close to it. Oqueoc is how it's spelled. You can see every single little orange rectangle on the radar here is a viewer report or spotter report or law enforcement report of 1-inch hail or greater, or some cases obviously less, throughout northeast and central Michigan today. A lot of these markers obviously not showing up because they've already come and gone. They've been placed out there and they've already been on the radar for an hour. So a lot of hail reports today. Curious to see how many we're up to total on the Storm Prediction Center website, but we got to be up close to at least 20 or 25 by now.
Yeah, there's been quite a few reports today. I can check to see. I don't know if they'll be updated in real time or not, but I can check. We have 10. 10 in Michigan and 1 Wisconsin. So Wisconsin got a lone hail report at some point today.
It feels like we've had more. We've had so many severe thunderstorm warnings over the last 3 hours and 15 minutes here.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think we had quite a few LSRs come in. I don't know how quick the map gets updated here, so we could have more coming in quite soon.
That is true. Alcona now getting in on a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is your extension downstream. That is the strongest part of the storm you were just mentioning, actually, Ryan. southern half of this line that is moving in towards Lake Huron. That is starting to rotate a little bit harder, yeah. National Weather Service in Gaylord issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Alcona County until 4:15 p.m. At 3:20, a severe thunderstorm was located near Mankato, or 8 miles east of Glenny, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. That's 30. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour winds, 60, and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated, of course, got timing on this being near Mankato and Lincoln around 3:25. Harrisville and Harrisville State Park as early as 3:30. Lost Lake Woods between now and 3:40, and Black River around 3:50. Once again, protection. Move to the interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Avoid those windows. They do not have tornado possible with this storm. But again, we're noticing that there's a little bit of increase in those upper level rotation within the mesocyclone itself. So this could easily be a thunderstorm that is strengthening and may take on an all hazards threat in the coming minutes. Not right now, but maybe down the road. At the very least, again, if it's not rotating winds, good straight line wind threat here as it moves in towards Lincoln and Mankato, eventually heading towards the M72 corridor west of Harrisville.
You'll have our ASL interpreter shortly.
Okay.
I don't know if she's up yet, but she'll be on shortly.
If you're going to troll in the YouTube chat, you will be blocked. I will say that right now.
As a friendly threat, our moderators are on top of it. So don't test them. They will take care of you. Our ASL translator is on.
Okay. Are we in the right? Yes, we are in the right room. Everybody, welcome in Dawn, our ASL interpreter for this afternoon. Down there in the bottom
Hi,
of
Dawn.
the screen. Also, new huge special marine warning just came in for Lake Huron. That is this entire blue box for this entire line of storms that stretches from Sheboygan down through Rogers City, Atlanta to Alpena, Harrisville down to Rose City and Tawas City. Thunderstorms all along this line could be producing winds of 34 knots or greater, and of course large hail. So if you know anyone that is out boating this afternoon on Lake Huron inside of this blue box, they're advising to seek safe harbor immediately. Also going back up to the north, this hail core has continued to intensify south of Millersburg and Hawks. Ryan, I have 78 dBz now. That's the highest pixel I've seen yet today. And it is in rural portions of Presque Isle County, but it would be quickly approaching Eastern State Trail, which connects Millersburg to Hawks. County Road
yeah. The hail marker on
638.
that?
Yeah, 2 inches or greater. Look at the third body scatter spike.
That's insanity. The core of this is well above 25,000 feet.
Yep. Your probability of severe hail, obviously 100%, and anywhere you see these white pixels. So large swath of significant hail likely falling right now in the Hawks and Millersburg area. Would not be shocked if they go considerable on this in any moment.
Agreed.
I'm going to take a look at the
That's going to head up.
hail core. Yeah,
That's heading toward Rogers
25,000
City
feet.
too. Sorry, it's heading toward Rogers City as well. So if you live in Rogers City and perhaps just south of Rogers City, you guys need to be aware of this. This is heading your direction. Likely very large hail falling here in Presque Isle County.
Yeah. The severe thunderstorm warning already says 1.5 inch diameter hail. Considerable starts at 1.75 inches, so it's very close to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as it stands.
I do have half dollar size on this one.
Huh. Oh, sorry. The storm has had a history of producing damaging hail to the size of $50, is what the text says.
Gotcha.
My bad.
Oh, you're all good. Just wanted to verify that because sometimes weather-wise isn't really the best there on warnings, at least. So
Yeah.
Keeping a close eye down there near Mikado as well. How's that rotation that we're keeping a close eye on? That does continue. It's pretty broad still, but worth watching as I head toward Harrisville and Greenbush areas in Alcona County.
So the main two cells we're watching right now are going to be the Harrisville storm and the Rogers City storm. The Rogers City storm, obviously a significant hail threat likely developing here. Again, we look for heavy rain. That's going to be your reds into the pinks. When we get those pinks up into the dark grays and even the black shading here on radar, again, those are some rain droplets that are likely the size of your thumb, if not greater. And right now, the hail core is up at about 25,000 feet. For reference, the freezing layer today, right now, and I believe it continues to get lower as the evening goes on, is around 9,000 to 10,000 feet. So there's 15,000 feet of that updraft that is sitting in the freezing layer. So all of that water that's sitting there is, becoming super cool liquid. It's tumbling around, accreting on each other, and eventually they turn into these hailstones that eventually fall to the surface. And because there's not much room between 9,000 feet in the ground, that's not much time for that hail to melt. So we're going to see some significant hailstones out there today across the state, especially right now here near Hawks. Can't discount the wind though either. Some gusty winds here on radar, on the velocity radar, around 45 miles per hour from 3,000 feet off the ground. Could be gusting as high as 50 or maybe even 60. Still watching this, I wouldn't say intense couplet, but definitely a rotating mesocyclone near Mikado, very uncomfortably close to Mikado, out here on Procunier Road. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. We have Cruisin Road as well, and McConnell Road. And so it's about 5 to 10 miles outside of Harrisville, heading your way. Large hail possible, 60 mile per hour winds possible. I think this is more of a wind risk than a hail risk at this point, as our core is starting to lose its oomph a little bit, but velocity shows that the winds have continued to increase. Now, granted, it is moving away from the radar site, so this may not all be translating to the ground. It's still something to be monitoring as it heads up towards Lincoln and Harrisville. I saw we had a new statement come in, Ryan.
Yeah, I saw that. It was for down further south,
Yeah.
Detroit area. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with our warning graphics right now because I'm getting wrong graphics downloading for some reason. So I'm trying to figure that out real quick.
Special weather statement has been issued for the Tri-Cities area, specifically northwestern Saginaw and Midland counties through 4:15 p.m. 3:27, Doppler radar was tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Bentley to Rhodes to Oil City to Breckenridge, and movement is northeast at 25 miles per hour. Ryan hazards on this, 40 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail.
Also, 75 dBz on the Presque Isle storm.
Still pretty intense up there. Again, look at that third body scatter spike. That's all of that blue.
Observe ping pong ball size on the storm now. Observe ping pongs.
Is that an update that just came in?
Yes.
Got it.
Trained weather spotters have reported ping pong ball size hail.
They have removed it from Canada Creek Ranch, the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Onaway, but it does continue for Millersburg, Hawks, Rogers City, and Huron Beach. And yes, ping pong ball size hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter for those who are curious. Observed here in the Hawks area. Again,
This is going to be. This is over West County Road 635, about to cross South Ward Branch Road up toward Moltke. This is heading directly into Belknap and also heading up toward Rogers City downtown. If you live in Rogers City, you should be inside and staying away from windows. Same thing on Belknap and Metz area, as well as Moltke. This is heading your direction and is likely very, very large hail falling. Ping pong ball size hail has been observed that can put dents in your cars and your sidings as well. Especially if there's wind with this. Wind-driven hail like that is nothing to mess around with. So be sure you're inside, away from windows. Wouldn't be a bad idea to head to your basement as well.
Yeah, as I'm going to mention the third body scatter spike here on our correlation coefficient radar. All of this area in blue, as a reminder for those who are just tuning in, when we see blue on radar, obviously we usually associate that with non-meteorological phenomenon such as debris. But in this case, it's actually the radar beam getting bended in a bunch of different directions as it's trying to pass through the storm. And so on the backside of the storm, it gives us this false return. And again, the larger the false return, usually the more significant the hail size is. We're seeing this huge area of blue out in the open space heading up towards Rogers City. Doesn't mean anything's happening at that location. It just means that whatever's happening in this storm is causing the radar beam to go absolutely nuts as it's trying to pass through this storm because of how large the hail is up there in the atmosphere. So again, ping pong ball sized hail, perhaps larger, could be falling very shortly in the Hawks region between Hawks and Millersburg. As a reminder, damage reports can be sent in to our messenger with time and location, as specific as possible. With multiple cells moving through sometimes the same area today, it is important that you do put a time and location stamped with your damage report. If it is hail, make sure to measure your hail with a coin, a ruler, or a sports ball to kind of give us an idea of how large the hail is in your hand. Because again, everyone's hands are different sizes and it doesn't really help us much. If you have really small hands, it makes the hail look a lot larger than it actually is. So ruler, coin, or a golf ball, for example, is a good way to measure it in reference to what has fallen. Still finding that interesting, Ryan. They issued that mesoscale discussion, and it was an 80% chance of a watch. They have not issued it yet, and that discussion expired at 3:15, so they were supposed to issue it by 3:15, technically speaking. Do you have any information on that?
I did not at this time. I do know that they were waiting a bit longer to issue, but I don't have any further information besides that. I do know our risk is taking its sweet old time over Lake Michigan, so they may just be waiting to see if they're going to actually develop within this environment or not.
Yep.
And those cells over Lake Michigan do seem pretty intense.
A lot of lightning on these ones for sure.
Cells moving through Berry County, Kalamazoo County, Allegan right now, as well as Ottawa and Kent. Not severe on those, at least not this time. Everything there looks to be sub-severe, just garden variety with some general thunderstorms passing through. No concern immediately with those cells. I'm going to pull up our cameras and hope my computer doesn't crash. I want to check out our Port Austin cam.
Ryan, for some reason, my computer
Elevated.
doesn't let me stream our Apex software. So, for future reference, ever. So anytime I want to bring in that software, it's going to have to be you.
We'll talk later about what that means. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but
Yeah, I just can't bring in any of our Apex cameras. So Lewiston earlier, Lost Lake Woods, Houghton Lake, couldn't use any of those. I will mention this. I know we mentioned earlier the Storm Prediction Center only had the severe risk up until the midday update, marginal risk up to the US 10 corridor. We here at MSC put out a severe risk all the way up to the Mackinac Bridge for today for wind and hail because, again, the widespread nature of these storms and how much energy is out there. We expected this severe weather to be all up there in some capacity to the north. Probabilities probably could have been higher, but nevertheless, again, severe was forecast today from us here at MSC, all the way up there into the northern half of the lower peninsula. Tornadoes today, though, primarily going to be south of I-96 and I-69. This is primarily going to be an evening threat for tornadoes as our spin increases along with a line that is expected to move through, likely with this line that is developing on Lake Michigan at the current time. That'll swing into West Michigan within the next hour or two and likely increase in intensity as the evening goes on. So prepare accordingly. Not everyone, of course, is going to get severe weather with this line moving on or into West Michigan, later this evening, but something to be monitoring in West Michigan that has not seen much today in terms of strong to severe storms. That doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. Go back up north here to our storms. The higher DBZ values that were on radar for the cell in Millersburg and Hawks have since decreased a little bit. The wind is still there and the hail obviously still falling, but you can see our third body scatter spike has started to decrease in intensity a little bit. So good news there. Hopefully that is starting to weaken as it heads up towards Rogers City. Same thing for our storm heading into Harrisville. The upper level meso on this storm has started to decrease in intensity as well. So it looks like we're starting to at least come to a conclusion for some of these cells that are moving in towards the Lake Huron area. But again, more storms are still popping up off to the west. So we can't write you off completely until the night is done. It's just for this temporary purpose here. We do have these storms that are starting to move on to Lake Huron. So give it about another half hour, and a lot of this rain that you see on radar along US 23 will be on Lake Huron. And then our attention will be turned back to these cells to the west. In fact, we already are starting to look at these cells to the west as, once again, these cells are starting to pop up very quickly with cloud tops already up around 30,000 feet in some cases. So we'll keep an eye on it. I know
Hey, Joel.
right here in the Grayling area, that storm's already up at 30,000. Go ahead, Ryan.
So we don't have a camera in Rogers City, but I know of a camera in Rogers City. I'm sharing that over here right now. This is put up by the Rogers City Marina in the city. I am not controlling this. It's looping around. You can see the storm approaching right there. This is facing west. You can see the shelf cloud very top of your screen there, and the rain tucked in behind it. I'm not moving the camera. It's doing it by itself, or somebody else is, because I'm not in control of this. But we'll have a little bit of a view here if we can get the camera to stay still for 1 second.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it, but we'll have a look at how big the wind is here as it moves into Rogers City, where that velocity signature is actually showing up. And that wind is basically heading right into the town. On radar, at least.
Mm. We're starting to get... Go ahead, Ryan.
Nothing. I'm just laughing at how this camera just keeps on moving. Presque County, 6 miles southwest of Hawks. Spotter reports hail of ping pong ball. there's your confirmed report why the warning got upgraded there.
They also put in another report from around 2:58 this afternoon, 3 miles south of Rose City in Ogama County. Another 1-inch report there. Kind of par for the course of what has happened so far across northeast lower Michigan today. Also getting reports now in chat and behind the scenes of hail now falling in the storms in the Hudsonville and Plainwell area. Yeah, for some reason the YouTube stream keeps doing its loopy thing where it looks like I'm rapping. Don't know why.
Check your CPU while you're at it.
What'd you say?
Check your usage of what your computer's doing right now.
It's not that bad.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have a lot of things open though. So the number of storms we do currently have in Michigan right now is in the probably not even, well, we're getting close to probably the 75 to 80 range. Every single individual cell, there's probably around 80 of them individually today, currently ongoing across the state. Ryan, not sure if we caught this or if you mentioned it. 54 mile per hour gust earlier from the Detroit Metro International Airport. Again, that's 54 mile per hour recorded at, what time was that at? 2:48, so about an hour ago. Some small hail and gusty winds still continuing, obviously, through Macomb County, heading up into New Baltimore right now. Also, main hazard lightning. Make sure to avoid outdoor activities if you are hearing thunder at the current time. We'll see a lot of that as the evening goes on. To the north, Midland, Bay County, portions of Saginaw County. Special weather statement in effect until about 4:15 this afternoon. 40 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail. Ryan, the cell heading into Freeland. I feel like Freeland has been the center of attention this week with how much damaging wind they've had and now perhaps a severe hail producer. I do have an indicator of perhaps 1-inch hail or 1.25-inch hail heading into Freeland right now, although correlation coefficient not that significant. Go ahead.
Want to take mention the cells heading into Kent County right now. I know you mentioned hail report in Hudsonville, I believe. The wind on that is also starting to increase just a little bit heading into Grand Rapids as well. So perhaps intensification happening with these cells in West Michigan.
Some relief for northeast lower Michigan. That elongated severe thunderstorm warning that included portions of Alpena, Alcona, and Iosco counties has been dropped, or it ran out of time. It's 3:45. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for another 29 minutes for the Lost Lake Woods and Harrisville region. This is for 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail possible. A lot more disorganized than it was about 10 to 15 minutes ago. The storm that is the most organized right now, although a little bit less organized compared to a couple minutes ago, is the Rogers City storm.
Rogers City camera is showing gusty winds. However, it is going haywire. It will not stay still.
We're okay. Zooming in on a boat.
I'm not controlling this camera. I'm not in charge of it. It's just publicly available on the internet, and it's from the city of the marina there, and I can't control it.
What a great view.
Yeah, it got pretty windy here. The camera's actually shaking. Trees are blowing, and then we just zoomed into this. Oh, here we go.
I wonder if the person who's controlling the camera is watching the stream. Can we turn it so there we go.
It's not going to stay there.
Nope, it's not. But there's a nice little bit of cloud structure above it. I'm getting dizzy just watching.
Yeah.
This is a reminder of
Looks
why
like
we need our own weather camera network, so we're not relying on this. Nope. Beautiful water. Incredible. Oh. Wow.
Probably should take off the screen at this point.
Yeah. It's going to zoom in on a window next or something.
Something.
Went from the hose to the water to another boat. But yeah, we do have Rogers City cameras planned of our own in the future. It's just been in development for a while, so.
Gonna watch the is it Fife or Fife Lake area? Got some increased velocity in that particular area. Just north of Manton there, South Calcasta. Yeah, they're watching that carefully. Looks like it lines up with the better
I believe it's pronounced like life, so Fife.
Okay.
If I recall correctly in chat. I've pronounced it both ways before, so.
I somehow recall you saying Fife.
I have said it before. Now I'm not going to stop thinking about the Rogers City camera.
I can pull it back in if you want me
It's
to.
going to be a highlight of my day. Just flying around in all directions. Laura, if you are interested in sponsoring a weather camera, feel free to reach out to us. Ryan is your contact point. He's right below me here on stream. His email is ryan@michiganstormchasers.com. So, again, if you're interested in sponsoring a weather camera, it's probably going to run you around, what do you say, Ryan, $2 to $3 grand, depending on how many cameras you want and labor. It's a one-time
Depending on what
install.
kind of camera you want to, we have options.
Yep.
I do have pull back up if you want to go laugh again. It's still doing its thing. It's stable now. It actually just zoomed in here.
We can actually see the wind. A little bit there.
Just a bit. Oh, there we go. Not too windy though.
Oh my gosh. What are we doing?
We apologize if we're causing you to be dizzy.
It's not our doing. It's someone else.
It is our doing to pull it up and show you guys all over the place again.
It keeps focusing in on that boat there for some reason. Everyone wants to keep looking at that red boat.
I think it's a preset location for the cam.
It must be.
New warning incoming for the Tri-Cities.
Yep. That makes sense. Again, there's been an increase in that storm over the last couple scans here. Still not seeing it on correlation coefficient, at least from Gaylord. I'll check the Detroit radar. Again, it's kind of out in the middle of no man's land in terms of our radar coverage. Here's the new orange box popping in. Please load. There we go. So the National Weather Service Detroit Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Western Bay, northwestern Saginaw, and southeastern Midland. All three counties in southeastern Michigan until 4:45 p.m. At 3:49, a severe thunderstorm was located near Midland, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Radar indicated, of course. And for timing, we got Midland and Auburn around 3:55. Call-in and Linwood around 4:05, and Pinconning around 4:15. Included in this severe thunderstorm warning, we also have Crump, Gordonville, Poseyville, Willard, and the Bay City State Recreation Area. Also, special text, people attending Dow Diamond should seek safe shelter immediately. I would imagine that's due to a baseball game of some sort. We do have a Midland cam.
We do. I was actually getting that pulled up in a few minutes. I had it opening. My camera should be sharing. I gotta find it first, though.
There we go.
There's your 702 bar cam. Facing west out of Midland. Looking at the radar in comparison to the camera, the storm is just off the left of the screen.
I have seen a couple lightning bolts as well.
Also, I want to take a quick peek at Charlotte too, because there's a nice looking storm passing in front of the camera there. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Actually has a pretty good core on that. There in Eaton County might be one to watch for some hail in a few minutes or a few more scans.
So we're down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. The newest one, of course, being Midland, Bay, and portions of Saginaw County, anywhere in that orange-shaped box. The way it's shaped, Ryan, it kind of looks like a little cat. Two little ears on the north side of that. I don't know if you noticed that. But shapes in polygons, they come out in full force sometimes. And so that cat-shaped severe thunderstorm warning does include Midland and Bay County. If you are in the cat-shaped severe thunderstorm warning, you are in, well, the warning. If you're outside of that orange box, you're technically not in that severe thunderstorm warning, but you should be on standby. There's a decent cell between Hope and Rhodes that is in northern Midland County and far southern Gladwin County that could also get a statement or a warning at any time. There's decent velocity returns on this, and of course a decent core that could produce some strong to severe hail, which is upwards of 1 inch at any moment. But for the current time, the main cell to watch is the one that is in Midland, heading into Auburn and Freeland. Severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed. It now just includes Huron Beach and Rogers City. The hail size dropped to 1 inch in diameter, still winds of 60 possible, primarily in the Rogers City area. There's 20 minutes left at most on both severe thunderstorm warnings in northeastern lower Michigan. The one for Harrisville and the one for Rogers City. Both of them, once again, in effect for 1 inch hail and or 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same hazards down here for the new severe thunderstorm warning, which expires in 49 minutes. That's going to be 4:45 p.m. for expiration. Bay, Midland, and Saginaw counties. There are no more special weather statements in effect for southeastern Michigan. For southwestern Michigan, you guys now have cells popping up, as Ryan was mentioning, on both the Charlotte cam, some of our other cameras here. The Vermontville cam probably has a good view on it as well, Ryan.
On my screen right now.
Facing east.
Yep, I got the one facing east. And also the one facing the west. Courtesy of Vermontville Fire Department. Appreciate them sponsoring these 2 cameras.
Yeah, Vermontville and Charlotte, both of their fire departments coming in clutch by sponsoring a weather camera there. And as we turn it to the west, you can see a bunch of those other individual cells way out there in the distance. That cell you see on the left side of the screen, the two cells actually on the left side of the screen, the furthest left cell is all the way down in Kalamazoo, so that is quite the viewpoint. And the cell more in the center of the screen, center left side, is about 10 miles southwest of Hastings, so very close to the Hooper area, which is on the border of Berry and Allegan County. So these cameras in Vermontville, they have a viewpoint that is all the way across the county.
SPC update for today. They continue the slight risk across South Michigan. Marginal risk is extended north.
Yeah, wow. They put the marginal risk all the way up to the Upper Peninsula now.
Indeed. We are up to 15 hail reports. Sorry, 14 reports. I gotta account for the one in Wisconsin. Still.
Yeah, there are cells popping up. Looks like along the lake breezes up there in the Upper Peninsula. Nothing severe, of course, at the current time, but deserves monitoring. Back down to West Michigan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the cells in Eaton and Berry County are going to be the next ones to watch because there's rapid intensification going on with those cells. So I'd anticipate probably a hail risk here may develop. A large hail risk could develop here at any point. The cores of these continue to grow with every new scan.
Yeah, that Vermontville camera is awesome. If you guys have tower cam views like that, you'd like to put an MSC camera up on, love to sponsor, feel free to reach out. Ryan at MichiganStormChasers.com, or again, our contact email is contact@MichiganStormChasers.com. It'll obviously just be sent over to Ryan anyways, but those are your contact points if you would like to sponsor a weather camera. We also have new ones coming soon that we will be announcing in the days to come. So we're excited to share those with you guys when the time's right.
Yeah, we actually have several cams that have recently been installed here across the state, and we have more plans. So excited to finally announce those. It's been so busy lately. Haven't had time to announce them between everything that's happened the past week. So
Yeah, that line is starting to develop a little more now on Lake Michigan, all the way back down to Chicago, a couple cells popping up. So that'll be the area to watch as it swings into West Michigan later this evening. Again, these storms are moving really slow. 23 knots is the storm motion vector on the storms on Lake Michigan. So it's around 25 to 30 miles per hour. So it's going to be a little bit before those storms make it over into West Michigan. And that will be the primary focal point for any tornado risk later tonight. Otherwise, we continue with a wind and hail risk for any cells across the Lower Peninsula and portions of the Upper Peninsula. If you're just tuning in from Bay, Midland, or Saginaw County, if you're in Saginaw itself, you're not in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's just northern parts of your county. Midland, Pinconning, Auburn, and Freeland, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning as denoted by the orange box on the screen. Remains in effect till 4:45 p.m. Once again, that is 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail. The cells in the Rockford and Grand Rapids area still continuing to intensify right now. I know we keep getting reports of P-sized hail in the Grand Rapids area and Rockford area. Still a lot of heavy pinks showing up here. ZDR radar, which is an intensity of the buoyancy of storms. Still some hot colors showing, which means these storms are still on the rise. We also have a 1-inch hail marker starting to pop up just south of Rockford on Northland Drive at Cutshill Drive, which is going to be the M44 corridor, just where M44 kind of turns and heads off to the east. So that storm may get another statement or a warning soon for some severe hail. It just depends on how much it will continue to increase over the coming minutes. It is strong enough to where it is producing its own barrage of lightning, multiple strikes per minute right now in the Rockford area. So if you have activities going on in Rockford or anywhere in the Grand Rapids area right now, we have duo cells moving through, producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Also, down to the south, Barry County and Galesburg, Augusta, these two cells that we were watching from the Vermontville camera, still moving in off to the east at a relatively slow clip. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, also the main hazard, as well as some P to half-inch sized hail. One lone cell heading into Grand Ledge. Grand Ledge could use a break, but unfortunately we do have another storm moving in. Not severe, of course, but same story as the other cells in the West Michigan area. Plenty of lightning and some hail that could be upwards of around a half an inch in diameter. Go ahead.
New warning incoming for Kent County.
Okay.
It's going to be for the cell by Rockford.
Got it.
Also want to take note the cells in Barry and Eaton continue to intensify. So I would not be shocked to see some statements or perhaps other warnings incoming as well soon. The Vermontville cam continues to have a great visual on these cells.
You've got a new statement coming in, by the way, Ryan.
Yep, I see it.
That's that lone cell up here in the Kalkaska region. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go to the statement first, of course. Strong thunderstorm will impact southeastern Antrim and northwestern Crawford and Kalkaska counties through 4:45. 4:02, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm over Sigma, or 7 miles southeast of Kalkaska, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Once again, that is 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail, so very close to severe limits. Kalkaska, Mansalona, Antrim, Sharon, Frederick, Sigma, Dara, spelled D-A-R-R-A-G-H. We got Hartwick Pine State Park and Blue Lake Township all in this new special weather statement. That is up there, denoted by this tan box as it heads up towards the Frederick and Otsego Lake area. It's a new warning coming in. Boy, that almost included me.
Almost.
Almost included me there. New severe thunderstorm warning. There it is, as Ryan was mentioning, coming in for the cell north of Grand Rapids. Issued for northeastern Kent County and central Montcalm County until 4:45 p.m. At 4:03, severe thunderstorm was located over Rockford, or 12 miles northeast of Grand Rapids, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazards are going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, and wind damage to roof siding trees also possible. Greenville, Stanton, Rockford, Lakeview, Cedar Springs, Sidney, Langston, Gowan, Antrishan, Trufant, Kings Corner, Lincoln Lake, and Northview are in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Specialty text says prepare immediately for large hail and damaging winds. People outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building. Stay away from windows. Again, wind-driven hail is possible with a severe thunderstorm warning.
Those cells over Lake Michigan are heading up our direction still. Watching those very closely.
Yeah, there's the
A
watch.
new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Better late than never.
Better late than never.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
So counties are going to be Allegan, Berry, Berrien, Branch, Calhoun, Cass, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Hillsdale, Ingham, Ionia, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Kent, Montcalm, Ottawa, St. Joseph, and Van Buren County until 11 o'clock tonight.
Hazards on this new severe thunderstorm watch. Again, this is southwest Michigan. They're going to go with a couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to ping pong ball size possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour also possible. Total population in this severe thunderstorm watch includes 8.7 million people, along with 3,112 schools. Once again, severe thunderstorm watch now in effect till 11 p.m. across southwest Michigan tonight. May or may not see a severe thunderstorm watch extended east, but again, with time tonight, we will lose our instability. So keep an eye on that. The graphic will also be on the page here probably right now.
It is.
So
It is.
feel free to go check it out on Facebook. We do not have that up on any other platform. So Facebook is your go-to for the graphic for all the counties in that severe thunderstorm watch. Hail marker now indicating upwards of 2-inch hails possible. We'll go ahead and take a look at the 3D scan for Rockford. Oh, wow, yeah. 23,000 feet on the hail core. It's also pretty wide. Of note, it is pretty close to the radar as well. So the full potential may not be all there. But again, 2-inch hail indicator popping up on a radar, but the severe thunderstorm warning is 1 inch and 60 mile per hour winds. Also cell popping
You're
up
also
in
starting-
Greenville. Go ahead.
Also starting to see development across the Chicago over Lake Michigan area.
Mhm.
Those are the cells that I am most concerned about of the day. Those further south. Those are just starting to pop. I would be not highly concerned, but out of all the storms today, if there's going to be anything damaging wind-wise or tornadic in nature, it's probably going to be with those southern Lake Michigan cells.
Yep. We got some very large hail potentially falling now. There's your updated scan. DBZ value is around 72 on 13 Mile at Myers Lake Avenue.
Getting a viewer report of ping pong ball sized hail out of Kent County now as well. I'm not sure if that's legit, but it's a viewer report. If you guys have pictures or anything that can confirm that, please send those our direction.
Yeah, that. If you have
So
pictures,
it's very
yeah, that-
difficult for us to confirm that just by verbal word of mouth. So
Yeah. But what we're looking at on radar right now is the intensity of the rain that's falling. And like we saw up north earlier this afternoon, by the way, those severe thunderstorm warnings, one for Rogers City has been dropped. The one for Harrisville expired in 4 minutes. That's pretty much off on Lake Huron. These cells on radar, obviously the reds are going to be your heavy rain. When they get into the pink, the dark gray, and even the black shading on radar, those rain droplets, as I keep referencing, could be as large as your fingernail or your thumb. And again, when you get those advected up above the freezing layer, which is around 10,000 feet up today, very reminiscent of a late fall or early spring system here in the Great Lakes. We get some pretty decent sized hail, and I would not be surprised if we do have some 1-inch hail, maybe even upwards of 1.5 inch hail falling in the 14-mile area, which is M57. That is heading up into Cedar Springs, so that needs to be monitored if you are in that stretch between Cedar Springs and Greenville at the current time. Back up over to the Bay and Midland County areas. The severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for just Bay County now. The cell in question is on 75. It's actually split into two. We have a cell to the east and a cell to the west of 75. Center of the core on Beaver Road at 11 Mile. And the other cell to the north and east is going to be on Linwood Road, right along the lakeshore here. And South Linwood Beach Road. So Linwood at Linwood Beach, essentially. And that is heading pretty much due north, going straight up the shoreline of the Saginaw Bay.
I'll be right back, Joel.
Okay. Storms are moving in from west to east with time today. And then, again, they're kind of swinging up because we do have a low-pressure system that is situated to the north of the state. And so, again, low-pressure systems move counterclockwise. Holy cow. I don't know if you guys could hear that. That thunder. That jump scared me very, very quickly there. Goodness. And I had my headphones in too, and they're noise canceling. So the fact that I heard that through my headphones, that thunder was very loud. So hey, keep it down out there. Yeah, honestly. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning in Kent County is heading up my way here. So I'm actually starting to hear the thunder from that storm. I'm still watching the storm intensify in Kalkaska County as well. That's on M72 at Baker Road. And that is going to be continuing up towards Frederick and Otsego Lake with time. May need to watch that for a short-fused severe thunderstorm warning. And there goes our warning for Harrisville. This storm is now offshore. The only severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect are Bay County and portions of Kent and Montcalm counties. The storm in Bay County is primarily on the edge of the Saginaw Bay and Bay County. So if you're in Pinconning and the I-75 corridor heading north out of Call-In, you just want to be on alert. That orange box indicates 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail is possible. Most storm motion right now, by the way, for those who are just tuning in this evening, current time, 4:14 p.m. Storm motion's moving off to the northeast around about 25 to 30 miles per hour. They are upgrading the severe thunderstorm warning right now. Cedar Springs and Greenville. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded in terms of the text. Remains in effect till 4:45. At 4:14, a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles northeast of Rockford or 8 miles west of Granville. Moving northeast at 45. Hazard now ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Large hail damaging winds are expected. And again, ping-pong ball-sized hail is 1.5 inches in diameter. As it moves up to the north. Again, crossing over Becker Street, 17-mile road, and Sunset Shore Drive right now, eventually heading up towards 18-mile, and Tisdale Avenue. Again, very large hail. Let's look at the correlation coefficient radar. A little bit of a third body scatter spike indicating some larger hail mixing in. Not as crazy as we saw earlier today, of course, but again, on correlation coefficient radar, we are looking for these yellows and these greens mixing in with, as you can see, a lot of the reds surrounding the area. And so we can see that right in this area I'm circling on radar. A lot of yellows and greens kind of mixing in there. Right again on Becker Street at Pine Lake Avenue and Tisdale Avenue. So if you know anybody in Cedar Springs, Greenville, Trufant, Sand Lake area, the storm continues to move off to the north-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. Make sure to shelter away from windows where ping pong ball sized hail may be thrown into your house, I guess, at this point, because it is wind-driven hail in some cases. Core to the north, we have Core 1 and Core 2 in Central Bay County, still heading up towards Pinconning at the current time of 4:16 p.m. Again, these are the only two warnings in the state. There are no other statements out there. Other cells we're watching, Hastings down to Battle Creek. Could be some pea-sized hail. We also have Eagle and Grand Ledge with a decent downpour there. Right now, not seeing too much in terms of the wind, although Hastings looks a little gusty. And of course, obviously up here in the Sand Lake and Cedar Springs area, it's looking a little gusty. For the most part, we're still below severe limits for any storms that are not in an orange box shown on the screen. So it's a pretty impressive storm in a Cedar Springs area right now. There was no rotation in Midland, just a FYI. Again, let us do our job. It is not rotation. That is quite literally a mess of winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Again, we're not concerned about tornadoes yet. We had a little bit of an elevated mesocyclone earlier up there in Harrisville, but again, we are not close to rotating thunderstorms yet. We're still got about probably another hour or so before our best chances at rotating thunderstorms do move in, which is going to be associated with this line moving in from Lake Michigan.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I just made a quick video update for the page for those of you guys who are not tuned in. So I'll be going up here shortly.
Okay. Ryan, while you were away, ping pong ball size hail now possible in Cedar Springs.
Yeah, I saw they updated the warning. I didn't see what the update was for, so I'm not surprised by that at all. That's a pretty good core on that storm. Not surprised by any means. It's also one of those spots we don't really have too many cameras on the north part of Kent and the west part of Montcalm. We have the obviously Crystal Cam. That's about it.
Yep.
I got the Julie Bacon camera pulled up from preferred rate in Ada. Facing to the east northeast here on the left side of your screen, you can definitely see the storm passing off in eastern Kent. Also, keeping a close eye on the Hastings cell. I'm sure you've been talking about this when I've been away, but it looks like perhaps a downburst occurring with that cell. A little bit of a downburst feature there. Probably some good sized hail falling too. I would be a little bit concerned for Barry County. There's actually two cells with hail cores on them, kind of dual coring it in the central and southern part of the county there. I'm kind of curious if they're going to statement that or warn that. It's going to be heading up toward Vermontville cams as well as Charlotte cams. I'm going to get the Vermontville cams pulled up here.
Go for it.
Courtesy of Vermontville Fire here. This is facing west. You can see the first core is dead center of your screen. The second is off to the left here. It doesn't look that much on the tower cam, but you're also a couple hundred feet in the air, so it's going to look a little bit different than what it's going to look like on the ground. The cell up in Clinton County is also catching my eye too. The Westphalia area. We actually have a camera in Westphalia. Let's check that one out. Left side of your screen, that's going to be where the hail's going to be. So we got a lot of stuff tracked this evening here. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours. It's crazy.
I know. Time has flown by. We went live at noon today. A little bit earlier than expected. It's around an hour early. I was just about to say. I was literally just about to say something about that. I was looking in back end chat to see.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I was really curious. I'm also curious if we're going to get one for Clinton County as well.
Yeah.
For Barry, Eaton counties, a warning for hail and wind until 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning. Got
Hillsdale.
Eastern Barry, Western Eaton until 5 p.m. at 4:21. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Hastings to 8 miles northeast of Gull Lake. Movement northeast at 25 miles per hour. Hastings, Nashville, Bellevue, Assyria, Calamo, Olivet, Vermontville, Sunfield, Woodland, Banfield, Dowling, Woodbury, and Lacey are all in this new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Eaton and Barry counties. And Ryan, of course, has that Vermontville cam on standby if there's anything of interest.
Yeah, I'll just leave it up for now.
Sweet. Yeah, would not be shocked if they also go and pull the trigger on the Westphalia storm in Clinton County. They'll be heading up towards St. John's in due time, likely also for that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Kent and Montcalm counties for ping pong ball sized hail. That's 1.5 inches in diameter. Still a decent amount of hail and perhaps a little bit of wind trying to mix in there on 21 Mile Road at Penny Avenue.
I have a report on the Indiana Weather Network of looks like pea to dime size hail coming out of Angola, heading up into Hillsdale County. Also just got a confirmed report out of Kent County of quarter size, 5 miles west of Greenville.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's your new special weather statement for portions of southwestern Hillsdale County. 50-mile-per-hour winds and 0.5-inch hail. Moving off to the northeast, about 40 miles per hour. Camden and Montgomery will need to be on alert for that cell there as it rolls into southern Michigan.
The warning for Bay has been continued, but they dropped the hail. It is now just for wind.
Yes, as our moderators mentioned in chat, if you guys have hail reports to send in today, please do so with a ruler or a coin. I know coins are kind of obsolete here in 2026, but if you guys got coins on you, I know a lot of us can just jump into our vehicle and grab a coin out of the cup holder. Feel free to use that as a reference point for your hail that's falling at your place. Do appreciate those reports, and we'll send those over to the local National Weather Service office so that they can continue/confirm whether or not the severe is happening during or underneath some of these storms. Well, we do appreciate everyone putting the hail into their hands. Again, everyone's hands are different sizes, so it's hard to eyeball test the hail size when you're using your hand as a reference point. So the storm that is up here in Trufant, very far northern portion, northeast corner of Kent County, it's continuing to move more north than east, and so we may see a slight extension of the warning just outside the box. We'll see. I think right now, for the current time, the current orange box obviously is good, but there's a little bit of an extension trying to stick up towards Howard City and eventually heading towards Lakeview. So would not be shocked if we saw some sort of an extension off to the northeast versus northeast in the next update here for hail and, of course, for wind. Ryan, Julie says, us Aldi shoppers are always prepared with a quarter. I think you're muted, Ryan.
I laughed. I said she's not wrong.
Getting a couple pixels up here, about 50 miles per hour in the Trufant area, and that is about 1,800 feet off the ground. It's probably the best wind signature I've seen yet today with these storms. Perhaps an indication that our shear is starting to uptick a little bit as the evening goes on. So we have the reflectivity and the velocity dual pane right now. Reflectivity on the left, velocity on the right. And velocity is the measurement of the winds, where we see the brighter colors showing up, either reds or greens. There's heavier wind in that storm. So you can see up here in the Trufant area, as it's now moving into Montcalm County, there are a couple indications that some of these pixels are picking up on 50 to maybe 52 mile per hour winds. Now granted, 1,900 feet off the ground. But higher winds definitely possible up here in the Howard City Lakeview region.
The cell in Allegan County also is catching my eye as well, just north and west of Wayland.
Yeah, I've been watching that one. The correlation coefficient is best on the cell, actually closer to Hopkins than it is to the one to the north. But both of those have decent cores on them. And those will be heading towards our Moline camera and Wayland camera. Current time right now is 4:29 p.m. here on the 16th of June, 2026. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside President of Operations Ryan below me. We also have our ASL interpreter Dawn with us tonight. We got you covered from beginning to end here at MSC. If you're new here to Michigan Storm Chasers, quick promo, of course, is we have not missed a single severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state dating back through late 2023. So if you need a new home for severe weather coverage year-round, 24/7, no matter the time of the day, no matter the time of the week, anytime warnings pop up, we'll be live tracking right here on MSC YouTube, Facebook, X, and Twitch TV. Clinton and Gratiot's getting a new warning. They're also continuing severe thunderstorm warning for Montcalm County and far northeastern Kent. They have downgraded the hail back to 1 inch in diameter and 60 mile per hour winds for the Kent. Here's your new warning coming in for the Clinton County storm. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gratiot in northern Clinton County until 5:15 p.m. At 4:30 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of St. John's, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazards with this one, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, kind of par for the course for most of our storms today. Inside of this new orange box, we have St. John's, Elsie, Eureka, Fowler, North Star, Westphalia, Maple Rapids, Ashley, Pompeii, and Bannister. Scared me for a second. I heard a ding for a tornado warning, but that was way down in Florida. So I was like, that can't be Michigan. It's not. But back to our storm at hand. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of northern Clinton and southern Gratiot County. It's heading for St. John's first. And there's quite the decent hail core on that. Kind of average with what we've been seeing today so far. Hail core up to about 21,000 feet. Again, the freezing layer starts about 10,000 feet. So a lot of these storms.
Back to make a phone call.
Oh, good. All of these storms today have shown signs of producing hail. So we now have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Obviously, we still have the one up here in Bay County, which is at the current time still trying to impact Pinconning. But it is kind of your run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Right now, there's not really a general location for where this is happening. It's kind of just within the line itself, anywhere where you see these reds. Again, the velocity signatures are somewhat there, but again, it's really far away from radar. It's really hard to tell just exactly where the gustiest of the winds are occurring. Again, best indication right now, according to what we do have with velocity, is right here near East Erickson Road and East Coggins Road. And that is going to be to the east of North Huron Road. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. And my weather radio is now going off. Well, that doesn't include much of Kent County, but it does. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Kent County and southeastern Mecosta County and Montcalm County until 5:15 p.m. At 4:33, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Morley to 5 miles east of Greenville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible with this storm. Does say people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail to damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Again, this is a ping pong ball sized hail severe thunderstorm warning for Greenville, Stanton, Howard City, Edmore, Lakeview, Canadian Lakes, Crystal, Sydney, Remus, Millbrook, Sheridan, McBride, Sylvester, Westville, Gowan, Cedar Lake, Antrim, Amble, Indian Lake, and Vestaburg. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5-inch diameter hail is possible inside of this new severe thunderstorm warning, primarily for Montcalm and southeastern Mecosta counties. 5:15 p.m. is the expiration time. I should be okay in terms of where I'm at in relative location to the severe thunderstorm warning, but I know Ryan's in the background. Ryan, I'm just might need to be in a more interior room here if that storm does get a little bit closer, so I'll let you know. The gustiest of the winds right now, though, 52 miles per hour showing up on Cannonsville Road. That's Cannonsville Road near Monroe Road. The alert you just heard on my phone is my severe thunderstorm warning coming in for the storm. About to cross over M91 between Lakeview and Greenville. It's this entire core. It extends all the way from Lakeview down to Trufant, all the way down to Greenville at the current time, and it is pushing off to the northeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Down to the south, St. John's, storm getting closer, about 2 miles outside of town right now. Airport Road, Townsend Road, Lowell Road, and South Francis Road under the center of the core for the hail that could be falling there in central Clinton County. We head to the south. We do have a little bit of wind trying to pick up on the southern cell inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. And again, there's 2 cells here. So we have Woodland to Nashville and Nashville down south to about 7 miles south of Nashville. Both of these cells producing perhaps some large hail, especially the storm to the south. This one does have a little bit of a hooking feature on it. That is something to watch for, perhaps a little bit of rotation in the future. Not yet, but of course, we'll be watching North Avenue near Maple Grove Road, and of course, Lawrence Road near Berryville Road. Wind and hail are possible this cell. Primarily just hail up here between Hastings and Woodland. Center of this cell right now on Bain Road at Wellman Road, and Coates Grove near North Martin Road. It's about 3 miles south of Woodland at the current time. So we have 3, 4, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. The Bay County one with the storm heading off into Saginaw Bay. This one expires in 7 minutes. Still watching a couple strong storms up in the Thumb area, of course. Saginaw Bay. Most of these storms are on Saginaw Bay right now, but there is a couple strong storms in the Thumb, Huron County, from Port Austin down to Bad Axe at the current time. Same story as what it has been all day. 40-mile-per-hour winds and some half-inch size hails possible, despite the fact they do not have a special weather statement in effect.
I have returned.
Okay. And I'm in a severe thunderstorm warning, Ryan.
That's lovely.
Definitely keep an eye on the storm. So, can you pull up the Vermontville cam?
I sure can. Give me a second.
Yeah, that storm needs to be monitored.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about there. I had to take a phone call for one of our Indiana cameras, so I had to switch out.
You're good.
Should be shortly. Charlotte might have a good view on that as well.
Pea-sized hail report also coming in from Dorr as of 4:35 p.m. That is the cell back here in Allegan County that we were monitoring.
So
if you guys
I
have
got it pulled
larger
up
at the
here.
current time, if you guys have larger at the current time, obviously let us know. Go ahead, Ryan.
I had the Vermontville cam pulled up. It might be off camera, but I don't think it is. Nothing too concerning visually here, though.
Tough to tell.
I'm gonna check the. I guess Charlotte would be kind of out of range too.
Yeah, if you guys have hail reports, this continues to be the theme today so far in the last 4 or 5 hours now. We do have a lot of hail out there. And again, if you do have hail reports, please send those in to us. Michigan Storm Chasers on social media, on any social media. Facebook is our #1 followed platform. Again, we do have an app coming out soon, of course, so stay tuned for that. You'll likely see a lot of our content get shifted towards the app, of course, in the future. But for now, again, Facebook, YouTube. Again, if you want to send in photo reports, though, with a measurement, with time and location, please make sure to do that. Again, with time and location, of course, measuring it with a ruler or a coin or a sports ball next to that hail. Because again, I've repeated myself probably 8 times in the stream, but again, for those who are new and coming in, here at 5 o'clock. We got a lot of new viewers coming in here as everyone is getting off of work. It's important that we have some relative object to measure the hail with, because everyone's hands are different sizes. When you pick up the hail, you can have really small hands or really large hands. It does not help us when we're trying to report that over to the National Weather Service. So anything helps. And you can send those in to us on Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook and in one of our comments section. Any one of the posts besides the live stream, of course. The live stream we can't see photos in. We have Michigan Weather Reports as a community page on Facebook. We have our Messenger that is open. Please utilize Messenger for damage reports only. Do not ask us questions in Messenger. That floods the feed. We're not able to answer specific questions at the current time. And of course, lastly, if Facebook or Messenger isn't your thing, we do have email and, of course, our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. So a lot of different options to get your reports in. Again, we're here to connect you guys with the National Weather Service office. So any reports you want to send in our way, we'll toss those over to them so that they can continue their severe thunderstorm warnings or modify them as needed. Right now, we have 3 to 4 different severe thunderstorm warnings, primarily in West Michigan right now. One for Barry and Eaton has recently been trimmed. We have Clinton to Gratiot as that storm moves off to the northeast. And of course, one of our bigger storms right now with ping pong ball size hail possible in Montcalm County. That is going to continue up into Mecosta County and Isabella County with time. Speaking of Isabella County, a lot of pop-up storms starting to fire in Mount Pleasant and Shepherd areas southwest of town. We'll go up into northern Michigan, where special weather statement remains in effect for Kalkaska and Crawford. We also have a new special weather statement that has just recently come in for a tiny little cell heading up into Boyne City in East Jordan. 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hails possible with that storm moving off to the north at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. It does look like the show is shifting south now. A lot of the energy that has been used to the north is now being transferred out and away from the atmosphere. We're down to the south where we haven't really had storms yet today. This is what's taking over. New trim for the severe thunderstorm warning. Fowler, Maple Rapids, Westphalia no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Continues for St. John's, Elsie, and Ashley for another 31 more minutes. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Still the main concerns as this storm is directly over downtown St. John's. By chance, Ryan, is our future St. John's camera in yet?
You can pull it up. I have it live.
Okay.
It's there we go.
Looks like hail to me.
Hmm?
I know it's frozen, but it does look like some hail's falling there.
It does. If you give it a second, it'll reboot here. This is courtesy, one of our new cameras, courtesy of Feldposh Family Agency. They're in St. John's. Try to reboot this one more time.
Yeah, you can see the individual hailstones falling there.
If it comes back, I'll let you know.
Yep. The really decent storm now moving into Kent County too, Ryan. That storm has continued to pulse north.
Okay, copy that.
Kentwood area heading right to the Grand Rapids Airport and the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. East Grand Rapids, Forest Hills also up next with this thunderstorm. In fact, there's a hail report coming in as of 4 minutes ago. Pea-sized hail 1 mile west of Kentwood in Kent County.
It's back.
What's back?
A little bit windy in there.
Oh yeah, there's your hail.
Yep.
Vermontville can't, or not the Vermont kiln, but the Vermontville cell continues to impress. Correlation coefficient still kind of showing up as a hail producer here in terms of being right in or near downtown Nashville. Center of this core right now in Guy Road. That's Guy Road at Bivens Road. Also, this is M79 going directly west out of Nashville. It is over M79 right now at Swift Road. So pretty much in downtown Nashville, if not about a minute away. And again, upwards of 1 inch hail may be possible with this thunderstorm. The POSH reading, our probability of severe hail, is maximized at 100%. Right now, this was updated as of a minute ago. On Assyria Road, near Bivens Road, it's about a little bit shifted and displaced south, but that's about pretty spot on in terms of recent update. So Nashville, watch out. Got some hail moving in. And that cell continues to take on this kidney bean shape, which is raising an eyebrow because that would be a potential developing supercell in time. So we do need to watch the tail end of that storm as it continues to move up to the northeast here in front of our Vermontville camera. Do we have any chasers out right now?
Not to my knowledge.
I think Austin might be out there. I'll see. Nope, he is not. I'm going to go ahead and I saw Evan said he was out driving around, so I'm going to go ahead and toggle his on. Nope, he is offline. Okay. Well, in that case, never mind. I will say I'm getting pretty gusty winds inside of this severe thunderstorm warning up here in Montcalm County. I'm not even near the center of this thunderstorm right now, and so I couldn't even imagine what it's like right now out there in Elmy Road and Miles Road Northwest. Some pixels here right now, about 58 to 60 miles per hour. About to cross over M46, and in fact, Ryan, that is going to be our Six Lakes camera.
On it.
Directly over our Six Lakes camera.
Take it. I got it.
Oh, wow. This is looking off to the east. The right side of the screen is to the south where M66 does meet M46. You can see the wind starting to pick up there. This is courtesy of What's the Scoop in Six Lakes, Michigan. It's an ice cream shop there on the intersection of M46 and M66. And decent clouds rolling in with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. They're also going to issue a new special weather statement. I'm going to quickly take back radar. The storm that is over here to the east of St. John's, special weather statement now in effect for a thunderstorm that will impact southern Saginaw and northern Shiawassee counties through 5:30 p.m. At 4:49, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Owasso, moving northeast at 30. They're going with 40-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch hail on this special weather statement. Owasso, 4:55 p.m. Henderson, 5 p.m. Oakley, 5:05 p.m. and Chesaning around 5:10. Those are some impacts on that new special weather statement for the cell that is in Shiawassee County. .242 at 22, Ryan, is going to be the storm motion vector on our storms. I'll go back and take your, oh, yeah, Vermontville up. We're going to go see what Six Lakes was like. We'll go ahead and check in on our DTX radar. Cell is still continuing through Huron County. We have a new cell popping up in the Frankenmuth area, heading up towards Vassar. No statements or warnings on that one at the current time. Also, Howell starting to get a new thunderstorm popping up there for second or third time today. And a couple showers down here in Jackson County. Nothing to be concerned about at the current time across southeast lower Michigan. Main concerns right now, Montcalm and Mecosta, Clinton and Gratiot, and the cell moving in to Vermontville, and just overall, generally speaking, western Eaton County.
I got the Charlotte cam pulled up here, looking to the northwest. It's got a ground visual of that cell you're watching. I don't see anything of note, but we're going to watch it.
Take back the Vermontville cam.
West or east?
West.
Is it me or does it look like a mezzo there, Joel? Like a sculpted look to it?
I almost think it's above the camera, but I can't tell for sure. That is a left mover, though, so we need to keep an eye on that one. Feel free to go back up to Six Lakes. Looks like they're getting hit by some pretty decent wind at the current time.
A little gusty there.
Yeah, it's Gustin Ford. That's the storm up here in Lakeview and Edmore. Losing some of our pinks on radar. Means our hail is likely going to be decreasing quite a bit, but still some gusty winds showing up on our velocity radar as denoted by our brighter reds changing to yellows. Once again, as granted, we do have the storms moving away from the radar source. And so with that being said, again, the beam is shooting higher and higher into the storm. And so it's picking up winds that are higher up in the atmosphere, not likely gusting as close to the ground. So could be a false return. We'll keep an eye on it though. And of course, as always, if you guys have wind reports to send in, make sure to do that with a time and location. Cells continuing across Isabella County, Shepherd, Mount Pleasant, village of Lake Isabella may need a statement. Need some sort of statement from all of the cells, honestly, moving into the area. We'll keep an eye on that, though. Once again, our Six Lakes camera, courtesy of What's the Scoop, right there in M66. Ryan's changing the camera back to Charlotte, courtesy of the Charlotte Fire Department. A lot of turbulence up there, Ryan. I think you're muted.
Yeah, a lot of whale's mouth.
Another story incoming for tonight, especially tomorrow, is the heavy rain. I just saw that they issued a moderate risk for rainfall for portions of southern Michigan through tomorrow.
Marion County, to be exact.
Yep. So
A
that'll
lot
be
of heavy rain
something-
coming in.
Yeah, that'll be something to watch. We already have a rainfall map out on our page for rainfall of 2 to 3 inches possible across and south of 96 through tomorrow night. Again, we'll probably have an updated map out for you first thing tomorrow morning prior to the severe weather. So stay tuned for that. And of course, obviously, an updated severe weather outlook map for your Wednesday here in Michigan. Again, it's kind of the same thing as last week. You have a 1-2 punch Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Those gusty winds continue to increase, Ryan, in the Edmore area and Six Lakes, right there on M46 at Sheridan Road and Edgar Road.
I'm not seeing much on the camera there in Six Lakes. Pretty calm there.
Yeah, ground truth means all right now. So if you're on M46 near Edmore, let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of the wind. If you have a at-home weather station that can measure the wind, obviously that's important too. That's quite impressive in terms of a wind signature, at least elevated in the atmosphere. So keep an eye on it. Going back down to our storm to the south, Vermontville continuing to show its dominance in the Nashville, Vermontville area. Core of the storm on Vermontville Highway at Irish Road, although starting to weaken a little bit. You have storms starting to approach from the west that may help or hinder its continued storm environment. Also continuing some small hail across the Hastings to Middleville area up to Elto and west of Lowell. Also have a tiny cell up here north of Cedar Springs and a couple new cells starting to pop up along Lake Michigan, Oceana, and Mason County. Up to the north, northern Michigan was the story today. And right now, the story of northern Michigan is these are just general thunderstorms with some very light hail at the current time. Some gusts likely in the Gaylord area under severe limits. The same thing with Boyne Falls with some small hail. But other than that, we're pretty storm-free for the most part across northern Michigan at the current time. Most of our action right now in south central lower Michigan, Montcalm, Mecosta, Clinton, and Gratiot, and Eaton counties, where our severe thunderstorm warnings are currently in effect. So always respect the polygon. If you're in an orange box, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning for Eaton County is canceled, and they are now trimming the severe thunderstorm warning for Montcalm and Mecosta counties. It looks like they are removing Stanton, removing a lot of actually Montcalm County. Trufant, Stanton, Sheridan, Sidney, McBride, and Greenville all out of the severe thunderstorm warning now. And the recent trim continues for Edmore, Six Lakes up towards Millbrook and Remus. Continuing the hail threat. Hail threat is actually below severe limits now, 0.75 inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Current time now 5:01 p.m. I am Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here live. Michigan Storm Chasers. We've been live now for just under 5 hours. Severe storm started at about noon today across northeast lower Michigan. A lot of hail, a lot of wind, primarily just hail though. And we are now starting to see an all hazards threat starting to materialize across southern Michigan. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect for southwest lower Michigan at the current time, as the chance for severe weather continues this evening, especially across southwest Michigan, which is, we hate to say it, but the Q word right now. Again, southwest Michigan has not seen a whole lot, except for some hail in the Grand Rapids vicinity. But that will change, as you guys can see here. Zoom out once again. We have a little bit of a boundary that's strewn across Lake Michigan down through about 10 nautical miles, 15 nautical miles offshore St. Joseph, down to Michigan City. With time, we expect some sort of increase in storms as these storms move on shore into a more unstable environment across Van Buren, Cass, Berrien, Kalamazoo, and St. Joseph counties, where the best chance of a tornado exists tonight. Ryan, Alex, or Chandler, I don't know who's in the background, but our messenger needs to be caught up, just out of a heads up, because we got a bunch of reports coming in. GR2 software picking up on perhaps upwards of nickel-sized hail falling to the north of Forest Hills right now in Ada, heading into Lowell. Listen to what you guys are seeing out there. Send in your reports, time, location, and a coin to measure. It's a new statement comes in for Isabella County. Text reads, strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Isabella County through 6 p.m. At 5:02, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Mecosta to 5 miles east of Edmore. A second storm was located 3 miles west of Mount Pleasant. Movement is northeast at 15 miles per hour. Wind gusts of 50 and penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. So below severe limits, but still strong. And special text does read these storms may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations for additional information and possible warnings from the National Weather Service. And of course, Michigan Storm Chasers as well. We'll add that in there. Mount Pleasant, Clare, Shepherd, Rosebush, Lake Isabella, Brinton, Loomis, Blanchard, Delwyn, Beale City, Wynne, Mount Pleasant Municipal Airport, and Weedman. All in the statement. It's the entirety of Isabella County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton County was just expired as well. That storm has fizzled out pretty quickly as it moved into southern Gratiot County in the Ashley and Elsie area. So I've seen an uptick in these cells across the M50 corridor north of Hastings, also the M43 corridor as well. A lot of reds and pinks starting to increase. Same thing up here in the US 127 corridor from Alma up through Mount Pleasant and Rosebush. It's kind of becoming this conglomerate of showers and storms, and again, they'll kind of all feed off of each other before pretty much using up all the instability that is to be used here in central Michigan. So keep an eye on these storms, of course. They're not going with a severe thunderstorm warning for Isabella County, but that may change if there's sudden intensification. And right now, that is the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect, Montcalm and Mecosta counties. And we'll wait and see what new warnings do come in for any of these cells across the state of Michigan.
I am back, just so you know. I'm just going to stay in the background for now.
Okay.
The Grattan cell immediately catches my eye north of Lowell.
Yeah, that one continues to increase. And we keep having viewer reports here of hail from Ada to Forest Hills up into north side of Lowell. So I would not be surprised if they go statement or warning on that.
I got the Lowell cam pulled up right now. Looks like it's just some rain. It's hard to tell if there's actually hail mixed in there. This is going to be courtesy of Rogers Neighborhood Realty. This is a cell just below the one we're mentioning and watching. I'm also watching Berrien County closely as those cells over Lake Michigan are moving into the best environment of the day. So that will be a one to watch as well. Taking a look at all 64 of our slots on the camera network. We have over 100 cameras here, but we have 64 slots we can show. A lot of cameras, not all of them, but a lot. Keeping a close eye on things across the state. Looks like we have a good dark sky view here at Bigfoot Pro Services in Flushing. Also have some good old storm clouds brewing in Frankenmuth, courtesy of Jan's Professional Dry Cleaners. A lot going on today. Joel, you're on mesoanalysis, aren't you?
I am.
I knew it. When Joel gets quiet and stares into the abyss, you know he's looking at something behind the scenes on the data front.
Yep.
Yeah, the best environment today for anything tornadic related is right now ahead of those cells over Lake Michigan. So we're talking like Van Buren, Berrien, Cass, up toward about Van Buren, and eventually toward Kalamazoo and St. Joseph counties as well. So when those cells arrive and start tapping into the storm fuel on the surface here, we may see a little bit more in the way of damaging wind increase, but also some rotation with those cells in very far southwest Michigan. So that is the meat and potatoes of the day, why we also have a slight risk and effect for that general area. And that threat's about to ramp up here in about 20 to 30 minutes.
We're about to be warning free if this keeps up for the first time in a long time. A lot of these storms right now are kind of cycling, except for, as they keep mentioning here, that one cell that is north of Lowell, heading up towards Greenville and Belding. Center of that cell on 7 Mile Road at Corrigan, crossing the M44 corridor. Would avoid the M44 corridor right now if you're trying to go from Rockford to Belding.
Joel, for the first time in about 5 hours, we are warning free.
There we go. The last
I
orange
have a
box
feeling
has
it's not going to
expired.
be long lasting, though. I have a feeling it's not going to be long, or we get another warning issued.
Yeah. Still really impressed with the US 127 quarter. There's just cells everywhere right now, and almost all of these are likely producing some sort of pea-sized tail. Of course, a lot of frequent clouded ground lightning as well, but again, the cold cores on these storms today are very impressive. And we've had hail with pretty much every single storm. The next storm up that is being monitored, besides the ones that are on land, are actually the ones over water right now. There is a special marine warning for one cell that is near shore and open waters from Holland to Whitehall, Michigan. They are going for wind gusts to 40 knots and large hail. And special text does read, boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until the storm passes, mentioning the high wind gusts, large hail, high waves, and dangerous lightning and heavy rain, all possible with this storm. Heading in towards northern Ottawa County with time. And again, that's this cell right here I'm circling on radar. Moving off to the northeast, about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Or being recommended to take a break. That's hilarious.
Not going to happen, guys.
Yeah.
There are too many storms out there that are close to severe criteria. We're not going to take a break.
Yeah. Although, Ryan, we are less than 3 hours away from our 8-hour cap.
On Facebook, yes.
On Facebook, yes. So Isabel County, Shiawassee, and Saginaw County all have statements in effect for winds of 40, winds of 50, and hail around 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch possible at the current time. Nothing severe. All storms moving off to the northeast. Average speed about 30 miles per hour this evening, so keep that in mind if you are out and traveling. You do have some time to prepare if you do get issued, or if a warning is issued for your location. While we do have a quick break, again, as always here on stream, we do our best to read off of all of our super chats that you guys sent in over here on YouTube. So going back to where I left off recently, of Red Dozier, $20 super chat saying, tomorrow looks to be a bit dicey. Thanks, Joel. No problem, Brad. Thank you for tuning in. Always supporting operations here at MSC. Indeed it does. Tomorrow is a high ceiling sort of day, as we call it here in the weather world. However, primarily outside of Michigan is our hope. Now, if you are in Indiana, of course, our alternate page, Indiana Weather Network, for any severe weather coverage in the Hoosier State, is the place to go for there. So if you know anyone in Indiana, or if you yourself are traveling through Indiana tomorrow, hop on over to Indiana Weather Network. We'll be tracking storms live over there in Indiana. If storms go live, of course, here in Michigan, I'll be with you guys tomorrow tracking here in Michigan, as always. But for the most part, I think tomorrow it's going to be I-94 and points south is the main concern. And again, it depends on how far north the warm front makes it tomorrow. But at the current time, it's going to be extreme southwest lower Michigan threat tomorrow. The main threat tomorrow, Ryan, in Michigan is going to be that heavy rainfall that we keep mentioning.
Yeah, I think any threat between severe wind, hail, tornadoes, and flooding is by far the greatest concern.
Mm-hmm. Got Linda A, $5 super chat. Thank you, Linda. Jen B, $9.99 super chat. This looks like it's going to be a long day for you guys. Thanks for keeping us up to speed. That was back at the beginning of the stream. How did you know? Back at the first half hour in. But here we are, 5 hours and 12 minutes in to today's stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hit that like button if you guys have already. Also, we have In Nate, $5 super chat, saying thanks for being here from Highland, Michigan. No problem, Nate. Megan D, $2 super chat, gift to fix Joel's computer. Appreciate it, Megan. Bart D, hey Bart, $5 super chat saying keep up the good work. Good to see you in here. We got Jeremy M, $5 or 5 gifted memberships for those who are subscribed on YouTube. Also, In Nate joining the team as a bronze member. Ladybug 23940 back for month number 14, saying I appreciate the time you put into keeping us safe. Also, In Nate sending 5 gifted memberships as well for those who are subscribed over here on YouTube. We meet at midnight, joining the team as a bronze member. And we also have Andrew, Sam, Happy Hour, ×2, Christopher S, and Rob sending a plethora of jewels here on YouTube. Ryan Jackman in chat here, 199 super chat. Quick spin up south of Blissfield, question mark.
There's nothing on radar unless there's a surface boundary and it's a land spout, but I
Right.
would not even think that could be legit. If you have a report of that or you saw a report of that, feel free to screenshot and message it to us. We'll investigate. But no, there's nothing even in the Blissfield area currently that would warrant attention for that. So I'm going to call that a false report unless it was a land spot on a boundary.
Right. Up to the north, again, Isabella County is the main focal point right now. The surge of wind, if there is a surge of wind, it's right now on M20 near South Wind Road, South Vandecar, and West Broadway Road, and South Nottawa Road. So a bunch of different locations out here, just to the west of Mount Pleasant, being impacted by some gusty winds. The hail factor right now, likely no greater than penny sized. Still a lot of pink cores on radar, of course. Correlation coefficient. If we're seeing any oranges, yellows, and greens inside of these purple hues, there's a little bit between Mount Pleasant and Shepherd, and of course a little bit outside of town to the west of Mount Pleasant. But other than that, not a whole lot in terms of large hail at the current time.
Caleb's live in Indiana, looks like. Just popped in my feed.
The storm that is now in the Belding area, heading up into Greenville, has a 1-inch hail marker on it. And a decent surge of wind on the north side. Pushing off to the northwest on South County Line Road, near Youngman Road. And that pixel has moved a little bit. It is now on Stakes Road at County Road 500. That would be pushing up towards Greenville, Sheridan, and Stanton. Once again, kind of somewhat similar of a path to the storm we had earlier that is now all the way up there in Mount Pleasant. Also, this stretch from Clarksville down to Lake Odessa, Woodland, and Vermontville continues to stay together. It's like a band of brothers with 4 different cells holding hands crossing the M66 corridor at the current time, traveling down M50 and eventually into the M43 corridors to the east of Sunfield. A reminder that a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for pretty much everywhere along and south of M46 and west of Lansing. It's pretty much all of the southwest Michigan counties. And it's in effect till 11 p.m. tonight, as we do expect some sort of boundary to swing through. It is currently on Lake Michigan. Cells are starting to pop up. These will continue into southwest Michigan with time this evening with an all hazards risk possible. Maximize south of Grand Rapids. checking in on our comments behind the scenes, see if I missed anything here.
All over Berrien County or heading toward Berrien County is also intensifying pretty nicely.
I see we had some large hail in Nashville, Michigan earlier. Looks about 1.25 inches in diameter. If we can get a time on that, that would be a good report to send in. Looks like it was sent into our Michigan Weather Reports group on Facebook here, Ryan. From Nashville, Michigan, but no time was listed.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for all the reports that you guys have sent in today. A lot of you guys are utilizing that Michigan Weather Reports community page on Facebook. Obviously, of course, our comment section is open on our Facebook page, Michigan Storm Chasers. If you guys would like to send them in directly to us, our messenger is open. Please only use Messenger for your damage reports, time, location, and a measurement with a coin or a ruler. And of course, same rules apply if you are uploading them to our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. The little orange indicators are all hail reports that you guys have submitted this afternoon, and they've made their way into the National Weather Service office in Grand Rapids and sent into their database. So again, your reports are helping out in real time this afternoon and evening across the state of Michigan. 7 minutes left on the special weather statement for Shiawassee and Saginaw County. The strongest storm inside of this box right now is right over Chesaning. Decent lightning ongoing, heading up towards St. Charles. New cells popping up towards Merrill and Hemlock. No statement on those. Our most impressive cluster still remains in Isabella County, where some winds and hail are likely ongoing. Near and northwest of Mount Pleasant, southwest of Rosebush. Clare, Gladwin, Midland County, you should be on alert for some small hail and, of course, some gusty winds. Would require maybe a special weather statement or two in the future. We have HDPG Radio back for month number 2 saying you guys look A. And it says, great job, all of your staff. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support. We got Michelle F. back in here from $5 super chat saying, here since the beginning. As always, you call me. Thank you. No problem, Michelle. No, I think Michelle is one of our Discord members as well. Frequently is chatting. So appreciate you for tuning in, of course, today. 5555 Kyrie joining the team as a bronze member, and Emerald Dark sending 1 gifted membership over here on YouTube. Thank you guys very much. Right now, if you guys are just tuning in and wondering, well, what are we talking about? Well, right now, I just read off a couple of our super chats, but at the current time, none. No severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. A lot of strong storms out there across the state. Any one of these cells you see on radar with the red cores and even the pinks, those are your strong storms. And with the freezing layer so close to the ground today, again, a lot of that rain is being vected up into the updrafts of these storms and immediately changing to hail before, falling out to the surface. So we're getting a lot of reports of pea-sized hail today. And of course, we had our largest hail reports of the day, around 1.5 inches in diameter. There's another statement coming in. Out of all counties currently displayed, it's Huron that gets a special weather statement. That is for this lone storm with a core directly on Kind Road, or Kindy, and Champaign Road. Winds of 40 miles per hour and a pea-sized hail are possible. Yeah. If you guys are watching, I know this is a suggestion that continues to work. If it's glitching out on YouTube, try changing it to 780 or 720p. I think for some reason there's still an encoder issue going on with our third-party software that needs to be fixed. So YouTube is, there's some sort of miscommunication between the third-party software, Ryan, and YouTube. And that's what's causing the issues right now. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to refresh the stream and change it to 720p, see if that works. Otherwise, feel free to tune in on Facebook, Twitch TV, or X, where we are currently live, as well at MI Storm Chasers. If the sun is out in your location, that is fueling the atmosphere just a little bit. Uh, 10 minutes ago, report of 0.7-inch hail. That is on Morrison Lake, I believe. 2 miles to the northeast of Clarksville. And we are now back in warning ops. So new severe thunderstorm warning popping in. Waiting for the orange box to pop in. I will go ahead and read off the details behind the scenes here. There we go. There's the new orange box. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Isabella and eastern Clare County, both in central Michigan until 6:15 p.m. At 5:27, a severe thunderstorm was located over Rosebush, or 6 miles north of Mount Pleasant, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazards are going to be both 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated Mount Pleasant, Clare, Rosebush, Springwood Lakes, Bailey Lake, Five Lakes, Delwyn, Loomis, Beale City, the airport in Mount Pleasant, and then Dodge and Town Line are all in the line of fire for this new severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible for this tiny sliver of eastern Mount Pleasant, eastern Isabella and eastern Clare counties in central Michigan. Storms are heading more north than they are east. A couple cells right now. Rosebush and Clare both have individual cells. It's a little far away from radar, but there is cores on these storms, according to VIL radar. And again, the main core right now is going to be the cell that is in Clare. But don't count out this Rosebush to M20 line that stretches across the Midland. That could also need some warning in the minutes to come for Gladwin and Midland County. We'll see. Cells continue to develop across Mason and Oceana County at the current time. A lot of heavy rain falling out there this evening. A lot of the reds and the pinks that you see on radar are heavy rain. And those areas in question continue to swing up to the northeast, also at about 25 to 30 miles per hour.
Check out the cell heading in toward, yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, I was getting to it. Still shocked we don't have any sort of statement or warning on the Stanton Sheridan cell. It's a small but mighty storm moving into the area, and Correlation coefficient does have a third body scatter spike on it. Hail, if anything, right now just passed over Greenville on Lake Road at Wise Road. If you're in Greenville, let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of hail. Big hail coming down in Rosebush. Thank you guys for the report there. Cells are still expected to cross the state anytime between now and sunset tonight. Our main concern is going to be a boundary that is moving onshore with a developing line of thunderstorms at the current time. And you can see a couple of these storms moving in right now towards the South Haven area. In fact, a new special marine warning has been issued. Hail greater than 0.75 inches and 40 knots. Hazards here with that storm. The storm to the north, heading into Grand Haven, has since weakened a little bit, translating more to the storms down to the south. Also, strong storm offshore of New Buffalo. That will also need to be monitored, as well as it heads in towards Bridgman and Sawyer. Chad, if you have a photo of what you think is ping pong ball size hail, please send that in with a picture and a measurement, if possible, with the time and location you took it. That way we can send it over to the National Weather Service Grand Rapids immediately. Again, messenger is going to be the best way to do it.
A special marine warning is now in effect for that cell. 40 knot wind gusts and large hail.
Yep, just mentioned that.
Sorry.
Very good. Skittle-sized hail in Ionia. Well, all right. That's
I like
one way.
that.
That's one way to put it. What is that? 0.3 inches in diameter?
I wouldn't even know.
Somewhere between that quarter and half inch. So far, I've just been impressed by all the cores in these storms today. A lot of pinks showing up. A lot of decent hail. If you guys are just tuning in, we have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is for northeastern Isabella and southeastern Clare counties till 6:15 p.m. 60, that is 60 mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, which is 1 inch in diameter, are possible with this storm in multiple locations. Number one, we have the Rosebush over to Mount Pleasant core and the east side of Clare core heading up towards the Gladwin area at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Ryan, Chad just put the photo of the potential ping pong ball size hail falling in Greenville in the Today WX chat on Discord. So feel free to let me know what that's looking like there. Clinton E. Ionia, interesting. Gotcha. Thank you, Chad. It doesn't look like ping pong ball size hail unless you got closer, but I do appreciate that report. It's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. So I was just checking out that hail report here. Was catching my eye a little bit. Didn't know if it was going to actually get its act together, but here we are. The cells that were holding hands going across Ionia and Berry County now have one severe thunderstorm warning for the cell in Sunfield. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ionia County, southwestern Clinton County, and northern Eaton County until 6:15 p.m. At 5:35, severe thunderstorms were located 9 miles east of Lake Odessa, or 9 miles south of Portland, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazards: 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Portland, Grand Ledge, the airport in Lansing, DeWitt, Fowler, Ciboa, Westphalia, Sunfield, Mulliken, Waverly, Eagle, Wacusta, and Woodbury, all in this new severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Ryan, I'm going to let you take over here as my headset goes out. Give me 1 second. I don't think they can hear you at the current time.
Test 1, 2. Yeah.
There we
can
go.
hear me. Oh, hey, I'm coming through.
Yeah, headset died, so the audio source also changed. So you may hear a little bit of an echo of Ryan's voice. That's just because my headset died, but we'll just have to roll with it. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just saying my software, my radar software is back on the basic plan. Don't know why, so I'm trying to get upgraded to the pro plan, but it's just not working. So I've been trying to fix that the past 10 minutes. Otherwise, we do have several storms ongoing here across southern Michigan. A zoomed out look for you guys. I do have it sharing, Joel. I do have it now, at least. Looking across South Michigan and Central Michigan, several storms are ongoing. I still think the worst cells are yet to come. In fact, this one continues to intensify here, heading up toward Van Buren, South Haven areas. If we take a pause on that, we take a look at the velocity, you're going to notice that there is some upper level winds with these cells to keep a close eye on as well. So we'll be watching those carefully. They're in the best environment today. If we're going to get anything tornadic, it's going to be with these cells here. So it's going to bring us into a very close watch in the next couple of hour or two in general. East side of the state here, from Lansing to Pontiac here, all clear. Up in Flint, we have some showers and storms impacting I-75, I-69 areas here. Thumb region from St. Clair County down to Macomb County. We do have some pop-up cells there that are occurring. Up in the Tri-Cities as well. Not much severe happening up here in the Saginaw-Flint corridor. We get up here toward Clare and Mount Pleasant. We do have a warning in effect here. Probably getting close to expiring. It's 35 more minutes, actually, so my bad on that. I thought it was issued a little bit longer than that, but definitely some gusty winds there just south of Clare, Coleman area, north of Mount Pleasant that could be working through the area. So take that into account. We have some cells up here on the Baldwin and Ludington area. Going further south here as well, not seeing much on the Ludington area. Grand Rapids area here, we do have several cells we're going to watch moving on to West Michigan shoreline here, but otherwise, a lot of these cells outside of the one that's warned here in the Portland Grand Ledge area and one up here in the Clare area. No severe is occurring in the state currently, aside from those two, but we do expect more to be issued throughout the evening.
Hey, a couple new statements coming in as well. Did you get the really big one off to the east?
I did not.
They're going to go with Midland Bay, Saginaw, Tuscola, Shiawassee, and Genesee counties through 6:45 p.m. At 6:37, Doppler radar was tracking multiple strong thunderstorms from Midland Bay, Saginaw, Tuscola, Shiawassee, and Genesee counties, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour with winds in excess of 40 and pea-sized hail possible with the storm, or with these lines of storms. And they're obviously mentioning the elevated threat for lightning and safety with lightning at the current time. Here is your current radar. Again, it's basically all of these cells across the Tri-Cities region. So they didn't point out one individual cell, it's just its entire cluster. And of course, we have more storms approaching from the west, including the severe thunderstorm right now in Sunfield for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The core of this storm right now is on Brown Road at Schumann Road, getting pretty close to the East Tupper Lake Road vicinity at Mertha Road, and that's going to continue off to the northeast, maybe a little slightly more north, and it's going to be crossing the Grand River here very soon, heading up towards I-75. A couple new statements coming in. We have one for Claire, first and foremost. That is for this cell right here that I'm zooming in on. This is on US 10. They're going to go with severe special weather statement effect till 6:45 p.m. for southwestern Clare County. 5:39, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm 9 miles west of Farwell or 11 miles southeast of Everett, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hail, penny-sized, winds up to 40. Source, radar indicated, Farwell, Harrison, Windover Lake, Five Lakes, Dock and Tom Lake, Lily Lake, Lake George, and 8 Point Lake. A lot of lakes out there, all in this special weather statement in now Clare County. We're going to have to zoom out a little bit because we also have a new statement coming in for Gladwin County, primarily the western half. Strong thunderstorms will impact Gladwin County through 6:30 p.m. At 5:41, Doppler radar is tracking a cluster of strong thunderstorms from Clare to west of Gladwin, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 40 and penny-sized hail are possible. It is radar indicated. Gladwin, Beaverton, Wooden Shoe Village, Skeels, Hockaday, and Wingears, all in this special weather statement for Gladwin County. On top of that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that splits it down the middle for portions of Isabella and Clare counties. And that is currently the only concern. Isabella proper still has a special weather statement at the current time. And again, we're watching for additional warnings popping in with this line developing as it moves into southwest lower Michigan. Some gusty winds also surging through Ionia and Montcalm counties right now. I can confirm myself here at our studio.
Kind of turned into a little bit of a quieter period here, Joel. And yes, I just said the Q word there, but most of these storms that I'm seeing on radar don't really catch my eye more than the ones on Lake Michigan. Not sure if you agree or disagree with that, but most of these cells are well below severe criteria. Huh? I think I lost you. Say what? You're what?
We've been live so long, y'all, that everything is running out of battery. Again, we're in hour 6 here. I might sound a little bit quiet, so bear with me. A lot different. I don't have my wireless microphone on anymore, but we have backups. So I might sound a little bit quieter, but we are now on wired mic instead of wireless mic. Ryan, feel free to speak just to test.
Bark, bark, bark.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of an echo, unfortunately, but that's kind of what we have to deal with at the current time. I think the only thing I was saying when my microphone died was, how could you say we are in the quiet period when there's 2 severe warnings going on? Which there are.
I was just looking at the data across these storms here, looking at the cores and the heights and the wind as well. Not seeing too much catches my eye at the current moment. I think the warning up north, the cells are about out of that warning area. There is some wind showing up on the Grand Rapids radar, but there's also a very distinct lack of wind reports today and power outages. So I have to imagine that even though the radar is depicting some bigger winds there, they're probably not mixing fully to the ground at this point. Looking at the Flint cells as well, we got some increased velocity there. Looking at the cores of those storms as well. Could have a couple bigger pockets there of some hail in the northern Flint area near Mount Morris and Clio areas. That's heading more so toward the Millington and Otisville areas here in a matter of a few minutes. But that's also a cell I'm watching. Then obviously further south and west, the cells over Lake Michigan continue to impress me. This one heading towards South Haven has a core on it, but also has a little bit perhaps of some rotation in the back end there. But we'll watch that carefully here. It's still moving on towards South Haven, so we'll watch it as it moves closer. Fenville has a cell as well. Not seeing too much there that warrants my eye or catches my eye. So a lot of these, it's just 1 or 2 cells really warrant attention at this point.
From both the Grand Rapids and the Detroit radar, the cells along I-75 from Birch Run down to Flint, they have continued to increase in terms of intensity, in terms of the rainfall. I know you're just mentioning the wind's starting to increase, Ryan, but the just overall structure of it really starting to uptick a little bit. A lot of hot colors on our positive buoyancy. And so these updrafts are continuing to blossom into these pretty strong to maybe severe thunderstorms in the future. Cloud tops right now 33,000 feet. And checking out our 3D scan, there is a hail core up around 22,000 inside of the storm. So it could be a hail producer, perhaps severe, in the coming minutes. We'll have to keep an eye on that. If you're in Clio right now, Mount Morris, this is impacting you at the current time. And eventually heading off to the northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for portions of Eaton, Ionia, and Clinton counties till 6:15 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, core-size hail possible. The center of the storm right now is between Portland, Mulliken, and Eagle. Current time. A little bit of wind, a little bit of hail. Trying to mix in as it heads towards the 96 corridor. That's in between Portland and Eagle. Heading up to the north, severe thunderstorm warning does continue. Still a surge of wind pushing across the US 10, US 127 corridor. Heading straight up to the north along Athley Road and South Hoover Road. And it is leaking over into Gladwin County. And the cells that are along this line are also going to the west and the east, kind of splitting off in both directions here. So more statements, more warnings potentially on their way. At the current time, though, no current updates for the statements and the warnings in this area. More cells popping up along US 131 from Leroy down through Cedar Springs. That includes all of Osceola, all of Mecosta, and western Montcalm counties. We also still have a couple cells rolling through southern and eastern Montcalm counties at the current time. Cells also all the way down here into Ionia County, both west and east side. And of course, that severe thunderstorm warning does include southeast Michigan. We do have if you are in Indiana, north of Kokomo, south of Peru, Indiana, there's a new tornado warning popping in just now, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm trying to help Caleb with something also really quick.
Okay. So if you are down in north central Indiana, there's a bunch of severe weather also happening down there today, kind of along that same boundary. If you guys are having buffering issues, feel free to refresh the stream. It is a YouTube issue at the current time. If I'm suddenly looping back and forth randomly, that is YouTube's end or communication issue between YouTube and the third-party software that we are using. So feel free to refresh or check us out on Facebook, Twitch TV, or X, where our live stream is also ongoing. So this is why we stream to multiple platforms at the current time. A couple elevated mesos out there this evening, both in Midland County. Wind factors sitting at about a 4 out of 10 right now in the Beecher Mount Morris area, heading up into Clio. We'll keep an eye on that. There's a little bit of an appendage on the south end of that Mount Morris storm, Ryan, so we'll keep an eye on that. Main concern, though, of course, right now is going to be the ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings. And a couple cells moving in off of Lake Michigan. Strong, but not yet severe. A lot of lightning out there this evening with all of these cells as they move in towards Sawyer, Bridgman, to the north towards South Haven and Covert, and to the north of that, Douglas and Fenville. Still watching a couple of our cells heading up towards the M37 corridor near Baldwin in Lake County. At the current time, though, nothing of concern, just a lot of lightning and thunder out there. If you're watching from Lake in northern Newaygo County, hello, of course, and welcome in. Had a couple instances of non-severe hail earlier, 0.7-inch hail report 6 miles south of Scottville. And that was as of 5:35 p.m. So about 20 minutes ago now. So again, that is
Check out the cell. Check out the cell in Bridgman on Velo.
Yeah, I've been watching it. That's probably our most intense cell right now. It looks pretty intense from the Grand Rapids radar. Let's see how it looks from the Northern Indiana radar. Northern Indiana radar, not as much.
Still got some hail with it.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, rapid intensification last couple of scans on the hail. If you're in Bridgman, perhaps some Decent hail moving in. Stevensville, Richmond, Sawyer, Berrien Springs. Speaking of Berrien Springs, pull up the camera. So got a good look at that, actually. Get that pulled in here.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, would you look at that? They're going baseline 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Indeed. Full details read National Weather Service in northern Indiana issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for central Berrien County, till 6:45 p.m. At 5:55, a severe thunderstorm was located offshore near Bridgman or 12 miles southwest of Fairplain, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Got, as Ryan mentioned, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, Berrien Springs, Watervliet, Coloma, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower Hills, Harbert, Paw Paw Lake, Sodus, Baroda, Shoreham, Eau Claire, Union Pier, Glendora, New Troy, and Harbert in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Also includes I-196, mile markers 0 to 1, and Interstate 94 between mile markers 5 and 42. Once again, large hail, damaging winds possible. Move away from your windows where wind-driven hail can fly in.
I got the Berrien Springs cam pulled up. Actually, I don't. Actually, I will in a minute. It is now. I thought I had it pulled up. But this is looking west towards that new warning here in the Berrien cell. Looks elevated. Pretty typical of the story today, Joel. Elevated storms.
Yep.
Don't see too much here that warrants my eye on the visual standpoint, but could have some larger hail forming and falling in there. That's about it, though. Maybe some gusty winds on the leading edge of that, the rain core there.
It's interesting because the lifted cloud layer, the LCLs out there are the same no matter where you go, whether in Michigan or Indiana. They're out 1,000 meters off the ground. So Indiana, the high base storms are still producing at the current time down there. Here in Michigan, not so much. But with time, again, we'll see how the storm interacts this evening. Again, it's kind of its own storm. It's out there in the middle of nowhere. It's also moving onshore right now, so it'll pick up some of the instability that currently exists out there this afternoon. As Ryan mentioned, I'm staring off into space because I'm looking at our cheat codes behind the scenes here for our ingredients for severe weather, and right now they are pretty maximized right now in Southwest Michigan. So moving into a favorable environment as it moves into central Berrien County, heading towards Berrien Springs. Large hail, damaging winds. Also have to watch the storm to the north, heading in towards South Haven and Covert. Severe thunderstorm warning also for Clinton, Eaton, and Ionia counties has been canceled. Trim also to the north. Isabella County no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. Gusty winds still continue up here along East Adams Road and East Browns Road. This is heading straight on up South Rogers Avenue and East Ashard Road at the current time. Pretty decent downburst signature actually north of Clare at the current time. Definitely still warranting of a severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully everyone's had a great afternoon so far. We've been live now for just under 6 hours. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma live here with Michigan Storm Chasers. We're going to be staying live until these warnings do expire this evening.
We're also getting 2 hours out from having to restart our Facebook side of things because we are capped on Facebook at 8-hour streams. So if we find us streaming closer to 8 o'clock tonight, you'll need to reset yourself on Facebook or jump over to YouTube to continue watching us uninterrupted. All the reports I am seeing in the chat and Messenger is all sub-severe hail, pea size, dime size.
Okay.
I'll let you know if I see anything larger. Where's Sydney at? Do we know?
Give me 1 sec. I've been trying to fix her link here.
Okay, I got you. While Joel does that, overall, we have 2 warnings in effect. First one and main concern is Berrien County. I got a couple cells actually. One cell moving in toward Bridgman. There's one cell not currently warned that is also moving up toward the South Haven, Covert, Bangor area. We'll watch that too. But otherwise, aside from Berrien County, got a cell up in the Isabella County area, or actually, it's what county is that?
Claire?
I think it is Clare. It was Isabella County, but I think it continues for Clare County there.
Yep.
It's going to be in effect until 10 more minutes. Although the storm that prompted the warning has since weakened, I also see a lot of splitting going around that warning currently. So it's kind of like a congealed mess up there right now. And as is all these storms really in central Michigan. There's a new warning coming in. Not surprised by that much at all, just because that northern cell, I've been watching that one for miles on Lake Michigan. It's going to be for Van Buren and Allegan County. Looks like it's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail on that. Get that posted here.
Yep. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, full details, issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Van Buren and southwestern Allegan until 6:45 p.m. At 6:04, severe thunderstorm was located offshore, 6 miles west of Van Buren State Park, or 10 miles southwest of South Haven, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. South Haven, Bangor, Van Buren State Park, Covert, Breedsville, Grand Junction, South Haven area, something, and Lakota. It cuts it off all the time here. We got specialty text just saying people outside should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building and stay away from windows. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 6:45, moving off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible. As the new orange box you see flashing on your screen. If you are inside an orange polygon at the current time, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. So we have one up here in far eastern Clare. Good downburst signature ongoing right now between Clare and Harrison. If you're to the south, severe thunderstorm just offshore, moving into South Haven and Covert. There's a tiny little gap in between the severe thunderstorm warnings and then the southernmost severe thunderstorm warning for Bridgman, Stevensville, and Berrien Springs. Heading off to the east-northeast as well at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Sydney is out there in Clio at the current time. Said that she's impacting some small pea-sized hail and heavy rains, so this reception keeps cutting in and out a little bit.
My camera is back on. I don't know if you want to help me on there or not, but I'm just going through messages right now.
Okay, you're on.
Appreciate you guys sending in your reports of hail today. We have probably literally hundreds of messages. And surprisingly, Joel, I don't see or have not seen too many reports of anything larger than dimes to perhaps nickels.
Besides what we had
I'm still
earlier.
going through. Yeah, the quarter size or larger reports are few and far between.
They just did issue a mesoscale discussion, by the way.
What does it say?
It's concerning the current severe thunderstorm watch, number 338. Risk of damaging winds and isolated severe hail should increase over the next couple hours. Isolated cells are developing across southern Lake Michigan as this activity spreads and develops eastward over the next few hours. Pocket of cold mid-level temperatures around minus 20 degrees and that's in Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius at 500 millibars. And steep lapse rates should promote some increase in updraft intensity. Despite modest buoyancy, the steepening mid-level lapse rates combined with strengthening mid-level flow preceding the trough should promote damaging gusts and isolated severe hail with a mix of cells and small clusters. They do not mention anything about tornadoes. They just have most probable peak in tornado intensity up to 90 miles per hour as a baseline. So they are less confident now in tornadoes than they were earlier, but there is still a very small chance. New statement now on the east side of the state. A couple new cells popping in. Oakland and Macomb counties. That is for this cell. That is in Oakland County. A strong thunderstorm will impact southeastern Oakland and Macomb counties through 7 p.m. At 6:08, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Birmingham or near Troy, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and half-inch hail are possible. This strong thunderstorm will be near Troy, Pontiac, Royal Oak, and Birmingham within the next 5 minutes. Sterling Heights as early as 6:20. Rochester as early as 6:25. And Macomb Township as early as 6:45. Inside of this special weather statement as well, we have Rochester Hills, Franklin, Shelby Township, Clawson, Berkeley, Ray Center, Utica, Washington, Lathrop Village, and Bingham Farms. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. That is once again a special weather statement for the storm in Birmingham. Strong storms also continuing up to the north near Vassar and Millington and Otisville, although not as hefty in terms of the hail potential, but more in the wind potential at the current time. Go ahead, Ryan.
Watching the velocity on the South Haven cell very closely. Seeing an uptick there.
We got the Sent to Serve cam live in Berrien Center. Looking right at that storm.
Just looking at the south storm, looking at the northern storm primarily.
Yeah. New statement coming in. That is going to be for our cell exiting Ingham County. Going with southern Shiawassee County through 7 p.m. At 6:10, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Williamston, also near Perry, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail are the main hazards with this storm. Perry and Maurice around 6:15. Bancroft, 6:30. Durand and Corunna, 6:35. Lennon, around 6:45. Juddville, Shaftesbury and Vernon also in this special weather statement. Also mentioning the heightened chance for lightning with this storm as it travels up I-69. Once again, that is this storm circled by my mouse. Heading up to the northeast to Shiawassee County. Also have a copious amount of hail reports
Joel?
coming in too from Ingham County with that still. Go ahead.
We actually have a report here just below quarter, like nickel to quarter size hail in New Buffalo as of 2 minutes ago for a viewer.
Okay. Thank you for that report.
I can see it's delayed, but it just got sent 4 minutes ago. So
Got it. Decent mesocyclone in that storm heading into South Haven at the current time. Again, Colbert, South Haven. Was just reading off that the National Weather Service was thinking about adding a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clare, and there we go. The severe thunderstorm warning is expiring here at 6:15. They're extending it for Clare County as the time has run out. It is going to be issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids for northeastern Clare till 7 p.m. 6:12. Severe thunderstorm was located near Harrison, or 11 miles north of Clare, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail is the only hazard of this storm. Harrison, Springwood Lakes, Elbow Lake, Cranberry Lake, Arnold Lake, Long Lake, and then Dodge and Town Line in this severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Clare County. Once again, that is just for 1-inch hail possible. That's kind of in the middle of the dead zone between the radars, so it's tough to tell just how much of that hail is actually falling to the ground. It is 1 inch, but again, if you have reports from the Harrison area right now, feel free to drop that here in chat. It appears we just had a wide swath of power outages in Ionia County, although they do not appear to be wind related. They could be related to lightning or equipment failure at the current time. I do not see anything in terms of wind on radar for Ionia County. There are only 5,200 people without power from consumers across the state. We also have a swath of outages in the Bay City area from earlier. All these outages that did pop in were around 6 o'clock. Could also be equipment failure, but again, there's a decent cell moving through the area at the current time. That one is more likely to be wind related up there. (5:32 p.m.) 1-inch hail reported via ham rate or amateur radio. It's 4 miles southwest of Sydney. And we appreciate all of your hail reports. The storm reports map, Ryan, is going to be lit up with green little pixels by the end of the day here.
yes, it will be.
It's been quite some time since we've seen an event like this, where we've had so many hail reports in one single day. Probably go back to maybe one of those hotter days last summer, those popcorn days, but it's still been a while. It's still been a whole year.
Got a viewer report of P to dime size hail in Okemos as of 6:05.
So we have, at the current time, if you guys are just tuning in, we have a variety of statements out there at the current time, primarily on the east side of the state. We have one for Shiawassee now, one for Oakland and Macomb, one for Huron, one for Gladwin, and one for portions of Clare County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 1-inch hail possible, and the cell is directly over Harrison, heading right up US 127. That is the only hazard of that storm. It does expire in 42 minutes, heading up towards Roscommon County with time. Plenty of showers and thunderstorm activity in the Tri-Cities area. A little bit of flooding potential now starting to pop up here as storms train over the same areas. Also watching Fairgrove and Cairo, heading towards Akron for a potential increase in the hail threat there. That may need a statement. And of course, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect to the southwest for Van Buren and Berrien County. Go ahead.
Viewer report of quarter-size hail just went through Harrison. That looks to verify based on radar there.
Miss. Okamus.
Are we fighting again about pronunciations?
According to chat, yes. A lot of pea-sized hail reports popping up in chat as well, just scattered all across the lower peninsula. That makes sense. It's a decent mezzo still heading in from South Haven, taking its grand old time coming on shore. Again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible heading into South Haven at the current time. Same thing down here in Berrien County. How's our Berrien Springs cam looking?
All right, let's pull it up right now. Dark, rainy, and also sunny. That is a pretty tiny mesoscale discussion they issued there.
Yes, it is. These storms are struggling in the low levels right now, which is good. It is going to prevent tornadic development. Of course, at the same time, there's still a severe hail risk, and of course, some of those gusty winds gusting down to around 60 miles per hour at the surface. But for the most part, again, we remain tornado free today here in Michigan. We like to keep it that way as the evening continues on. Current time, 6:21. Apologies if I keep switching from radar to radar. There is so many cells out here, as you guys can see, across the state. There's a little bit of parallel shear going on up there in Midland at the current time, really far away from radar. Same story as well. It's elevated but not mixed into the surface. Same thing for a cell just to the south of Baldwin. And of course, our storm up in the Harrison region continues to produce some severe hail, according to your viewer reports here in our messenger. So we are still watching tomorrow here at MSC for severe weather as well. primarily in southwest lower Michigan, kind of similar to what's happening out there right now. Again, we have a very favorable kinematic environment, which means a lot of wind at play tomorrow for severe weather. And it won't take a lot of instability to get severe thunderstorms rolling. So right now, our main focal point for tomorrow is going to be along and really south of I-94. If that changes, though, we'll have our first call maps out in the morning with a shift to the north, but we'll see. It's interesting because I have been live for the last 6.5 hours. I have not had a chance to look at any of the forecast models for tomorrow.
Yep, same. Now you mentioned it, so I'm going to glance at it. Not much change.
Yep. A couple reports of dime-sized hail, rain, and a bunch of thunder in Niles at the current time. We do have a Niles cam.
The Berrien Springs cam is getting rocked. Looks like some hail falling, actually.
Oh, yeah. Looks like that forbidden S word.
It's snowing! No, I'm kidding. Also, check out the IWX radar. Never mind. It's clear. Disregard.
Disregard.
Disregard. I saw brighter greens and I got excited. It's courtesy of Sent to Serve LLC, overlooking the west side of Michigan here. If I flip this over to this camera, you'll see the east side of Berrien County. A lot of heavy rain there and likely some good sized hail falling. Looks like there's some pretty good chunks in there, actually.
I'm going to go ahead and check in on our storms up to the north, primarily in Clare County. That storm continues to surge directly north with some good hail on it. Correlation coefficient seems to think so. And it may need an extended warning as it heads into Roscommon County.
Not much wind though on that Berrien cam, just a lot of rain and hail. Seems pretty calm on the trees.
The only impressive thing that I'm seeing on radar right now is the Berrien Springs storm. But again, that is elevated. That's about 6,800 to 7,000 feet up. If you look at the radars closer to the Berrien Springs cam, not a whole lot going on in terms of our spin low to the ground. So we'll hope it stays that way as these storms roll into Cass County. Cass County's had enough of the weather so far this year.
You know, I want your opinion here. Go look at Berrien County off IWX's radar.
Okay.
If you combine that, though, it doesn't really line up, but it's been solid. It's been there for a few scans, so it's not
It does not line up.
showing up like clutter.
Yeah, it's not the right
That's
spot.
what I called out. That's what I called out like 5 minutes ago. I got excited because I thought I saw a little bit of rotation there, but it didn't line up.
Yeah,
But
ran Range Line Road at Herman Road. Again, US 1 or US 31. But again, you can see if you line it up,
also,
the main storm is to the north. Go ahead, Ryan.
it's also on the warning now tag tornado possible. I did not catch that.
Indeed, it is. That actually just came in. They have trimmed the warning just now. Stevensville, Shoreham, St. Joseph, and Bridgman no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. It does continue,
latest
though,
scan.
for Eau Claire and Berrien Springs.
Okay, two things. Latest scan really increased the DBZ values. So likely some pretty large hail falling now heading toward Dowagiac. Also, I want you to take back my Berrien Springs cam. It's so much hail that the ground is literally turning white.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right.
Let's see if I can zoom in here for you guys.
That technically would count as a trace of snow.
Look at that. It is hailing. Mad hailing. Wild. Let's turn this camera to the east and see if we can see to the east. It's literally snowing. No, it's hailing, but it's looking like snow. It's wild. Very likely some pretty large hail falling within this line too. Would not be shocked to get upgraded here to perhaps $50 to ping pong ball size. I don't know what the core is on this storm. I don't have the GR2 pulled. I do actually. Hold on.
Ryan, can you pull in
Yes,
the
can.
Niles cam as well?
I can pull in Niles for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's up.
There's a wall cloud there a little bit.
Right side.
Yep. That is courtesy of Jessica Massey State Farm. That storm needs to be monitored because that would be, if at all, the storm to do it today would be that one right there. So passing to the north of Niles at the current time. Well, they went ahead and pulled the
A new
trigger.
tornado warning has been issued.
Out of an abundance of caution, they went ahead and issued a tornado warning down here in southwest Michigan. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a tornado warning for central Cass County and southeastern Berrien County in southwestern Michigan until 7:15 p.m. At 6:28, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Berrien Springs or near Niles, moving east at 30 miles per hour, relatively slowly. Hazard, of course, is a tornado. Radar indicated rotation. It's a level 1 tornado warning. They're going to go ahead and continue that. Dangerous storm will be near Niles in the next 5 minutes. Dowagiac 6:40. Cassopolis as early as 6:45. Other locations inside of the new tornado warning include Penn, Vandalia, Diamond Lake, Daly, LaGrange, Paradise Lake, Kelvin Center, Sumnerville, Pokagon, and Indian Lake. Precautionary actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Once again, tornado. Radar indicated and max hail size less than 0.75 inches in diameter. Down here in Berrien Springs. And again, we were watching it. We were watching on the Niles cam a little bit. We saw a little bit of a wall cloud there on the Niles cam, which is a sign that the mesocyclone is at least strong enough to be producing its own little bits of rotation.
I also want to mention we have a Berrien Springs cam. Let's get a good look at this facing east. I also have a chaser on X that just posted as well. He's on the storm. There is no definitive lowering just yet, but it is worth monitoring. So we have eyes on the storm here. I believe we have some of our own chasers heading this way as well. So we'll have eyes on this soon.
Who is going to be live? Just out of an abundance.
I do not know.
Okay.
I do not know that just yet.
The rotation and the base velocity are a little bit more aligned now. here with the storm. I'm going to go ahead and change the storm motion vector because it is very important to this storm. 260 at 28 knots. There we go. So the center of the rotation right now is Fairland Road at Jones Road and Steinbauer Road as well, about to cross over M140. So right on the north side of town there in Niles. Our Niles cam will probably have it on camera if there were to be a tornado. We do not have any weather cameras, surprisingly, in Cass County. So if you have a business that would love to sponsor a weather camera in the future in Cass County, it's a huge need down there, especially in a place that sees often tornadoes every single year. So we do appreciate it. If you guys would like to sponsor a weather camera from Cass County. At the current time, though, we have our Niles cam and our Berrien Springs cam to use, and a couple of our chasers that are at least heading to the area at the current time.
Looking at the Niles cam, is going to be off camera to the right, unfortunately. The Berrien Springs cam is still in precipitation, so it's blocked at the current moment, but it should have a visual here as the storm moves away from the camera.
It looks like we have Freddy out there.
Sodus is where he's at. Sounds familiar.
I'm going to try and get him in here real quick. Or if you wanted to message him and say if he could turn on his camera.
On it.
So if you guys are just tuning in, tornado warning now in effect. Southwestern Lower Michigan. In effect for Central Cass, Southeastern Berrien until 7:15 p.m. Hazard is tornado. It's radar indicated rotation that triggered the tornado warning. And then we're looking for areas of red and green on radar. And right now that is right about 2 miles to the north of Niles. So anywhere, if you guys are in this red box, you are in the tornado warning at the current time. Does include portions of M60, portions of M62, and M51 in the Cassopolis and Dowagiac area. The warning for Clare County has expired, and the warning for Van Buren and Allegan County has also expired. So right now our main focal point is the storms down here in southwest Lower Michigan. So if you're in the red box, your action right now should be finding basement or a storm shelter if it is nearby. If you do not have any of those, a lowest floor interior room. Additionally, we also have, if you guys don't have any interior rooms on the lowest floor of the building, and again, you're in an unsturdy structure like a mobile home, again, bathtub is going to be your best resort for any shelter here. So keep that in mind. Again, bathtubs are great options because you can jump in there and cover yourself with blankets, pillows, kind of refortify yourself as these storms roll in. And something to note here is we could have a nudger with a cell that is popping up on US 12 and Galen, Ryan, that could interfere or that could influence further tornado genesis potential with this storm as it heads down towards the Cassopolis and Dowagiac area. We'll keep an eye on it, of course. Again, usually when we have a cell that comes up in the rear, that could nudge it. That's why it's called a nudger, and produce a little bit stronger of an updraft, which, of course, in an atmosphere like today, could turn into a brief tornado. So we have to keep an eye on it.
Also want to draw attention on both IWX and GRR radars just north of Bangor. There's some very slight rotation I'm tracking up there too that may intensify.
We have a left-right split. Looks like we did. couple new statements that just came in, actually. We have a storm up here in Reed City and Big Rapids. That is now statemented for 40-mile-per-hour winds and 0.88-inch hail. That is close to severe limits for hail, but not quite. If you're on US 131 between Reed City and Big Rapids, prepare accordingly for some larger hail. The statement also that just came out for portions of Huron and Tuscola counties is in effect for 0.75-inch hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds, which expires in 37 minutes. And that's heading towards our Sebewaing cam in the thumb. But at the current time is not the main concern. The main concern is our ongoing tornado warning for Berrien and Cass counties. As the storm kind of rolls right down into central Cass County, north of Niles, north of Edwardsburg, south of Dowagiac at the current time. Rotation is there. It is currently on the county line between Berrien and Cass, somewhere in the vicinity here of Pokagon Road, Indian Lake Road, at Smith Court and Creek Road. So very, very close to the county line, just north of Niles. And then we have a cell that has split, and there's a second cell that has now moved more to the north and is heading right down 94. This is going to impact places such as Paw Paw, Lawton, Lawrence, and Matawan with time here. Looks like it's turning into quite the lightning and hail producer, a sign of a strengthening thunderstorm. ZDR continues positive buoyancy on the north side of these storms, so continued growth possible. Not a guarantee, but it is possible here as it heads up towards 94, south of Lawrence, and eventually into central and eastern Van Buren County before entering Kalamazoo County. So that's a storm to watch up there for any other development. Otherwise, at the current time, we are still watching the tornado warning down here in the Buchanan area. Northeast of Buchanan, northeast of Niles, heading towards Dowagiac and Cassopolis at the current time. And the rotation is still there. It is on the Indian Lake Road area still, at Old Indian Lake Road. Again, where the reds and greens come together. It's very hard to see. And the National Weather Service is going with a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell split. Rightfully so. We saw that uptick in our reds and pinks on our reflectivity radar here. And if we flip over to correlation coefficient, there's quite the third body scatter spike on these storms for large hail. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Van Buren and western Kalamazoo counties in southwestern Michigan until 7:30 p.m. At 6:39, a severe thunderstorm was located near Decatur, or 9 miles southwest of Paw Paw. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, hazard here 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. In this new severe thunderstorm warning, we have Kalamazoo, Portage, Paw Paw, Hartford, Matawan, Lawton, Decatur, Westwood, Alamo, Pine Grove, Lawrence, Gobles, Oshtemo, Glendale, Kindle. Once again, prepare accordingly for large hail and damaging winds. Should move immediately to shelter inside a strong building and, of course, stay away from windows. It's kind of been the main story today is when you shelter inside, you want to be away from glass because you don't want glass to shatter from your hail and it ends up in your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your face, your lap. It's not fun trying to clean glass. So avoid the windows at all costs. Again, the best place to be is going to be that interior room away from any exterior walls or windows. Once again, heading into Paw Paw and Kalamazoo with due time over the next hour or so. Kalamazoo will be your way prior to 7:30.
Got a report from X of a wall cloud just north of Niles. It is rotating at this time. So we do have a confirmed wall cloud via a report on X.
All right.
Also, I got the Paw Paw cam rolled up for that northern cell. Our next cam in line for the tornado warning is going to be probably our own office cam. Is it not live?
Nope.
It is now. Not really see much in the Paw Paw cam, but our next cam in front of the tornado warning is going to be our camera in the Three Rivers.
Yeah, we have multiple cameras in Three Rivers too. We have our office camera and we have our Three Rivers Safety Glasses USA camera. And again, continuing this track off to the east, east-northeast. Once again, similar to what we had last week, another tornado warning heading kind of towards the Three Rivers area. So again, Cassopolis, Vandalia, Dowagiac, you are in the line of fire right now. You are in that tornado warning. Up next would be Jones and Marcellus, and eventually Three Rivers if a warning is extended downstream. Current time right there, bottom right side of the screen, 6:43 p.m. If it is not 6:43 p.m. on your side of things, if you're not within 30 seconds, then you are watching a little bit delayed or a lot delayed. Feel free to refresh the stream, hit that like button on the way back in. And again, if you're having glitches in your YouTube side of things today, feel free to refresh and watch on 720p quality. The center of rotation, we have an update on that. It is still quite broad. I don't see it being tight at all. Barron Lake Road at Pokagon Highway and Commercial Street, Pennsylvania Street. So right there, where M51 kind of curves in.
Joel,
Yes, go ahead.
updated link for Freddy being sent via SMS to you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and get that updated right now.
Fingers are crossed. Watching the paw cam behind the scenes here. Looks like the front of the storm is now pushing into the left side of the camera. I'll let Freddy know.
Yep, it is live now, so should be able to jump in.
Increasing rotation near Pokagon, just so you're aware.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be
Yep.
following very closely to Pokagon Highway. Going to be crossing Wilbur Hill and Daly roads here shortly. This is going to cross just south of Dowagiac. It's going to be very close to Cassopolis and Vandalia. This is increasing rotation here. This is not what we want to see on a storm that's warned for a tornado. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. As about 5 or so minutes ago, we had a report of a confirmation on a wall cloud that was rotating just north of Niles, which is where the cell is. So somewhere in the cell, it is rotating and there is a wall cloud. And for those of you who do not know, a wall cloud is a term that kind of refers to a lowering that's usually rain-free in a storm. When it rotates, that's concerning because that can be a sign of tornado genesis.
Decent hail regardless, probably falling here. Again, third body scatter spike within the storm, Ryan. As a reminder for those who are new to the stream today, we talk about third body scatter spikes. Those are that area of blue showing off the back side of the storm. Again, the radar beam is trying to cut through the storm, but it can't quite cut through the storm because of just how thick the hail is, and it's bouncing that beam in all directions. So it's causing this false return on the back side of the storm away from the radar site. So very strong and large hail, likely tumbling around the upper levels of the atmosphere in this supercellular storm that is tracking right down Pokagon Highway into Cassopolis. If you're in Cassopolis, you should be below ground at this time. This is heading straight down Pokagon Highway into downtown Cassopolis. That is the center of rotation right there. That we have, I mean, not our chasers, but there are a lot of chasers directly underneath the center of this rotation.
Check Chandler's. Chandler should be live.
Okay, let me get him in.
While he does that, we are tracking this rotation. If you are downstream along Pokagon Highway toward Cassopolis and Vandalia, it's heading your direction. Right now, latest scan does not appear to be overly tight, but it is definitely rotating here. So to keep an eye on this. Again, Pokagon Highway all the way down in toward Cassopolis along M60 needs to be in their safe place right now as this rotation is continuing eastward. At current time is 6:47 p.m. If you are not synced up with us, refresh your stream, come back in. You should be within about 20 or so seconds of real time.
The tornado warning, by the way, for Berrien County was trimmed. So Berrien County, you guys are in the clear now. Still have that cell that's trying to nudge into the backside of our tornado warned cell. And we'll have to watch out for any sort of interaction in terms of strengthening the rotation on that if it does catch up. So we have two storms right now. Both of them are decent cells at the current time. A lot of hail reports coming in. Berrien Springs has a multitude of 1-inch hail reports coming in right now. Also, would not be surprised if we start seeing hail reports coming in from Decatur and Lawrence and Paw Paw. Large hail is the main hazard in the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. A couple pixels in here right now, about 47 to 50 miles per hour near 64th Avenue and M51, that is to the southwest of Paw Paw. That is about to cross I-94. So that storm is continuing off more to the north with a left split, is what we call it. So it's heading more north than it is east. And if it continues to split off to the north, it may not actually hit Kalamazoo. It may actually continue more to the north of Paw Paw and Gobles instead. So keep an eye on it, but at the current time, it is still on a beeline for downtown Kalamazoo.
Radio check. Also, according to chat, Joel, it is Pokagon.
Pokegon. Sounds like Pokemon. Looks like we're going to have to go back to our radar out of northern Indiana. It's a little bit closer to this tornado-warned storm at the current time. Right now in Cass County. Again, Cass County is southwest Michigan. This is the main hazard. Up next will be St. Joseph County if it can stay together. In fact, that cell that was popping up in Galen, Ryan, it's becoming its own supercell in tow.
Yep.
So that will need to be watched as well. We could have trailing supercells back to back here. The rotation is still a little bit broad, which is good. It means it's not likely to produce a tornado imminently, but again, tornado warning is in effect. That means that the ingredients have come together and are favorable for the development of tornadogenesis, which is the process of a tornado actually forming and touching down on the ground. So, Cassopolis, you still need to be in your basement at the current time.
Check the thumb near Seawing.
Okay. Have the Seawing cam up in the background.
Back it up.
Yeah, Ryan is mentioning here some decent wind within this storm. Perhaps a little bit of rotation. Again, it's thumb. Sometimes people call it thumb magic, just because it likes to play its own little game up there. But again, if there is rotation out here, it is just to the south of Bach on Remington Road near Ackerman Road, heading up towards Bay City Forestville Road. But at the current time, the only thing in effect for this cell is a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Again, our shear is starting to increase out there just a little bit this evening, and so some of these cells even further to the north are trying to do the funny as well, if you get our drift here. Decent wind also in the Byron and Chahocta region. Right now on Bird Road near Smith Road. And that is just outside.
Where's Sydney at?
Just outside of that.
Sorry.
Just outside of that special weather statement in Shiawassee County. Last I checked, Sydney was in the Genesee County area.
Looks like Chandler's also underneath that area of interest, perhaps.
Sydney's in the Flint region.
Okay.
Likely looking at that
Where's
storm.
Chandler at?
Looking at that storm.
Yeah, I assume.
Constantine. I don't know if that's true. Feel free to let Chandler know to make sure his location is being updated on that app.
Copy. Rotation continues just west of Cassopolis. I'm gonna pull up the Niles cam as well, just because that secondary cell is right in front of that camera.
Yeah.
Not much. Not much.
Latest scan does increase the rotation just a hair. Heading into Cassopolis, it's about a mile outside of town now. You can see all of the storm chasers directly underneath it. That's not a great place to be, of course, but again, those are what storm chasers are going to do, I guess. Oak Grove Road at Pokagon Highway and Kingsbury Street. Again, about a mile outside of Cassopolis at the current time. We have an updated velocity scan coming in. Also, Ryan updated the report for hail of $50 size coming in from this cell. About 4 miles south of Dowagiac, 1 mile north of Pokagon, or however it's pronounced. Rotation continues. That is in the right spot for perhaps Tornado Genesis right there. Again, about a quarter of a mile outside of Cassopolis, southwest side of town on M60. M60 at Stone Lake Drive and Foreshore Drive, also over Mullen Road, north of Hospital Street. So right in downtown Cassopolis. Never want to see that. Again, if you're in Cassopolis and next up Vandalia, about 5 minutes away, you should already be underground. If you're hearing us right now and you're in Cassopolis, you should already be in the basement. If not, get down there right now. This rotation has intensified just a tiny bit in Cassopolis. Vandalia, if this continues to intensify, you're up next as this storm rotates through the area. There's also what appears to be some sort of merger or nudger trying to happen with this cell. And again, often with a merger or a nudger coming in, that can intensify the central updraft of this thunderstorm. It can produce tornado genesis rapidly in the area. But again, no tornado on the ground yet. We're still watching it at the current time. No debris being lofted. But it is close to producing. I will say that. And that's why a tornado warning is in effect radar indicated. To the north, we have a split ongoing. So this was one cell back here in the Stevensville area. It has now split. To the north split is a hail producer in Paw Paw and Matawan and Lawton. Likely probably have some hail on our Paw Paw cam right now as that cell moves up north of I-94 into the M40 corridor and eventually heading up towards M43 from between Bangor and Kalamazoo. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another half hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are possible there. That is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the state. The only tornado warning in the state is Cass County, where the rotation continues to maintain itself in some capacity right now over downtown Cassopolis. And again, this is pretty much tracking straight down M60 once again, similar to our March 6th event. Like obviously, on March 6th, the tornado started in Edwardsburg and moved up to the northeast. But this one is heading pretty much due east, so Vandalia and Jones will be in the crosshairs if the storm is to continue its rotation. We're going to hope and pray that this storm falls apart quick, because at the current time right now, this is still a pretty strong supercell in a favorable environment for tornadoes. And again, that second storm back in Niles, can't rule that one out either at the current time. It is not doing anything right now, But you can already see on reflectivity radar that backwards kidney bean shape, similar to the one that is tornado warned storm, starting to occur over downtown Niles. So we do not have our Freddy cam or Chandler cam at the current time. That is a heads up, Ryan. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in. It's going to be far away from the action. A strong thunderstorm way up to the north. Okay, I'm going to do it really quickly because that storm is still really intensifying right now in the Cassopolis area. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly cover this one up in Aranac County. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Aranac County, southeastern Ogemaw, and southwestern Iosco County until 7:45 p.m. 6:57, a severe thunderstorm was located over Omer, or 7 miles northeast of Sterling, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. They're going with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Timing, severe thunderstorm will be near Twining and Turner around 7:05 p.m. Prescott also in the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Omer and Au Gray. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Oh my goodness. Freddie keeps sending me a new link every time. That should work. There we go. Now we got him live. Actually, we'll take him back here because he has a view on that storm. That is currently tornado warned. But again, your details, once again, Turner, Twining, Au Gray, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. We go back down to the tornado warning. It does look a little bit messy out there, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. The rotation right now in Cassopolis is strong but broad. And when it's broad, it's a lot harder to get a tornado, but again, it's still strong, so we could see quick little spin-ups up and down that line. And Freddie has a view of it right now. If it were to be anywhere, it would be where his camera is currently pointed. So he's a little bit behind it at the current time. But that is it out in the distance. It is currently merging at the current time with the cells behind it. So we'll see how the whole process shakes out. We'll go ahead and go back to radar real quick. Again, Freddie's going to be up there in the top left corner. There again is still a storm watching in the thumb. It does have some broad rotation on it. Owendale heading up towards Elkton and Pigeon. Again, you can see the reds and greens close together. There's not a specific location within this line that is stronger than the rest. It's kind of just a broad area of rotation right now that's moving into the thumb. So right now, the special weather statement is for 40-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. There's no mention of rotation or tornadoes with that. But again, you should be on alert if you're in Elkton, Pigeon, Caseville, and Kindy as the storm moves up to the northeast. So that's your update for that storm up there. A multitude of cells ongoing. Number 1, we have one across the Byron and Linden area. Gusty winds north of Linden right now on West Thompson Road, and just a bunch of garden variety thunderstorms with some small hail occurring across Kent, Montcalm, Newaygo, and Ionia counties at the current time. Dark and deep rumbling thunder ongoing at this time up here in the Grand Rapids area. We're going to go ahead and go back on down to our most important storms. Tornado warned and severe thunderstorm warned. Large hail damaging winds moving into the Kalamazoo region with that severe thunderstorm warning. Here is the pocket. We have a couple instances of pea-sized hail being reported, but not 1 inch yet. Crossing M40, still traveling down I-94 at the current time. And it's still got about another 10 or 15 minutes until it's about into the heart of Kalamazoo. And at that point, they may extend a severe thunderstorm warning into the rest of Kalamazoo County. So parts of Kalamazoo, not all of Kalamazoo, is in that orange box for severe thunderstorm warning. And we continue to see that storm maintain itself as it heads off to the east-northeast. The rotation now, if anything, is directly over Vandalia, specifically right now on Bonnie Street. That's Bonnie Street at Calvin Center Road.
Joel, or
Jeffrey Street. Go ahead.
Chaser reporting golf ball size hail with that cell in Vandalia.
That wasn't Freddie, was it?
Yeah, that was from earlier.
Gotcha. So 1.75. So right now, our main supercell I'm circling on radar is here over Vandalia. And the area I'm circling right here to the south of Cassopolis is what you can consider a nudger or a merger. And it will be interacting with the main supercell, and we'll have to see how the final product reads out. But if it successfully merges, again, with nothing really impeding it to the south, this could still be a strong thunderstorm as it moves in towards St. Joseph County. But it is a waiting game at the current time. Again, broad rotation directly over Vandalia right now. We will likely need to see an extension of a warning here shortly, as it is about to leave that tornado warning box. Jones, Michigan, is not in a tornado warning, but this rotation is about 5 miles away, right on down M60.
Check out my screen share. We got a perfect visual of this at our office cam.
Oh, yeah. Are you able to point it up a little bit or no?
I don't know. This is as far as it goes.
Okay, because that is top of the screen. So
I can back out a little bit.
yeah, back out just a hair.
It's also covered by, let me see if I can get it this way. There you guys go. We're watching that area. Looks like a wall cloud developing.
Yeah.
This camera is courtesy of us at our office in Three Rivers, looking due west at the tornado warned storm. You're watching what we believe to be a wall cloud developing here. Wall clouds can feed off the rain cooled air, and you can see the rain there on the right side. And you can see it kind of build in and morph together. I don't see much rotation on this, though. There's some movement, but I don't see much like spinning. Unless it's very subtle.
Right. Most of that,
A scud bomb going on.
I would say most of that right now is Scud.
Right.
And there comes your extension
But
of
this-
the new warning downstream. They're going to go ahead and go with a severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. And of course, tornado possible added. So keep that radar obviously up in the background. The new severe thunderstorm warning is coming in. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Cass in central St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan until 7:45 p.m. At 7:06, a severe thunderstorm was located near Cassopolis, or 12 miles east of Dowagiac, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Inside of this new severe thunderstorm warning are the following locations: Sturgis, Three Rivers, Constantine, White Pigeon, Centerville, Nottawa, Penn, Mendon, Vandalia, Paradise Lake, Klinger Lake, Donald Lake, Fishers Lake, Fairfax, Jones, Corey Lake, Wasepi, Clear Lake, and Wakili. Special text: remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room of a sturdy structure. Once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado possible as it rolls in down M60 here in southwest Michigan. If you're up in Kalamazoo, it's just a hail producer with some gusty winds at the current time. No tornado threat up there. It is just primarily this lone supercell in southwest Michigan. So it is now over Vandalia. Jones is up next, and Jones, you finally have a warning. That's a pretty decent look on that storm. So you guys are looking live from the Three Rivers Constantine area, directly at that center of rotation that is tornado warned in Vandalia right now. There's a kind of rugged wall cloud with a little bit of scud on the bottom of it. And that would be the area, if at all, there would be a tornado.
Also watching up by Whittemore area. I'm not sure if you mentioned this before, but up heading toward East Tawas. It's an increase of velocity up in that area off of the APX radar. I'm trying to zoom in to get if there's any rotation on the bottom edge of this. I don't see much though.
Getting a lot of hail
Yeah,
reports
check
now
up-
in Kalamazoo County. Go ahead.
Yeah, check up by Whittemore. I want you on the radar there.
Yep.
Increase of DBZ there too. So
Indeed. Yeah, Whittemore and Turner. Again, we're looking at some brighter greens on radar. Moving in right now. Hovering my mouse over it. I guess I'll do this one. Maybe not. That's tough because I'm using the storm motion vector from the storm in southern Michigan with our storm relative. So seeing upwards of about 40 to 45 at most, about 5,500 feet off the ground for Whittemore. Still some increased velocities. Also could be a little bit of a hail risk popping in there. There is a correlation coefficient drop near Mill Station Road and Prescott Road at the current time. So I think that's going to be a hail producer. Likely going to see a new warning soon for that, I would imagine, as it heads up into Iosco County proper.
I would agree.
So hail, Tawas City would be up next for a new severe thunderstorm warning down there. Still strong thunderstorm in the Barryton area as well, heading down US 10 towards Lake George and Farwell. The statement says 40-mile-per-hour winds and 0.88-inch diameter hail. Take your camera back here. Grand Traverse and Kalkaska. Ooh, nice lightning there on the stream. Are you able to zoom in just a hair, Ryan? Keep an eye on that. While you do that, new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Up to the north, once again here, it's the cell that is in the Williamsburg and South Broadman area. This could be what appears to be a hail threat. Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern, southeastern Grand Traverse County and west central Kalkaska County until 8 p.m. Eastern. At 7:11, a cluster of severe thunderstorms was located over Spider Lake, or 10 miles southeast of Traverse City, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail are possible. Williamsburg, Barker Creek, 7:15 arrival. Kalkaska, 7:25 arrival. Elk Rapids, as early as 7:35. Bates is also in the severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as it crosses State Route 186. And heading up towards North Branch Road. So Williamsburg and Kalkaska need to be on alert from some large hail likely there. Real quick before I head back south here for our tornado warning. Hail core up to about 20,000 feet on that. So definitely something to watch for some severe hail very soon. And also that cell in Traverse City that continues to blow up. That may need a severe thunderstorm warning as well in time. Wind and hail continue through Whittemore, heading up into Iosco County proper. Also currently over M55 at the current time. No warning extension yet on that. Broad rotation continues in Huron County. Heading back south. We'll go ahead and get an updated storm motion vector. It is now 274 at 32 knots. There we go. Yeah, rotation's a lot more broad at this current time as it is now approaching Jones. The area of red and green is a lot more spread out. It is still a pretty decent looking storm on our reflectivity radar. I believe at the current time, though, it is just going through that entire merging process. So we'll have to see how it ends up faring as soon as that merger is done. Tornado warning has been dropped. Cass County, no more tornado warning in effect. Rotation has dropped below the limits that we would look for a potential tornado to develop here in the region. So we'll keep an eye on this storm. Again, Ryan has the camera live, and in fact, it is officially going underneath that merger process right now as that storm from the south interacts with the storm to the north. Decent rain ongoing inside of that storm right now, and honestly, if there is going to be something in there, it is going to be back in the rain curtain at the current time while it undergoes its merging process. Once it clears out that merge, it'll likely become a little less rain-wrapped at the current time, but a little bit of a mess out there. So storm is now past Cassopolis and is pretty much through Vandalia. Severe thunderstorm warning has also been dropped for Kalamazoo. Pea-sized hail being reported from multiple locations in and around Kalamazoo, but that is not severe in nature. And so they have decided to drop the severe thunderstorm warning here at 7:15. We'll head back to the north. There are now more severe thunderstorm warnings up north once again than there are down to the south. And Whittemore is subject number 1. The gustiest of the winds are now outside of the warning box, which still no warning extended yet downstream. Unless the National Weather Service in Gaylord believes that these winds are not mixing to the ground and are not needing of a warning. But this is near M65 and M55 and North Tower Line Road south of Hale. The strongest storm right now in the state, arguably, northwest of South Boardman. West of Kalkaska by about 10 to 15 miles out there in Grand Traverse County. A lot of rain still coming in tow down US 131, south of South Boardman, down all the way into Buckley, Mesick, and Harrietta. A couple strong storms.
It appears we have
in McBain and
appears we have
Prudenville as well. Go ahead, Ryan.
appears we have another potential wall cloud developing on that cell. It's definitely a tail cloud trying to build off the rain here. But we'll see.
Yes. And for those who are just tuning in, that's a live look from our Three Rivers cam at the MSC headquarters, looking directly into the previously tornado-warned storm that was out there in Cass County. Now severe thunderstorm warned heading into St. Joseph. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, I'm just gonna say it looks pretty linear on radar, so it also could be like a shelf cloud trying to develop too. But it looks like it's trying to feed off the rain, so it's a little confusing. It's in a weird spot.
Yeah. Thank you guys all for the hail reports coming in. I see our messengers flooding with hail reports right now. Again, when you're sending in those hail reports, time, location that it occurred, and a measurement with a ruler or a coin or a sports ball if needed. Again, if you just send a picture of hail into us with no details at all, we can't read minds. We don't know where it's at. So, again, details are needed when you are sending in your damage reports. We do appreciate it. We have now been live, Ryan, for 7 hours and 16 minutes. This is one of our longest streams of all time here at MSC. Up there in the top 10.
We're not done yet. Not done yet.
Yeah, we are not done yet. No way, Jose.
Also, on Facebook side of things, your stream will restart. We're going to attempt to restart it at least here in about, where are we at? About 45 minutes. Because Facebook puts limits on streams, we can't do anything about it. It will automatically stop, and we're going to try to reconnect it. So if you want a continuous stream, hop over to YouTube or Twitch. You can watch from there. But otherwise, Facebook will have to restart here at some point. Would not be shocked to see some isolated flooding across central Michigan with all this rain that's been ongoing across the last couple hours. It's just been almost nonstop up there. We're going to zoom in on this, see if it's... Are we rotating or is it just Scud? Yeah, it's just Scud.
Our username on all of our social medias, by the way, at MIStormchasers. If you type it on any platform, you should be able to find us easily.
Cell is just north of Kalamazoo. It's a nice little hail core on it. Not too large, but it's going to be over East D Avenue and 131, or just east of 131, should I say, heading up toward Richland. Perhaps some small hail, perhaps medium-sized hail there. I'll be right back.
Okay. There's a good amount of spin out there today here in southern Michigan. But at the current time, again, the storm is going through what we call a merger We had a storm from the west catch up to the main storm of interest here, and it depends on when it'll finish up its merging process, but we could see it start to rotate again. At the current time, there is still a lot of reds and greens on your velocity signature, which usually mean rotation, but this is more of a broad area of gusty winds and is now moving across the county line from Cass into St. Joseph County. And as mentioned on Ryan's camera, there is the shelf cloud with perhaps a little bit of an accompanying wall cloud, a raggedy wall cloud back behind. Again, wall clouds would be a sign of a storm that is stronger in nature, but at the current time, this looks like it is more outflow dominant, and so is more likely to produce straight line wind damage than it is tornadic. But again, we have a great view here at the MSC headquarters in Three Rivers of this storm as it rolls in. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Joseph County, and of course eastern Cass County for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado possible as this area of interest moves in to the US 131 corridor, traveling right on down M60. It is over Jones right now. Jones doesn't show up on my radar, but it is over Jones. Some decent thunder. Yes, again, if you're having issues with our stream on YouTube, there's some sort of like weird rubber banding going on today in our higher quality. So 1080p. So try bumping down the quality to 720p and refreshing the stream. It should work. I tried it myself and it has been working ever since I bumped down the quality. So again, we're still trying to figure out a couple of tech issues on our end here, leading to believe that it's our software that we stream through it's getting to a point where I can't handle us at this point. So we'll be looking for alternate options hopefully in the days to come here at MSC. So bear with us with some of the glitches here, but right now we are live currently on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. So feel free to pick a platform that works best for you. Go ahead and switch over our microphone here. I do have my wireless mic back in. So it should sound a little bit better now. Okay. Ryan.
Yes.
Just making sure the audio works now. I just switched up a bunch of our things, so looks like you're
Perfect.
coming through.
I'm going to pop out here for a brief minute.
Yep.
I'm going to cover Caleb for a brief minute. He's got rotation heading his direction right toward his house, so I'm going to cover him. I will still handle the warning, so no worries.
Sounds good. So if you're just tuning in, everyone, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in Kalkaska, Grand Traverse County. The severe thunderstorm warning for Iosco and Aranac has been dropped. The main concern up here in Williamsburg is large hail. and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Once again, tracking off to the northeast about 25 miles per hour this evening, in effect till 8 p.m. So another 33 minutes. Williamsburg, Barker Creek. And there comes the trim. Continues for Kalkaska, Williamsburg, and Barker Creek, impacting these cities around 7:30 and Elk Rapids around 7:40. And Bates is also included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It looks pretty decent on radar. Not the most impressive that we've seen today, but definitely worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning. Still curious to see how the winds are verifying out in hail. That's spelled H-A-L-E along the M65 corridor there in Iosco County, as that warning has been expired. Same with the special weather statement out here in Huron County. The rotation still broad, but heading up towards Kindy, which is the M53 corridor south of Port Austin. It looks like it's more just turning into rain showers at this point. We also have a couple thunderstorms rolling through Grand Blanc and Goodrich. Not severe at the current time, but some small hail is likely. And with the atmospheric profiles in place today, not surprised that all of our storms are producing some sort of small pea-sized hail at the very least. A lot of thunderstorms moving through Montcalm County. At the current time, it's been a loud day up here at the MSC headquarters in Montcalm County. The mesocyclone, that's right, Ryan is covering Indiana, so he does not have the camera up anymore. But the mesocyclone from the Grand Rapids radar is still quite impressive, overlooking the Three Rivers area as that storm comes very close to our office. We'll go ahead and switch back to northern Indiana's radar here. Rotation still very broad. It's more of a area of gusty winds at the current times. It's now entering Three Rivers. Most of the wind is extending from Three Rivers down to Constantine, about a mile west of town. So out here on Young's Prairie Road and Harder Road. Also heading straight down Gleason Road, about crossover Roberts Road, and again on M60 right now, where M60 comes into US 131. Again, we do have our weather camera in that area, which again, I guess I'll have to try and pull up here on my own end, running solo. Heading off to the east about 35 miles per hour. They are in rapid scan mode right now for this line it's moving in. Waiting for my cameras to load so I can show you guys our other Three Rivers camera here. Just taking a moment. It's having a case of the Mondays right now. Wind and rain is the story. We'll go ahead and switch over here. That is not what I needed. There you go. Hail and wind, courtesy of our Safety Glasses USA camera in Three Rivers, Michigan. That's right where M60 and US 131 meet. And this is the site of the tornado back on March 6th of this year. Thankfully, right now, no tornadoes on the ground in St. Joseph County. We are just dealing with a line of gusty thunderstorms, which this line has undergone a merger and now is producing more cells to the south. This is likely going to hinder supercellular development over the next 30 to 60 minutes here in St. Joseph County. So good news. Looks like this atmosphere, or this line of storms here, is kind of choking off the main highway for rotation and inflow winds across the area. But again, things can change on a dime. We're not going to count it out yet completely, but still at the current time, it looks like it's more of a hail and wind threat as these storms roll into the Centerville region. In fact, the wind has increased a little bit more here on our camera. Once again, courtesy of Safety Glasses USA. That wind is easily 40 to 50 right now. If we're not mentioning your area, your city or county, you're likely not in a threat at the current time. Freddy's got a good view of the rainbow on the back side of the storm, it looks like. He does. In Three Rivers himself. Looks like he's driving right underneath it. Checking back in, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:45 p.m. for St. Joseph County. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. The severe thunderstorm is now pretty much out of Cassopolis, or out of Cass County. More cells trying to fire up down to the south. In fact, we do have a north-moving storm that is quickly racing to the Michigan-Indiana border as heading straight for Sturgis and White Pigeon. Once again, an area that was impacted recently last week by an EF2 tornado. Especially it was on the south side of the border. It's more closer to the Bristol area, of course. But again, more hail and wind likely moving in. And would not be shocked if we see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for the Sturgis area with a cell moving in from the south. A lot of lightning. Potential hail risk here. Yeah, third body scatter spike popping in with this storm. So again, a sign that the radar beam is interfering with some decent sized hail as it now crosses I-80, I-90 and heading up County Highway 131 and Mill Pond Road. That is extreme southern St. Joseph County. So cells are moving in from the west to the east in St. Joseph County, but you also have a cell that is down here near Howe, Indiana, heading pretty much due north into this line. We'll have to see how this interacts with our cell of concern. That was previously tornado warned for some rotation back when it was in Cassopolis. Switch back to our Grand Rapids radar. It's going to take a little bit to load. There we go. Decent cell that just popped up in the Woodland and Sunfield area. Not severe. Strong cell though. Kind of out alone. Crossing the M43 corridor. That will be heading up towards Portland in due time. Keep an eye on that cell as it's kind of along that trough right now, crossing West Michigan. We also do have a new severe thunderstorm warning popping in for St. Joseph County. I would imagine it's going to be for what I exactly just said here, is that storm moving in from the south.
You called it.
Hooray. Yep, so there's the new orange box popping in on the screen. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern LaGrange County in northeastern Indiana and southeastern St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan until 8:15 p.m. At 7:36 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near White Pigeon, or 8 miles southwest of Sturgis, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible. Hail damage to vehicles is possible, along with wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Sturgis, Scott, Fawn River, Burr Oak, Shipshewana, Brighton, Howe, Finley, Klinger Lake, and Ontario are all locations in this new severe thunderstorm warning. As a reference, that's Brighton, Indiana, not Brighton, Michigan. Also includes interstates 80-90 in Indiana between mile markers 110 and 127. Once again, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with a cell that is moving in from the southwest to the northeast into downtown Sturgis. I'm sure our Sturgis cam is going to have quite the show here shortly.
Yeah, I got it pulled up. I don't know if it's sharing or not, but I'm looking at it. It's pretty subdued right now. Not much to write home about.
That's still your radar.
Okay. It's up now. Just waiting for it to load in.
No, that's fair.
There it is. Subdued for now. This is facing northwest courtesy of Fawn River HVAC. This camera's come in handy for a lot of things this past severe season.
Indeed it is. Oh, sorry. You were circling it.
Nope, I wasn't circling. I was actually doing a upgrade to the quality.
Gotcha.
I was going to take a zoomed out look and take a look across the state too. Nice cell heading in toward Lapeer County on the Deerfield Fire Cam.
Oh, yeah. That camera, you can really see the turbulence out there.
Yep.
How wispy it is. And we're going to have two storms about to collide here, just to the east of White Pigeon on US 12. Two different distinct areas. Right side of your screen is our velocity signatures. And then, again, converging wind fields can often play a role in sudden tornado development. Not saying that it will happen. We do have a strong area of wind out here on County Highway 130 near Bergener Road, and down here south of US 12 at County Highway 131 and Dickinson Road. And those are quickly approaching each other, so we'll have to see how they interact. At the very least, it does look like this is a pretty decent hail producer. Again, DBZ values, single screen this. DBZ values right now 71 on Klinger Lake Road at County Highway 132. So very large rain droplets at the very least if it's not hail. Again, going to be very hard to see if you're out there driving around. We'll go back up to the north Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for portions of Kalkaska and Grand Traverse County. A cell right now is heading still into Kalkaska over a bunch of unnamed roads. Boardman River, I believe I saw, and Crofton Road southwest are being impacted. Yeah, Boardman River Road southwest.
Yeah, that merger in Sturgis has my eye. Closely watching the velocity on that too, kind of conglomerate together.
Yeah. So severe thunderstorm warning up north near Kalkaska in effect until the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Kalkaska, you've got probably another 7 to 9 minutes before that storm arrives on your doorstep, besides the light rain that's already falling. Bunch of decent not severe, but just strong thunderstorms across Roscommon, Ogemaw, Gladwin counties this evening, also down into Clare County. More thunderstorms continuing still in Montcalm County. We just had a report 3 inches ago. 3 minutes ago. Jeez
Nice.
My units of measurement are a little wonky right now. 3 minutes ago, 2 miles northwest of Stanton, public report of 0.7-inch hail. And again, these cells continue to produce some decent-sized hail across Montcalm County, especially central. My bad, y'all. That Sturgis cam, Ryan, I can see that rush of wind starting to pour in on radar.
Yep.
I know you took
Look
your
at
camera
the
off.
down further south in Lagrange. A little bit of a pocket there. Some really intense winds happening down there.
Yep.
Got 66 mile per hour pixels just south of Ontario, which is Indiana, not Canada, Indiana. A little bit north and a little bit east of Lagrange. I can imagine about to get rocked here on the Sturgis cam. That core is might pass just north of the camera, but you can definitely tell on the left side. Is it not sharing again? Okay, it is. It's up. You can tell the nice whoosh, so to speak, of rain and hail is just off to the left of the camera. The camera's also frozen right now.
On your end, my end, I can still see it moving.
Let's try it again. There we go.
Once again, courtesy of Fawn River HVAC in Sturgis, right near the airport. The converging wind fields in question right now are out on County Highway 138 near Mintdale Road. Severe thunderstorm warning over there in Cass and the rest of St. Joseph County, so Three Rivers and Centerville, has been dropped. It's just the severe thunderstorm warning now for Sturgis and Burr Oak as these storms kind of converge with each other. There's a lot happening. There is probably 5 individual cells right next to each other here in Sturgis. It's a very wacky looking just base reflectivity radar here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different cells all up and down this line. But it does look like these wind fields are converging right now. And Ryan, I don't know if there's like some sort of downburst going on there in the center left side of the screen, but I saw a sudden, as you mentioned, whoosh of wind.
Yep.
Left of that power pole.
Like I said, I think we're about to get a really good burst of wind here. The camera keeps freezing, knows what to kind of degrade the quality a bit. Are you on it too, Joel?
I am.
Might be why it's lagging a little bit. I can hop off it if you want to pull it up.
It's not laggy on my end.
Interesting. Are you on the main or the sub?
The main. Oh, wait, yeah, it is laggy. Sorry. Might just be the internet connection there.
And when you try to pull it multiple times, it probably slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, watch the area of the power pole. That is a lot of rain coming down hard and quick. And we're going to lose our view here as the cell goes over the camera. There is, right where that power pole is at, there is embedded in the rain a little bit of rotation now coming together. Kind of right where that those two wind fields converge, as I mentioned. I'll have a new scan here in a sec to see if that is actually going to stay together or not. Does not appear so. A lot of hail reports coming in on radar here. Sturgis, downpours continue. Burr Oak up next. Again, it's really just all across southern St. Joseph County right now. Anywhere you see pink on radar, very heavy rainfall ongoing. Large hail, of course, also a possibility. We do have a what appears to be some hail falling on Mintdale Road near County Highway 139 and Taylor Road. Although it is right in the spot those storms kind of merge together, so that could be some clear air as well. It's really tough to tell. As I mentioned here, there's 5 different storms all within the same county right next to each other here. Every time you loop this radar through, you can kind of see how they're all just interacting with each other at the current time across St. Joseph County. And while it's all fine and dandy in Branch County right now, Branch County is going to be up next.
I'm going to hop out of here. I got to do an 8 o'clock briefing in Indiana. So I, again, will have back-end warnings covered, but I'll be live over in Indiana shortly.
Okay. Ryan, what do you want me to do for Facebook stream? Since we're about to hit that 8-hour mark.
Let's get that out of the way now. So if you're on Facebook watching here, you're going to have this stream end because regardless, it's going to end in like 13 minutes, 12 minutes actually. So we're going to try to stop and restart it right now. We've been live for almost 8 hours continuously, and Facebook limits us to that 8-hour block. So if you're watching over on Facebook, you're going to either have to jump to YouTube or Twitch or refresh our page until you see the new stream restart, because we're going to stop it, wait about 30 seconds, and then we're going to try to restart it and see if it sends it back out. If it does, cool. If not, we'll post on the page, hop over to YouTube, Twitch, or X, or on TikTok. You can watch us on either 4 of those platforms.
All right. You want me to hit the button on my end here, Ryan?
Yep.
All right. Facebook, we'll see you soon.
I would wait probably 20 to 30 seconds and then try to restart it.
Yep, that's fine.
Sturgis cam looks to be pretty calm for the time being. Just rain. Wind seems subdued for now. Looks like the worst of the wind is splitting north and south of Sturgis. I'm going to try to reconnect Facebook or click it. Fingers crossed.
Waiting. Sending
Do,
camera.
do, 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 do. There we go.
Welcome back, Facebook. Yep, we're back. Welcome back,
Yep.
Facebook. Again, we have been live for the last 8 hours now, almost, here in Michigan. We started around noon today, and we have not caught a break yet for severe weather here in Michigan. We did have a brief period where there was no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but here we are once again.
Chandler says, take his cam. He's by White Pigeon for shenanigans, whatever that means.
This cam is live. I do not have him. We'll just wait. Again, right now, if you're in St. Joseph County, there is not a huge concern for tornadoes at this current time. Still a concern for some wind and some hail. Best pocket for wind right now is going to be out on Fawn River Road in County Highway 132. Also near Workman Road at St. Joseph Road. So that's right on the county line, heading into Branch County. Bronson heading up your way next, and really just up the US 12 corridor as this whole mess of cells kind of just converges together at the current time. Had to refresh. There we go. There's Chandler's camera. We do not have an updated location on him. He's definitely not in Constantine. Unless he is. I thought he said he was in White Pigeon, though. Again, if we are not covering your location, you are not really at risk for severe weather. Again, there's only two severe thunderstorm warnings in the state right now. Kalkaska and Grand Traverse, as a very borderline thunderstorm in severe limits heads into Kalkaska at the current time. Again, this is turning into more of just a general thunderstorm, so we'll likely see this drop soon. In fact, they're just going to let it run out as it ends at 8 o'clock. Switching back to radar. So again, zooming out. All the orange boxes you see on your screen are severe thunderstorm warnings. Kalkaska, Grand Traverse expires in 1 minute. Down here in St. Joseph County, this expires in 17 minutes as the storms continue to just make a mess across southeastern St. Joseph County. A mess of rain, of course, and a mess of lightning. In fact, so much lightning that if you head outside, you may be struck. So again, be careful. If you hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck. Again, these storms are heading up US 12 right towards Bronson and Coldwater at the current time. Yes, we are. We are exhausted. Thunderstorms do continue along the boundary up through Marshall into Eaton County near Charlotte, up into Lake Odessa, Portland, and Freeport. Decent lightning returns and, of course, small hail. This continues all the way up into Montcalm County, where we did have a recent report of 0.7 inches of hail. 0.7 inch diameter hail in Stanton. Those storms are continuing off towards Elma. There's a little bit of wind shear out there in these storms. May require a statement in due time, but at the current time, these are still garden variety thunderstorms. More thunderstorms over in Lapeer, Isabella, Gratiot County. But none of these storms are severe at the current time. Once again, if we are not covering your county extensively, please do not yell at us for that. That is very rude to do so. We are covering the storms that are most important right now, and that right now is in St. Joseph County, heading into Branch County, where there are some significant winds at least showing up on radar returns from the Grand Rapids radar. If we go ahead and switch over to the Northern Indiana radar, you can kind of see the same story here. Those yellows are the pockets of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. This is indeed a 60 mile per hour pixel on St. Joseph Road at US 12. And again, that's heading up into Bronson and Coldwater. You guys may be wondering, do we have any weather cameras in Branch County? And shockingly, we do not. So if you guys have a business that would like to sponsor a weather camera in Branch County, feel free to reach out. Wind update here does have the wind now on Heimbaugh Road at Douglas Road and Dale Drive, all south and along of US 12. It's now about 3.5 miles southwest of Bronson at the current time. So Bronson, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. You are being impacted by some gusty winds and a lot of lightning, and perhaps some small hail, of course, with this lead cell. But the gusty winds are within the second cell that is directly behind the first one. Perhaps starting to see a little bit of a clear slot right now south of Sturgis once again on a new storm. A slight bit of rotation trying to pop up southwest of town on County Highway 139 at Bogan Road. Just heading towards White School Road at County Highway 132. Still broad at the current time. Main concern is gusty winds. If you have drone footage to share with us, you have to be Part 107 certified. So we'll take a look at it. If you send it in Messenger, we'll take a look at it later this evening. But again, you have to let us know your certifications to fly that drone. Again, we can't just share drone footage on our page. So again, feel free to drop that additional information in chat if you have it. Right now, there is only one severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. This is for St. Joseph County, in effect for another 12 more minutes. Kind of shocked we don't have a statement of some sort in Branch County with those storms now over the border and entering Bronson. But alas, we continue on here covering these storms that are currently strong to severe down at the border. There are no tornado warnings in place right now. There are a lot of thunderstorms across the area. None of them, though, are severe to the north. Also, delayed report from Vandalia area earlier. Tongue twister there. Hailstone measured at 2.17 inches in diameter, 1 mile northeast of Vandalia. Ping pong to golf ball sized hail scattered throughout. So that is quite the significant hail report there. Looks like Vandalia had quite the hail damage this evening. So storms do continue forward. Still continuing up US 12. There's quite the region of wind wrapping in here towards Bronson, heading into Coldwater. We'll keep an eye on that. Still messy. Very, very messy right now with like 3 storms all combining. But also continue to watch this area of broad rotation south of Sturgis. It's on the lead edge of the storm, so it's still trying to get itself together, but it is something that we'll have to watch in a favorable environment. It's going to be hard to rotate up anything because it is passing through a somewhat stable environment. You know, storms have already passed this area once within the last hour, so it'll be very hard for something to rotate up here in the wake of another storm, but it is not unheard of. Sturgis Cam just has dark skies rolling over right now. A little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, nothing too special. The Coldwater, you should be on alert for some gusty winds and some hail. These winds are still heading into Bronson right now. On Weaver Road at US 12. Also Prairie River Road at the current time. See a couple of you guys' reports here in chat of hail in Colon and Coldwater. Go ahead, pause the radar loop here. Go up to the north. There's still decent thunderstorm rolling through Marshall and Bellevue, as well as moving into Olivet. These storms are well below severe limits, and as we move into the 9 o'clock hour, again, our instability is going to start to taper off. Well, we're very close now to getting to the point of the night where our overall instability is dwindling. We're well past peak heating hours, which, for those who are curious, is around 3 to 5 in the afternoon when the sun is highest in the sky. So we will continue to monitor these storms along the border where the strongest thunderstorms are possible. And a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for another 7 minutes. But we are starting to get to that point where the intensity is just continuing to dwindle and dwindle and dwindle some more. Bunch of half-inch hail reports coming in from Sturgis and Burr Oak right now. That's the only news I have for you guys in terms of an update as we now officially roll into hour 8 of our severe weather coverage, our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage here at MSC. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, by the way. For those who are new here, Again, we cover every single severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning live in the state of Michigan from beginning to end. We mean that with the utmost sincerity. We have not missed covering a single severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state, dating back through late 2023. So if you're new here to Michigan, finding us for the first time today and need severe weather coverage at the click of a button, you know what to do. Smash that follow button if you haven't already. We are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, and X at the same time at the username MI Storm Chasers. Right now, one severe thunderstorm warning out there in effect for another 6 more minutes for southeastern St. Joseph County. That is it. If we can get to that ending of the severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph County, we'll be home free. And we could probably take a little bit of a break. There is a tornado warning down in Ohio now. Okay. Still watching this area, traveling right down East Fawn River Road, south on Keim Road in Carls Road. This is basically traveling right down the Michigan-Indiana state line at the current time. But again, we're looking at areas of reds and greens coming close together on our velocity radar. Red and green indicate winds heading away and towards the radar site, which is located down here. We're using northern Indiana's radar. And so red heading away, green heading towards. If we were looking for rotation, it would have to be a little bit more kind of hooked together where the reds and greens are kind of going around each other. Right now, they're just more parallel. So they're just next to each other and not kind of curving in on each other. So right now, some parallel shear vectors ongoing south of Burr Oak and south of Sturgis. It's an area we'll have to watch because it isn't a favorable environment still this evening. But we are quickly approaching a point where our atmosphere is going to start to become capped as these storms roll into the overnight hours. We may have another watch party tonight. I'm not 100% sure yet. Since I didn't mention it last night, no ASL during the watch party if we do it. Figured I'd put that in there. But again, watch parties are for our members only, those who support MSC operations monetarily. You're not missing anything really significant when we do watch parties. It's just a way to kind of just hang out with our members, talk about just weather in general. Again, it's more of a personal stream. We'll talk about some of the incoming weather models that have changed in the last couple hours. And of course, wait for the Storm Prediction Center to release their forecast for tomorrow. So that's usually what occurs during watch parties. Every once in a while, we may host a little bit of a game session against some of our moderators here. We didn't do it last night, but in some cases we will host something like that. So kind of just a fun get together for our members here. So if you would like to become a member, again, you can become a member for as low as less than $3 a month. So it's an option. If you want to become a bronze member, feel free to hit that join button down in the bottom today. Watch party though, still to be determined tonight, depending on how tired we're feeling. And we might post an update on our page afterward just to kind of collect our thoughts. But right now, for tomorrow, since we're kind of on the topic of that, most of tomorrow, this is good news for everyone that's living in Michigan for the most part. The warm front is not currently modeled to get into southern Michigan. It's going to be very, very close. And it may wobble back north in our latest model runs coming out here in the next hour or two. And I would not be surprised either if it does wobble back north with how strong of a low-level jet we have moving in tomorrow. Again, low-level jet means winds moving over our head at about a mile up. And some of those winds about a mile above our head tomorrow are going to be moving off to the north at speeds of perhaps 80 miles per hour or greater. That means storm motion tomorrow may also be around 70 to 80 miles per hour. So not fun for storm chasing, number one. But number two, with warm air advection moving in from the southwest, that would pull a lot of that moisture, a lot of that warmth north fast. Even though tomorrow we're going to be washing out for most of the day. We're going to have a lot of rain tomorrow. It's going to keep most of the day cooler, but still muggy across the state. But again, if we can get any sort of atmospheric rebound immediately behind our washout, you have to watch very, very closely, because it won't take much with the winds we have out there for tomorrow to get strong damaging winds, strong hail, and perhaps significant tornadoes, which are currently expected. Not probable, but expected across northern Indiana. Not here in Michigan, but again, very, very close. And again, if that warm front moves north, we have to watch out very closely, especially if you're along and south of 94 tomorrow afternoon. Timing for tomorrow, by the way, really after 4 p.m. through midnight. So for most of the day, we'll be just sitting in the rain, twiddling our thumbs and waiting to see what happens. So that'll be the good news. Again, much needed rain as well. Flash flooding, honestly, is going to be the main concern tomorrow, especially if you are along and south of 96. 2 to 3 inches of rain are possible. Most of that, of course, falling tomorrow. Some of it has already fallen today. But just keep that in mind. We're likely looking at a flash flood threat for tomorrow here in southern Michigan. We are very close to giving the all clear. Although, we still need to watch this storm down here south of Burr Oak. It is trying to do the funny, once again. But it is still broad at the current time. Right out here on Selkins Road, near Dutch School Road. So traveling right along US 12 here, just to the south of Burr Oak at the current time. And this whole cell is just one huge mess of rain at the current time, and a lot of lightning, and perhaps some small hail as well. So let us know what you guys are seeing in Branch County. It's been pretty quiet from Branch County in terms of chat here. So let us know. That green triangle you see on the screen is a computer-generated icon based on the radar data that is being fed into our software here. So, for example, the green triangle right now is just outside of Coldwater. It is depicting where it thinks 0.83-inch hail is falling. Doesn't mean it is, but based on the radar data that is coming in, this is the most likely spot for some larger hail, not quite severe, but large hail at the current time. And in some cases, you'll see this little triangle have numbers inside of it. It'll say like 1 or 2 or 3. And so that's where it indicates where 1-inch plus hail or 2-inch plus hail or 3-inch plus hail is popping up, or is likely to occur in that storm like we saw earlier today. So if I actually back it up a couple scans, there was a triangle here directly between Colon and Coldwater with a 1 on it. And that's where it depicted where it thought 1.25-inch hail is most likely. And it has since shifted to this hollow triangle where it believes 0.73-inch hail is falling near Ember Road at Wheeler Road. It's good news, though. Again, with the triangle going from 1 to hollow, that means it's also not as likely to be producing that severe hail at the current time in Branch County. No problem, Evelyn. If you guys are also in Indiana a lot, and I mean a lot, or you live there and you're watching us right now, good news. We do have our Indiana page. Many of you guys kind of know it already exists, but for those who don't know, and for those who travel through Indiana frequently, we do have our Indiana page. It's called Indiana Weather Network. Highly encouraged to go follow on YouTube and Facebook. We have about 340,000 followers on that account on Facebook, so feel free to go give it a follow anytime you're in the state of Indiana. Again, severe weather coverage is kind of hit or miss in terms of Indiana. We're trying to get to where we're also full-time in Indiana. Of course, as always, Michigan's going to be our main bread and butter. But at some point, again, Indiana is also going to be full-time severe weather coverage like we do here in Michigan. So highly recommend follow Indiana Weather Network today. Again, they got you covered for any severe events over there. Right now in Indiana, very close by, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in LaGrange for this cell that is passing through LaGrange, heading down the US 20 corridor. Good news. It is 8:15. The severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire in St. Joseph County. We are now warning free once again. If you guys have hail or wind to report, time, location, send that into us. We'll drop it over to the National Weather Service office. If you're down here in, of course, Branch County, that's the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. If you're north, Calhoun County, Jackson County, points north. West side of the state, that's National Weather Service Grand Rapids. East side of the state in Thumb, National Weather Service Detroit. And up to the north, where there is still thunderstorms ongoing here across the Gaylord-Grayling region. National Weather Service National Weather Service Gaylord has got you covered. Very strong winds and some decent hail popping up in the Elba region at the current time. Correlation coefficient also depicting some hail is likely falling in this region. Elba Highway near Blackberry Lane at the current time. These storms continue to intensify and turn into one line as they move up towards Otsego Lake. That's where the National Weather Service office is located out of Gaylord. But there are no statements in effect up here. There's a little bit of a downburst ongoing right now on Elba Highway, right near Rusnell Road. It's about 3 miles to the east of Elba. Converging wind fields once again, everybody. No tornadoes are expected up here, but an intense or slight uptick in the intensity of winds is possible as it heads in towards extreme western Otsego County. If you're looking to the south and east, primarily just moderate to heavy rain at the current time, especially over there in Iosco and Aranet counties. A lot of red showing up. Not like individual cells that we saw earlier, but just kind of a huge rain shield across the region. Thunderstorms also continuing into Gratiot County at the current time. We're watching Elma and Ithaca specifically for some small hail and the lightning barrage up there as it's heading over towards Breckenridge and Merrill. To the south, thunderstorms along I-96 from Ionia over to Portland and down through Grand Ledge, heading into the Lansing area at the current time. Also, good lightning barrage in the Charlotte region. Small hail also possible. No statement in effect on East Clinton Trail, stretching down to 5 Point Highway. And those thunderstorms, of course, continue to the south, stretching from Springport down to Albion, down to Homer, where lightning is also possible down here at the current time. I will once again take our Albion cam. Just had some good lightning on it. The Albion cam is kind of in between the storms right now. So this is looking to the north, across I-94 down there at the bottom of the screen. If we turn our camera around, there's east. There's south, kind of through the tower there. There is another thunderstorm down here. The one to the south has more lightning associated with it. So that is the direction to look if you want to see some good lightning. At the current time, though, we don't want to really look at a tower. We'll just kind of face the camera back to the north and watch that storm pass. We'll go back to the radar. Oh, there we go. Decent lightning. That's courtesy of Calhoun County 911 up on their tower. Over there, just to the west of town. Checking through comments here, see if I missed anything. Lots of pea-sized hail reports coming in. And of course, heavy rain, according to chat here, in a bunch of different locations across southern Michigan. Good question, Joseph. What other qualities besides wind speed and hail determine if it would be severe? It actually is just the wind and the hail aspect of it. You can only get severe if there is 1-inch hail and or 60-mile-per-hour winds. They'll often also include tornado possible in some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That would likely be for the 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it's usually just hail and wind. I think it's a glitch in the software. I was going to say, I don't think it got struck by lightning. Nope, it's just the software running slow. Also, good sunset starting to roll in here for some locations that are beyond the precipitation that is rolling through. So, a nice end to the day. Especially if you're in West Michigan. I don't really have any more cameras out there that are close to this thunderstorm that was previously severe warned in Branch County, except for one camera in Allen. At the current time, there's a little bit of sun trying to sneak underneath the clouds here as we get close to the sunset. I'll go ahead and switch cameras here just to show you guys. This is courtesy of Southern Michigan Marble Springs Campground that is out there on US 12, just near Allen. This is live looking to the northwest into that pocket of heavy rain. Left side of the screen is where we may see some sort of structure move into the view. But you'll also notice, bottom of the screen, sunset. Yellow skies starting to appear. And so we could see some beautiful scenes here as the light gets lower on the horizon and kind of undercuts some of these storms. Still decent wind and cold water in Quincy. Can't count out some gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour, but not near severe at the current time. My main focal point right now is really just if these storms can get going in the Elba region. Still some heavy pockets of rain, maybe even some decent-sized hail trying to pop in here near Elmira in Elba. And even on base velocity, you can see there's a lot of brighter greens popping up in this area. Over on Angle Road near North Crooked Lake Road, that's in the far southeastern corner of Antrim County. Maybe heading up towards County Highway 38 with timeout here. So eventually moving in towards Otsego Lake, Oak Grove, and Gaylord. Just something that continues to catch my attention, especially given that it does have the heaviest of pinks and reds on our reflectivity radar, and even some pixels that are dark gray and black. Correlation coefficient, though, vertically integrated liquid product. Over in Sand Hill would be the best spot for some severe hail, but the probability of severe hail right now is still relatively low, except for one little spot here on Sand Hill Road where the probability of severe hail is around 95%. So it's elevated, it's just, for some reason, we're not quite there. We don't have quite the oomph we did earlier today where we had severe thunderstorm warnings, honestly, in I think every single county on the northeast side of the Lower Peninsula. Go back down to central Michigan and west Michigan. The focal points here right now, there are some gusty winds in Breckenridge. To the south, we'll look at velocity radar down here near Westphalia. Winds of about 30 miles per hour, 35 at most near West Pratt Road. Good lightning barrage in the Potterville area at the current time. I noticed a couple of you guys in chat were saying it's pretty gusty right now in Potterville, Hartle Road, and Royston Road, just to the southwest of Diamonddale now. It's gusting forward, kind of a surging motion, heading straight into Diamonddale. Heading up into Gunnell Road area right now. No severe warnings in effect, and some small hail possible as we head into Eaton Rapids, down through Springport. And these winds and lightning continue all the way down into western Jackson County, eastern Calhoun County, into Litchfield. Again, you can see there's a lot of lightning out there with the elevated levels of instability we have this evening. And some winds still in St. Joseph County. We'll switch over to our radar in northern Indiana to view these storms that we're watching in the Quincy and Coldwater area. Check this out real quickly as I move into our weather camera here. Here is a look at that cloud structure as it's getting backlit by the sun. Pretty neat. Pretty high based out there. Pocket of low-topped cumulonimbus clouds as I roll to the east of Albion. Again, this is what is heading towards Jackson. Nothing too ominous, just really cool to look at on the center of your screen here. Also, you can see a lot of the rain curtains. Heavier rain curtains off to the north. If I turn the camera a little bit more here, that's more towards the north where the heaviest of the rain is falling. Still continue to see a decent amount of lightning on this camera as well. But yeah, what a beautiful view of the backside of these storms. Not severe. If I actually turn the camera a little bit further to the south here, that looks like more hail. Whoa. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot more white versus dark gray in this cell to the southwest than there is in the other storms. And that usually is a sign of the sunlight bouncing off of that those hailstones, which obviously are white. So not be surprised if there's some decent sized hail down here heading into the Concord area. That's where this camera's pointing at the current time. Again, continuing off towards the east. But yeah, it's really fun to show off our weather cameras here. Again, that one is courtesy of Calhoun County 911. We have 105 plus weather cameras in the state of Michigan that are very useful during severe weather coverage and sometimes just cool to look at when we've had a day of severe that is starting to wrap up here in the state of Michigan. So we're almost there. Still watching a couple areas of stronger wind, likely heading into Allen and Litchfield at the current time. I do have the Allen camera pulled up. And here is what the current view looks like on the Allen cam. Right in the bottom of the screen here, you can see, oh, there's some nice lightning. But the trees are swaying. The wind is verifying in some capacity down to the ground. No severe thunderstorm warning, no special weather statement, of course. These are more along the lines of a strong thunderstorm that is not worthy of severe. In fact, take a look at the right side of the screen as well. Trees there also swaying very decently. We're close, y'all. Obviously, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We're kind of just waiting and seeing if anything does get severe warned. But I'm almost inclined to hop off very soon here as these storms continue to show signs of just staying well below the severe limits at the current time. Now, granted, of course, gusty winds of 30 to 40 are still possible. We are still watching a numerous amount of cells up and down this line of storms, including the Diamonddale and Potterville region. Down towards Eden Rapids into Springport. Have a cell popping up in Ionia right now. Some hail falling in that one. And of course up here north of Carson City into Elma and up towards Shepherd. And we just had lightning, oh man, on our Allen camera. That was basically striking right behind the tree. Oh, I wish you guys would have seen it. That was really cool. And while lightning is cool to look at, it's a friendly reminder that when thunder roars, head indoors. Go back over to our radar here, as I'm sure I'll turn off the camera and lightning will happen. Still watching out for these storms up here in northern Michigan, up near the Gaylord radar site. Looks gusty. Looks like a decent amount of hail falling within any of these cells. Not at severe limits though. So if you're not Otsego County and far eastern Antrim County, do be mindful of the wind and hail factor. Not severe at the current time. Checking in on our comments behind the scenes. Not a whole lot going on right now. Again, we do appreciate your damage reports that are being sent in, especially if they're delayed from earlier. Again, time, location is important when you are sending in your reports. Our messenger is open. Please utilize that for damage reports only. Again, questions and normal, just generic looking clouds. Again, during severe weather ops, not really necessary, especially since we're trying to get damage reports in and sent over. Those damage reports can also be sent in to our Michigan Weather Reports group on Facebook. It's a community page you guys can join. Additionally, you can just put it in the comments section on any one of our posts. That is not the live stream. But if Facebook is not your thing, we do have a Discord server open today, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure when you join the Discord server that you do follow the rules, all of them, when you join, so that way you don't miss any entry steps when joining the Discord server. So appreciate it. Current time now 8:36. We are now an hour, 8.5 of our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage here. It feels like it's just never ending. I've been live since the start. Started at about 12:04, I believe it was, this afternoon with our first severe thunderstorm warning up near Alpena. Just one of those days where you have storms training across the state over and over and over again. And we are continuing to watch storms. Our last little bit of storms roll across the central Michigan region. Pretty much all up and down the 127 corridor right now at the current time. Our threat for tornadoes is dwindling fast. We still have gusty winds moving in to Lansing at the current time, heading into Holton, Diamonddale. We'll also click over to our northern Indiana radar. I do apologize for all the flashing back and forth. But gusty winds are also occurring right now up near Jonesville. 61.5 miles per hour possible on Rainy Road near West Litchfield Road. That's heading up towards Hanover. Hillsdale does have some cameras, I believe. Trying to remember. We have a Hudson camera. But the closest view we've got, so we're still pretty far away. Jackson County, we do have one weather camera in Jackson County. That is going to be over in the Grass Lake region, and that faces east, so we aren't going to have a good look on the storm. That may be producing some gusty winds north of Jonesville until it gets to the east of Jackson. We also do have the Albion cam. The Albion cam continues to showcase quite a beautiful view to the east on our camera. Take a look at that. Lightning and a rainbow at the same time. Beautiful. Courtesy once again of Calhoun County 911. Trying to gather my bearings here. It's going to be straight that way. Somewhere out in the distance beyond the radio tower there, that is where we'd be watching for those gusty winds at the current time. There is a supercell trying to develop down in Stroh, Indiana. That looks to be staying hopefully along and south of US 20. But if you are in Indiana right now, that's something to watch. It does have that distinct hooking feature on it that we often see in tornadic thunderstorms. Not tornadic right now, but again, does bear watching even as the day continues to wind down here. In fact, I'll show you guys on radar. It is going to be this cell in Stroh. It's about a county south of the Michigan border. While I have a moment in between our severe warnings, go ahead and switch back. Check out some of our super chats you guys have sent in. Dan, $10 super chat saying, was watching that St. John cell off the back of my deck. Weather radio went off. Thought, hey, they're talking about that. Yes, we were, Dan. You got it. Thank you for tuning in today, of course, and staying weather aware. Appreciate your support. Productive Dude, $10 super chat, asking about Marcellus. Probability of tornado very low, and it is now pretty much zeroed out for the remainder of the evening. Hopefully you're able to stay safe today during today's severe weather events. We have Ian N upgrading their membership to silver here on YouTube. Jen B back for month number 6, saying thanks for helping keeping us safe, guys. No problem, Jen. Happy to have you tune in and supporting channel operations as always. Emerald Dark, $2 they are getting hit at the current time. Thank you very much for that report earlier. Jackman, $1.99 super chat. Any threats for Southeast Michigan near the Ohio border in Blissfield for tonight? As this line continues to move towards Blissfield, we'll continue to watch for gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but we are quickly approaching nighttime. When we do that, we lose our instability. So the threats for the Blissfield area and Southeast Michigan in general are very, very low for this evening. Crystal G, back for month number 22 as a bronze member, saying windy, heavy rain and hail in Charlotte a short while ago. Thank you very much for those reports. And that is all I have in terms of super chats. All caught up. We're still aiming for the end of the month for the release of the weather app. I'm still waiting on test version to come out so we can beta test it before releasing to the public. We're hoping to get it out by the end of the month. And again, it will be free to download for those who have missed our promos for it. There's an ad-free version. There's also a small subscription you can pay to have ad-free. And there will also be a pro version if you would like to pay for some upgraded weather radar features and some app features. And as a reminder, again, be patient. The initial version we release of this app is going to be, I guess in some terms compared to some other weather apps, still a little bit bare bones, but we are working on many, many features. here coming to the weather app, including for those who are paid members, Patreon or YouTube or Discord or Facebook, that obviously get a daily forecast every single day, including early release of those forecast graphics. We are working on implementing our subscription for our daily forecasts, our early forecasts for the bronze membership into the app. It's not going to be right away. So if you are a paying member on Patreon or YouTube or Facebook, those forecasts will not be on the app right away. That's going to be down the road. And also, of course, we are planning on implementing a way to showcase our posts that we put on Facebook, for example, into the app. So that way you don't have to come over here to Facebook, for example, if you wanted to get off Facebook. We'll still showcase our Facebook posts in the app itself. So keep that in mind. A lot of fun stuff coming in. Beta testing is going to be limited to staff and moderators only. And also, if you happen to want to become a Diamond member, again, Diamond members will also get first access beta testing to our app features. We don't expect anyone to become a Diamond member, but it is an option if you guys would really absolutely love to become a beta tester for the app. Yes, we will plan on bringing live cameras into the app as well. Gusty winds continuing. Leslie, Rives Junction, down to Concord and Hanover. This is now Jackson County, extending up towards Mason and Holt. Not severe, but still gusty. Also to the north, there's finally been a confirmed report of hail, ½ inch for Alba as of 8:28 this evening. These storms are now starting to dwindle a little bit, although the winds are still pretty intense around the National Weather Service office. Okay. Okay. Ryan, are you there? Probably not. Oh yeah, he's doing that stream, that briefing. Curious. Watching that little segment here right next to the APX radar site, Hiawatha Trail. For a brief moment, it does look like a little bit of rotation popped up there. And it does line up perfectly with a little bit of a spike in correlation coefficient, aka debris. It is now to the north of the radar site. I don't know. I mean, that looks like it to me. I mean, that's reds and greens with the correlation coefficient directly over it. Kind of pretty well versed in radar. It looks like a little bit of a brief spin-up tornado, in my opinion, up here at the Otsego Lake area. But again, who knows? I mean, they're right there at the National Weather Service office, so they would probably see it, I would imagine. So, again, it does look like a classic quick spin-up signature. Again, 1, 2, 3 correlation coefficient. If you back it up, there's boom, boom. You can see it move. Boom, boom, right there. Hiawatha Trail. Classic 2 scan. It's there and gone near Otsego Lake. So that's very interesting. I'm not sure if APX caught that. We'll have to send something their way. I mean, they're right there, so they probably would have seen it. But yeah, very interesting. That just occurred there at the radar site there at the National Weather Service in Gaylord. If you know anyone that lives out there in Hiawatha Trail, let us know. I don't believe there would be an outage map for that. No, probably not. That's very interesting. That popped up quick. That's right next to Otsego Lake too, so I feel like a couple people would see that. Gusty winds, though, in Otsego Lake right now, heading up towards Oak Grove. Would not be shocked. We do have convergence of wind fields here ongoing right now at Otsego Lake. I'm now diving into some of the environment that is up there right now at the radar site, and it's not that impressive for rotating storms, but there's a little level, very, very little amount of low-level spin. And I mean probably the bare minimum you can get up there to the north. So I guess we'll see. So if you know anybody out on Hiawatha Trail, and really just in the Otsego Lake vicinity right now, some gusty winds. But that, if there was I'm not saying that there was, but again, this is puzzling right now because there was red and green. I'm gonna dual pane this for you guys, so you guys can kind of see the reds and greens line up. Right side debris tracker, perfectly green and blue directly in the center of that little bit of rotation there. It's very, very subtle, but it looks like it was there for at least 1 or 2 scans. So even back here, it looks like it was just starting. So again, if you know anybody out here on Mad Cow Road in Hiawatha Trail, south of Stone Pillars Trail, let us know if there's any damage out there. Send us a message if you're close by, if you're in the Otsego Lake area, Oak Grove area. We're very curious about what just happened there. Again, it's right next to the National Weather Service office. I'm not sure if they just didn't see it or if they're just not concerned about it. Again, very puzzling at the current time. Sorry, I'll move away from that. Again, that's still puzzling, though. Gusty winds are moving through the area of Otsego Lake and Oak Grove. But we're also watching still down here to the south as these storms roll in through Jackson and Ingham County. And, of course, Hillsdale, too. We're also very close to the airport radar. And it does indicate some gusty winds, 49 to 50 miles per hour to the southwest of Jackson, heading towards Vandercook Lake at the current time. That is not severe, but that is strong. And so I believe, unless Northern Indiana has a good view on gusty winds, we're about to wrap up at least this part, take a little bit of a break. But if you're in downtown Jackson, be advised, some small hail and some gusty winds. Strong, not severe, heading into downtown Jackson. I see there's a lot of rainbow alerts going out in the chat right now. Yeah, for those who are following us on Facebook, our YouTube channel link is youtube.com/@MIStormChasers. Bring that back in here real quick. There you go. Another beautiful view, courtesy of Calhoun County 911. That rainbow is off to the east, directly over Albion. Again, these tower cams come in clutch. If you have a tower and would love to sponsor a weather camera, one-time cost, With a view like that, you'll likely get it used a lot here at MSC as they can see out in the distance. So appreciate Calhoun County 911 for this view. This is one of 2 of their cameras they have in Calhoun County. The other one's out south of Battle Creek. Small hail occurring in Jackson. Thank you for that report. Head back to our radar here. South Carson City. Decent cell popping up in Hubbardston. And by decent cell at this point of the night, we're talking just general thunderstorm with a decent amount of lightning on it. Not a whole lot else to talk about other than some small hail across the area. And of course, if we head back up to the north here, we can discuss the quick little bit of a wind. And in fact, what is happening right now? It has been on radar for the last couple of scans. I'm almost believing that this is what could have been a quick spin up, and again, this wind does continue off to the north towards Oak Grove. I'm going to go ahead and check our outage map real quick once again here, just to make sure that this isn't translating to the ground, because what I'm seeing on radar is not fun for anybody. Again, there's a pixel here of 65 miles per hour on Old US 27 and I-75. This is right next to Alpine Road and Ranch Road up here in northern Michigan. So very, very curious as to what is happening with this storm, whether that's a glitch, whether that's not a glitch. There's a lot of converging wind ongoing in this area right now, so it's tough to tell. And again, it's way outside of the most prime environment too for severe weather. But here we are. We're watching a storm in northern Michigan at 8:56 here on. Anybody here watching from Oak Grove and Gaylord, let us know. Latest scan continues gusty winds up to Oak Grove. Again, puzzling. Very puzzling. There are now outages coming in Oak Grove, actually. Yep, just a couple just popped in. If you are in Oak Grove, now can confirm power outages coming in. I'm pretty much locked in on this cell right now. Again, this is some reds and greens heading straight into downtown Gaylord at the current time. If you're in Gaylord, please be watching this storm. We have power outages coming in right now on the west side of Otsego Lake, just to the west of Oak Grove, Otsego Lake Drive and Hereafter Lane at the current time. Multiple power outages coming in, small, but they're there. I'm sitting right for the Gaylord Airport and downtown Gaylord. Yeah, there's an embedded cell in this. Hold, please. Give me a second. Ryan, are you there? I saw he was typing in the background. Severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Jackson. I'm kind of working solo right now. I'm in communication with some sources behind the scenes on this. What could be a brief spin up tornado here in the Gaylord region. Bear with me, guys. I'm working here. All right, we'll go south. I was just getting that in. New severe thunderstorm warning popping in now. Jackson County, you are under the gun. It's in downtown Jackson at the current time. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Jackson County in south central Michigan until 9:45 p.m. I'm going to turn off my camera now because it is overloading my computer. 8:59, severe thunderstorms are located over Jackson, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main hazard. This severe thunderstorm warning includes Jackson, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leoni, Napoleon, Norville, the Jackson County Airport, Oak Point, Michigan Center, Munith, Pleasant Lake, and Clark Lake. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. It's kind of in the middle of no man's land here. We also have an observed tornado warning down in because that was the supercell I was mentioning earlier that was traveling along in south of US 20. I was like, you got to watch that because it has that shape on it. Interesting. They just issued that. Looks like we're going to have to use the Detroit radar, which is going to be a little bit closer to Jackson here. Yeah, there's your wind. Showing up better from the Detroit radar directly over downtown Jackson at the current time. We have winds of 62. Yeah, 62 to 63 miles per hour right there. South side of Jackson, right in between Jackson and Vandercook Lake. It is crossing US 127 and the US 127 business route heading into Michigan Center right now. We're looking at the cyans on radar. And those extend all the way down south of Vandercook Lake, moving to the northeast, once again at about 40 miles per hour. So it should be in Jackson and Vandercook Lake right now. Grass Lake coming up soon, and north of Napoleon. I'm going to go ahead and real quickly check in back up north. Once again, Jackson, Vandercook Lake. If you're in this orange box you see on your screen, take shelter now. Interior room. We also have gusty winds moving in up through Dansville right now. That may also require a warning very soon. From the Detroit radar, 55 to 57 miles per hour just south of Dansville at the current time. That is 2,900 feet off the ground. So still a little bit elevated. But if it continues to show those signs of blues as it get closer to Livingston County, that will require a warning most likely. So again, Jackson County, severe thunderstorm warning, east side. We're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in winds right now across the area. We're also still watching some weird convergence ongoing in the Gaylord area right now. We might have just a little bit of funkiness ongoing up here in the Gaylord area. Watching it very closely. Again, that lines up. That's an unnamed road, but it's heading up towards Parameter Road and Town Line Road. Now, typically, again, in a normal day, again, we're looking at reds and greens close together on the left side. That's your velocity. Right side, that's your debris ball. Right where the reds and greens line up right now, there is what appears to be a typical day, a debris ball. And it's been there for the last 2 or 3 scans, too. It's very interesting. My attention to detail, I guess, tonight just, I don't know. It's weird. It's just really far away from the best environment, and it still shocks me that there was something like that up here in radar. So I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see what the National Weather Service and Gaylord has to say. But again, on a normal day, you see the reds and greens close together like that, and it's matching up with what appears to be a debris ball. Not saying that there is. That would usually require a tornado warning, but again, latest scan kind of fizzled it out a little bit over Parameter Road. Town Line Road. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Again, the storms are continuing to kind of cycle right now. Okay, we'll go back down south. Again, no tornado warnings in effect, but again, as a meteorologist, I mean myself, I am trained to spot things on radar that, again, I learned in meteorology of how to spot tornadoes on radar. And again, we're playing by the book here. Reds and greens, correlation coefficient drop. That is usually a sign of a tornado that has quickly spun up in the area up there in the Gaylord region. But we'll see. We'll go back to our main focal point here, though. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue. Gusty winds now moving in through Jackson and Vandercook Lake. Also surging forward now towards the Grass Lake region. We have Toby B in chat, 499 super chat, saying tree down on a house in Vandercook Lake, Jackson County area. Thank you very much for that report. That is a confirmed wind gust report then, perhaps severe wind. If you have pictures to send in that we can forward to the National Weather Service for a storm report, that would kind of keep the severe thunderstorm warning going off to the east. Let us know. Again, if you're able to do so, and that way the National Weather Service in Detroit can get word of that and issue a severe thunderstorm warning likely downstream for Washtenaw County. Yeah, we are locking in with a storm right now in Jackson County with gusty winds being reported across the area. Yeah, we wish we could have staff in multiple locations across the state, but again, we're still a pretty small weather company here at MSC. So again, your continued support here at MSC continues to help us grow and add more staff in the future. So again, hitting that like button, follow button, share button, it's all free to do. It helps us long term here at MSC so that we can add to our staff, because ultimately that's what we want to do. We want to be able to have multiple eyes on all of these storms, because right now it is just myself, and I am watching every single storm across the region, across the entire state for all 83 counties. So I will sometimes miss things, but even then I do pay attention to detail quite well, as you saw with the Gaylord storm up there. So again, there's a tornado warning observed for Williams County, Ohio, and Steuben County, Indiana. That is just south of Hillsdale County at the current time. Tornado on the ground, Hamilton, Indiana, it appears, with that pink box. That is staying to the south of Michigan at the current time. Freddie is actually on that storm. In fact, one of our chasers, he has his camera live with us right now. Let's look at the back side of it. Would be on the right edge. There where that lightning just struck. Somewhere over there on the right center side of the screen, that would be the potential tornado on the ground there in the Hamilton, Pleasant Lake area in Indiana. So there goes his camera. So shout out to Freddie out there chasing tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue. Grass Lake, you guys are up next for these gusty winds. Also surprised we don't have any sort of statement yet for the Dansville and Weberville area here on M52 south of Weberville. A pretty gusty wind shown up there at 2,500 feet off the ground. That is 58 to 59 miles per hour. That is 1 mile per hour shy of severe. And technically it is severe at this time. But we'll see if the National Weather Service Detroit or National Weather Service Grand Rapids does issue something for that line. Oh, there we go. There's my answer. Not even 10 seconds later. So special weather statement in effect right now. 50 mile per hour winds is the going hazard. That is it. Strong thunderstorm will impact northern Livingston County through 10 p.m. At 9:12, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm 7 miles southwest of Fowlerville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard is wind gusts up to 50, as mentioned. Fowlerville around 9:15. Oak Grove around 9:25, and Chahocta around 9:30. Other locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include Parker's Corners, Conway Township, and Deerfield Township. Once again, seek shelter inside a sturdy structure until these storms do pass. That is, again, 50 mile per hour winds heading into Livingston County, primarily the northern half. So that's Howell to Fowlerville and points north. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our airport radar. Check out the gusty winds there in the Grass Lake region. And you can really see them gusting. Again, that's your surge of wind heading into Grass Lake, about 2 minutes away now. There's a pixel there of about 55 to 57 miles per hour. And that is at the current time. Latest scan brings it a tad closer to Chelsea. Also some gusty winds down here south of Brooklyn near Michigan International Speedway. Cement City, Onstead region, but the main concern for severe wind is with the surge heading in towards Chelsea. New statement coming in for Washtenaw for an extension of an alert. For now, the National Weather Service in Detroit is going with a special weather statement. Strong thunderstorm will impact northern Washtenaw County through 10:15 p.m. At 9:15, Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm over Grass Lake or 9 miles east of Jackson, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 50 are possible. Ann Arbor, Chelsea, Dexter, Salem, Dixboro, Whitmore Lake, Barton Hills, Hudson Mills, Linden Township, Hudson Mills Metro Park, and Delhi Mills are all in this special weather statement for northern Washtenaw County. Yeah, if you guys, sounds like we're getting damage reports in from Otsego Lake at the current time. If you guys have damage up there in Otsego Lake, again, we are watching a couple storms that might have briefly produced a quick tornado or two in the vicinity of the Gaylord area. And in fact, there are still some reds and greens trying to do something funky up here at the current time. So we'll keep an eye on this area tonight. Weird convergence happening across the area at the current time. But again, power outages reported from Otsego Lake. We have Kimball Avenue and Buck Road on the east side of the lake. And on the west side of the lake, we have West Otsego Lake Drive, right between Fowler Lake and Otsego Lake itself. In fact, that's a big outage that just came in for the entire west side of Otsego Lake. So all of Otsego Lake Drive, west side of Otsego. Yeah, we are looking for damage reports right now out of Otsego Lake. I'm gonna look through chat here. Docks ripped out of the water over and boats flipped over on Otsego Lake and Gaylord. Thank you for that report. If you have pictures, please send those in to us immediately. Again, we'll send it over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. Okay, so we'll head back south. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on that behind the scenes, but again, it seems like we have considerable damage coming in from the Otsego Lake area tonight on a potential unwarned tornado. Not going to jump to that conclusion yet, but again, according to what we saw on radar, it looked like at least a severe downburst on these storms. Winds are now entering Washtenaw County as we speak, the Chelsea cam. Unfortunately, I do not have anyone helping me out to take our cameras live tonight. Again, if I did, my camera would, or my PC would probably crash. So we are going to roll with just radar. Very shocked it didn't go warning on the Howl Storm. That is quite the bow forward. Still safe bet putting the statement out. Still reading at 55 miles per hour, 56 miles per hour out here. I believe that's the Metro Park. West Sargent Road near Fowlerville Road. That's about a mile and a half south of downtown Fowlerville. Sorry, 3.5 miles south of downtown Fowlerville. Fowlerville itself, likely still getting some gusty winds, just not as heavy as what is happening to the south of town. So yes, this is a call to action. If you know anybody in the Gaylord area, living around Otsego Lake. This is north. This is way up here in Otsego County. Otsego Lake, Oak Grove, especially the Otsego Lake to Oak Grove area. We are looking for any and all damage reports that we can send over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. We were watching radar very closely, and it appears, according to chat, that you guys are confirming docks and boats flipped on Otsego Lake. But we need video or photo confirmation so we can send it over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. So right now there's one severe thunderstorm warning. It is for eastern Jackson County, includes Grass Lake. These storms, however, are primarily pushing into Washtenaw County at the current time. We will likely see a change or removal of the severe thunderstorm warning in due time, and it expires in 22 minutes, but this storm is now about to leave Jackson County in a hole. So Chelsea, Dexter up next for some winds up to 50 miles per hour. Same thing for Fowlerville and Jahokta at the current time. We are getting some wind damage reports actually in the Waterloo Recreation area. A lot of power outages actually coming into north of Grass Lake. Looking to see if that's recent. 9:18. Yep, that is recent. 9:22. Yep. 9:12. Yep. So these are confirmed gusty winds in the Grass Lake region. Power outages coming in there. Also back towards Michigan Center, power outage at 9:08. So it does appear that there are sporadic wind gusts being reported. Now there are some power outages coming in from Linden Center, north of Chelsea. As these storms do move into the Chelsea region, would not be surprised if there are power outages coming in there. Jahokta, thank you. We go to the north. Again, there's two Boeing segments right now. There's one heading into Chelsea and there's one heading into Fowlerville at the current time. I have reason to believe that the Fowlerville one is actually a little bit more intense than our Jackson County storm, just because of the shape that we are looking at on radar. The winds are more well aligned with the Boeing segment up here in Fowlerville. Also, a lot more lightning, usually signifying a stronger storm to the north versus to the south. Just realized there's a dog in the top left corner of the screen. We'll take a quick break to show you Freddy's dog. He is out there in Hamilton, Indiana at the current time. We'll call it the good boy cam. We always have pet appearances on our streams here at MSC, especially during our briefings, but sometimes during our severe weather coverage as well. Again, if I'm laggy on your guys' end, again, it's still an encoder issue. We've also been live for 9.5 hours, so my PC is running a little hot. We do still have gusty winds up here in Otsego County, heading up in towards the Wolverine region. No statements, no warnings at the current time, but we are monitoring. That storm is continuing to weaken as the time goes on. The only storms that continue to show signs of strengthening are really these two storms that are in Livingston and Washtenaw counties. And there goes our severe thunderstorm warning, canceled a little bit early for Jackson County. We will have Ryan back in here soon. I know that he is finishing up something on the Michigan side of things. Gusty winds are still pushing into Howell at the current time. Current time right now, 9:28 p.m. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions of southwest lower Michigan, but they are canceling the counties a couple at a time. Gratiot, Ionia, Clinton, Ingham, Jackson, Branch, and Hillsdale are still in a severe thunderstorm watch. We imagine those are going to be dropped likely by 10 o'clock. The watch does remain in effect until 11, but they will probably drop them all by 10.
Good evening, Joel.
All right.
That was about an hour and a half detour.
Indeed it was. My computer's doing the thing where everything is slow and laggy or choppy.
Uh-oh.
It was doing so good all day. For some reason we hit twilight and we're having issues. But we're on the out for severe weather coverage for tonight. We're still watching a couple areas of interest, Washtenaw and Livingston County at the current time, where winds are very close to severe limits. And of course, you've seen in chat right now, we are doing a call to response for anyone up in Otsego Lake. Now, Otsego Lake and Gaylord. If you know anyone that lives along Otsego Lake, has damage of any, or has pictures of any damage to send in, we will forward those over to the National Weather Service immediately, as we believe there could be what occurred tonight, a brief spin up tornado.
Yeah, looking at that when you sent that my way, it looked for sure like a little bit of a spin up, some definite rotation there.
Yeah.
It's just very hard to tell because when you get that close to the radar, it's just kind of it's conglomerate. It can kind of be really chunky or cluttery. Got the Howl cam pulled up. I'll get on my screen here momentarily.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've
What is our?
been waiting on the the weather cameras. Go ahead.
I thought I was getting help there too, but I got it pulled up now. Courtesy of the City of Howell, facing to the west as this line. It appears to be pretty gusty, moving in. A lot of lightning out there too. So we'll see how gusty it is here in the city. We're going on 10 hours of coverage here, Joel. It's wild.
I know.
I think the longest we've done is what, 12 hours?
We had 11-hour or so stream. Was it 2 summers ago now, or was it last summer? Up in the Upper
It was
Peninsula.
last summer. It was last summer. It was you and Drew, I believe, on stream for a while. Looks like the Howl area is the only concern that I see on radar, at least.
Camera, of course, courtesy of the City of Howell, top their City Hall, I believe. There, looking to the
Correct.
west northwest. But yeah, again, up to the north. We are still looking for any and all damage reports from Otsego Lake, specifically between Otsego Lake and Oak Grove. Take my radar back really quickly. Again, just to reference the radar, it was Hiawatha Trail where we saw a quick little spin up, perhaps on radar. It's this little dead end road that goes very close to the radar site, off of Mad Crow Road. So there was a brief little spin up there, and then it tracked up along the lake. Not sure if it was the west or the east side, but it pretty much went parallel to the lake. And there's a very large power outage right now on West Otsego Lake Drive, and a couple power outages in Oak Grove itself. So either a severe downburst or maybe even a quick little spin up tornado did occur tonight, confirmed via, according to you guys in chat, of docks and boats potentially flipped, and of course power outages in the area. So again, if you know anyone up here in Gaylord that can go out and survey this damage, send in the damage to us. We will forward that over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord for potential surveying. So again, call to action tonight for those living up in Otsego County. But right now, there is no real concern anymore, except for this little cell that is to the west of Wolverine that could be producing some small hail and some gusty winds. Go back to your Howl cam there. Just reading through comments, make sure I'm not missing anything.
Just sitting here talking away, and I didn't realize I was muted.
Yes, you were. What did you want to say?
I was just going to share a detour story where I went for the past 2 hours. Did a briefing for Indiana. 20 minutes in, they issue a tornado warning for Terre Haute area. And 20 minutes later, we find ourselves with a tornado on the ground just west of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
That was fun. Turned into a briefing into coverage. So,
Very curious to see how the winds play out here in Howell. There's a couple pixels of about, there was a 65 mile per hour pixel that has since disappeared, but there's a lot of 60 mile per hour pixels right now to the north and west of downtown Howell. We're talking out here on the I-96 business loop in North Burkhardt Road. Also, again, to the north, we got Bowen Road at North Burkhardt Road and Warner Road near Crandall Road. So all to the west of town. To the north of town, we also have West Barron Road at Oak Grove and Oak Grove at West Mar. Also have Marwood Drive and Preston Road. It's a big swath here inside of this triangular looking special weather statement. Howell itself is not in the special weather statement, but I would not be surprised if we see some sort of extension like shortly. We'll see though. Take Ryan's cam back. Decent lightning there. It's a slow moving storm. It does say at 45 miles per hour, but it's taking its sweet old time getting into Howell here. It's been a long day though. We did say 1 to 10 p.m. and we've used about every single hour and then some inside of that 1 to 10 stretch.
yes, we did.
I mean, it started an hour early, so. Yes, you can count us to be doing coverage tomorrow if there's severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. You know we'll be live covering them from beginning to end. We have not missed a single warning in the state since late 2023. So if you're new here and need a home for severe weather coverage for the state of Michigan, we got you. Follow today. We are always live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch TV, and X. That's quite the signature still to the west of Howell.
Yeah, I'm very curious how they're going to warn it or we're going to see here in town. This is heading right for the camera.
Yep. Still have some gusty winds down here in the Dexter area, but we're not seeing those dark cyans like we're seeing to the north up here in Livingston County. Still 50 mile per hour winds possible Dexter to Barton Hills, Warden, and Dixboro within the next 10 to 20 minutes at the current time. Back to the Howell cam.
We're getting close to seeing the impact here.
It's like waiting for a spaceship to launch. Multiple pixels of 60 miles per hour out on North Burkhardt Road at East Grand River and Burkhardt at Bowen. County Airport Drive and Popple Lane, as well as Tooley Road and Duffrey Boulevard, all small roads out in the area just to the west of Howell being impacted right now. Next scan should bring it in to downtown Howell. So it's just about halfway across Livingston County. Eventually, if it does continue off to the east, we got Oakland County up next. Milford, Highland, Clarkston, and Holly be in line for this line of gusty winds.
Whoa.
Wow. Yeah, we've had a Howell cam for a while. I can't remember when we installed it, but it's been probably since the fall, I believe.
Winds are picking up. Yeah, it's been a while. I had to go back and look what date it was installed, but looks like the worst of the winds may go just north of the camera. We'll see though.
Oh, wow. Beautiful bolt on camera there, Ryan. Straight center of the
I
screen.
saw the flash. I missed it.
Here comes your rain. You can literally see the curtain rolling down the street in front of us here. But we are curious to see how much of these winds are translating to the ground, because right now we are picking up on 60 mile per hour pixels at about 1,400 feet off the ground, which is pretty close to the ground, but there's still that area of 1,400 feet that we can't see on radar. So again, that's likely why they're not issuing a severe thunderstorm warning, is because the 60 mile per hour winds that you see at 1,400 feet off the ground aren't quite mixing to the ground at 60 miles per hour. But we'll see here in just a second as these winds do roll into downtown Howell. Checking back on the radar real quick. The main core of wind is now passing just to the south of town. It said, yeah, we're going to go into Howell, and then we're going to also just miss out north of town. But decent lightning there, and some gusty winds. Not the greatest. But if you're out to the north on Oak Grove, near Fisher Road, that's primarily where these winds are gusting right now, and Barron Road at Fisher as well. Let us know what you guys are seeing out there in the Howell region. I know we have a lot of you guys watching in central Livingston County tonight, eventually heading over to the US 23 corridor. Keep us posted. So with no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, this has turned into a Howell camera watch party, honestly. Still special weather statements in effect both in effect till 10 and 10:15. The first for Livingston, the second for Washtenaw. Winds of 50 miles per hour are possible. No hail with these storms. The cores that we saw earlier have dropped significantly. Not really seeing much in terms of hail anymore. So
Wind is picking up there a little bit, although it's not too intense.
shout out to Haven Ellis becoming a bronze member on YouTube. Ashley C. back for month number 26 here at MSC, saying thank you for all you do for us to keep us safe. Thank you, Ashley, for the nice comment. Appreciate you for tuning in and supporting us throughout the last 26 months and staying weather aware throughout the year. Also, Mia and Cass sending 200 and 100 joules respectively. Thank you guys very much. Next up, Ryan, would be the Howell cam if the storm continues off into Oakland County.
The what cam?
Sorry, Highland.
Lake
Oakland County.
Orion?
No,
Highland, okay.
Highland, yep. Still a little bit of ways away. Looks like for the most part in Howell, it's kind of below severe limits, and we're kind of going to be wrapping it up here very soon, I would imagine. The cell down to the south in Washtenaw County, not that impressive anymore. Wind fields are lackluster, to say the least. The only storm that's worth mentioning here is the storm in Howell, and even at this point, we're watching on the Howell cam. These winds they're there, but they're not really at severe limits, so could still see a couple tree limbs come down, a couple isolated power outages, but not a whole lot concerned with this line as it comes into Oakland County. Still, brief lightning threat possible into western Oakland County as these storms continue off to the east in the next half hour, but we are winding down very quickly. Same story up here, Owasso, Corunna, heading over towards the Flushing area. Yes, we are still live. We are 15 minutes away from going into hour 10.
Woohoo!
Besides the half-hour break I had for lunch at about 2:30 this afternoon, I've been just talking and talking for the last 9 hours out of those 9 hours and 45 minutes we've been live. So,
yep.
You can hear MSC. We usually just go live from beginning to end for severe weather. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. Again, we can jump off as soon as those warnings are done. But sometimes, like tonight, if we do see signatures on radar that are close to severe limits, we'll stay live just a little bit longer just to make sure no extra warnings do come in. But we're getting to that point now where the wind that we're seeing out there is not much of a concern. We do have a statement coming in for Shiawassee and Genesee. That might be more towards for hail. I'm not seeing much for wind. Yeah. Hold your horses, Ryan. We have a special weather statement being issued for portions of extreme northeastern Shiawassee County and northwestern Genesee County for wind of 40 and hail up to penny-sized.
That's not bad.
That is with this new cell that has popped up just down the road from Corunna in Owasso. And that is moving towards our Flushing camera. Courtesy of Bigfoot Pro Services, I believe.
Correct. We'll get it pulled up here momentarily. There you go. No, there it is.
That's cool.
It is cool.
It looks scary, but it is just a scary looking cloud. Oh, I love this question, Ryan. Renee asked, do you guys have a 9-to-5 job?
Nope.
This is our 9-to-5 job.
This is 7 to 5. We are full time here at MSC. We are not volunteers. We are not part time. Well, there's some part timers on staff here, but no, we are full time. This is our full time job, and it's courtesy of you guys as viewers who help support us, well, as our partners, sponsors. So this is basically a community driven brand here at MSC. For the community, by the community.
Absolutely. Yeah, for the most part, this is Scud and maybe a tiny shelf cloud also associated with this. It's weird, Ryan. It's a double boot feature here in the center of the screen. Again, courtesy of Bigfoot Pro Services out there in Flushing, looking directly to the west. On radar, that is this cell. The one that actually has a little bit of a hook on it, but there's nothing in terms of rotation. There's a wind field here that is parallel to the storm, but again, it's not a concern for any tornadoes. It just kind of looks scary in person, so no concern. Just cool to look at. Our ASL interpreters are Dawn and Caitlin right now at the bottom of the screen. That is Caitlin. Caitlin can wave for everybody if she would like to. Here we go. They do a great job signing for everybody. So we appreciate them very much for this new addition to MSC streams here in Michigan. So yeah, new statement that just popped in for Shiawassee and Genesee County, if you guys missed it, is for penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. If you are out on Cronk Road and North Durand Road, also near Juddville Road, that is likely where the hail would be falling right now.
These winds are west of the radar. I'm getting 54 here, and it's getting closer and closer to the radar.
Ryan, you were really quiet, but I could hear you.
Hello.
Which storm are you talking about, by the way?
Due west of the radar, Detroit. Pontiac.
Main radar, yeah. So heading into Oakland County. No statement, though, yet extended out for eastern Livingston County and western Oakland yet. We'll see what they go with.
A couple things here. Looks like there's perhaps some picturesque clouds here looking east from Grass Lake. This is courtesy of one of our newer cameras, Great Lakes Generators. Sunset looks like it's illuminating it's pitch black here where I'm from. I'm close to this area. It's crazy.
Almost looks like Mamatis, top left side of the screen there in Grass Lake.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, although I wasn't really conclusive on that. This is logging my computer down. I can't do anything with this right now. There it goes. Look at all the colors on this one. Good grief.
Midland cam, courtesy of 702 Bar. Right there in downtown Midland, looking to the west. Beautiful sunrise, or sunset. I'm going to bed.
Oh, man. It feels like it's MSC after hours, but it's not. We still got like a few more hours left to go. It's wild. We are 8 minutes away from crossing the 10-hour mark on streaming.
Also a lone cell down
Yay.
south of Frontier in southern Hillsdale County at the current time. Small hail for your hazard. That'll continue along the Michigan-Ohio state line. Otherwise, just some general rain and a couple rumbles of thunder south of Adrian and Blissfield at the current time. Oakland County is now finally getting a statement extended. Probably worth a post, Ryan?
Do I have to?
Yes.
Do I have to?
Yes. Northern Oakland County includes Holly and Ortonville till 10:45 p.m. Wind of 50 miles per hour. No hail expected.
Said 50-50.
Yep, 5-0. Nothing in terms of hail.
Yep. I almost put 50 mpg, miles per gallon.
Did you actually type MPG?
I did type mpg.
Breaking news. Michigan Storm Chasers measures storms in miles per gallon instead of miles per hour. Just kidding.
Just like we measure CAPE in joules, not joules.
Very funny. Curious to find out how many warnings we had today in the state of Michigan. It felt like 40 at least.
I can count them up.
I was going to say, you probably can go into Facebook, right?
Let me tally this up. Take a guess. Put your guess in chat. How many severe warnings do we have? We had like one tornado warning. How many severe did we have? Let's count.
I guess there was just a lot of statements too. It just felt like so many, but it wasn't 40. I have a number.
I got a number here. Yep. Starts with 2, ends in.
Yep.
Nothing. Oh, there were 27. 27 in total.
I counted 28, but I could be wrong.
Okay, let's put this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. If you count the tornado warnings, 28.
So, oh yeah,
I'm
with
counting
the,
just
with,
severe
with the
warnings.
tornado warning, yeah. I was
I was
laughing.
not counting that one.
I was laughing because Janelle mentioned, hey, Joel was measuring time in inches earlier. We don't talk about that. I said 3 inches away instead of 3 minutes away, Ryan. I don't know if you were here for that.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, okay. So if you're in Oakland County, as a reminder for those who are just tuning in, special weather statement now in effect. Northern Oakland County, 50-mile-per-hour winds at the current time. There's still an area of, I wouldn't say concern, but an area of focus. Clyde, heading straight down Clyde Road at Heartland Road. So next up, if it continues down Clyde Road, it would be crossing Bullard and South Fenton Road, and eventually the county line, which is Tipsco Lake Road. I couldn't pronounce that for the life of me earlier today, but I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Say it 10 times fast.
Tipsco. I'm not going to say it 5 times fast, but you can.
I'll pass.
Fair enough.
Well, Joel, I think we're good to wrap things up if you wanted to.
But there's a 58.2 mile per hour pixel at 730 feet off the ground on Heartland Road at Clyde Road, Ryan.
Yeah, I know.
We can't just stop now. I mean, we could. There's no warnings in effect, but it's a little close for comfort right now.
I just think we're on a downtrend. We're on a downtrend for the night, so we're going to see a
Yeah.
continuing weakening trend.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't think we need to stay on much longer. If I don't know, we're gonna cross 10 hours here of coverage in about a minute and a half.
Yep.
Which is crazy. And I know for Joel and I, we gotta get sleep tonight. We gotta do forecasting still, and then gear up for tomorrow. Hopefully, Michigan's not as bad for Joel tomorrow, but I'll be in Indiana. We'll have a long night down there, so I need my sleep, my beauty sleep. So, as does Joel.
Fair.
And again, just putting the PSA out there. If you have friends or family in the state of Indiana who need someone like MSC, we do it in Indiana. We just do it called under a page called the Indiana Weather Network. Would invite you guys to follow along down there with us. Caleb is our main operation down there, and then we kind of rotate in and out, helping him as needed. So we'll have coverage just like we do up here in Michigan, down in Indiana for our tomorrow's threat. In the meantime, I'm going to go grab my medication and nightly food. I'll be right back.
Okay. Over on YouTube, shout out to 5555 Kyrie and Jennifer for sending 30 joules each. Speaking of shoutouts, as a reminder today, we had a lot of hail damage and wind damage across the state. If you guys were impacted in any way, or going forward are impacted by severe weather in any way, keep this in the back of your head. We have resources here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Do not be afraid to reach out if you had reports of damage at your place. Again, we'll get you in touch with some of our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers that are licensed and insured. So that way you can save the hassle of asking randomly on Facebook for help. Those sketchy ads on Facebook, again, ignore all that. Turn to our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers to keep you guys covered in terms of picking up the pieces after severe weather moves through. And of course, we do have a couple of our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers that specialize in different fields that may not relate to storm damage. So feel free to check them out. We're going to roll through them now before the stream ends. As always, the phone numbers for each of these businesses are listed, so feel free to take a screenshot as needed for your personal restoration work or tree removal, etc., etc. So we'll go through the list, alphabetical order, of course. We have about 20 to roll through. First up, A-Class Construction and Restoration, located in northwest Lower Michigan. American Arbor, located in southwest Lower Michigan. Apex Restoration and Mitigation, restoration work in Genesee County and the Thumb. For any IT work, turn to Battle Creek IT, based in Battle Creek. Carlton Equipment Company, based around southeast Michigan for all of your equipment rental needs. Crystal Flash, based around the Lower Peninsula for all of your fuel and propane delivery needs. Ink Media, for all of your digital marketing strategies. Turn to Ink Media. Katz Roofing and Siding, based in the Lansing and Potterville area. Kuiper Tree Care, located in West Michigan. McKay Tree Specialists, for all of your tree service needs in Southeast Michigan. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, Sanilac and St. Clair counties. On Top Roofing, I'm wearing their shirt today. On Top Roofing, Livingston County and surrounding regions. Rainbow Restoration, based in West Michigan. Rapid Radios, for all of your LTE wireless communication needs. Company based in Grand Rapids. Ronald McDonald House Charities of Detroit. Feel free to donate to help families in times of need. Surf Pro, covering the Lower Peninsula 24/7. Storm Guard Metro Detroit North, covering Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, trusted source in West Michigan. Top Notch Tree Care, covering Lansing to Jackson. And Victor's Home Solutions, located up in the Tri-Cities region, also being added very soon as one of our camera sponsors that is also now a trusted partner here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Northern Steel Design Co., I believe, is the name of the company. They are out of Cadillac. So that is our list of trusted partners. We appreciate them for supporting MSC operations, allowing us to be full-time 365 days a year. And of course, all of our daily operational costs behind the scenes that you guys don't often see does help with that as well. So thank you guys very much to all of our trusted partners out there. We appreciate you very much. And of course, to you guys here in chat tonight that have donated via jewels or memberships or anything of the sorts, stars, you name it. Again, it all goes a long ways in helping MSC continue to grow and continue to hold our top spot here as your best weather network here in the state of Michigan. So we thank you very much for everything that you guys have done. We have Dustin ×3 for sending a bunch of jewels here on YouTube, and your boy Alec sending 30 jewels as well. Looking back at our wind, that has significantly reduced as it gets closer to the radar. So it looks like our wind is elevated, is above 55 miles per hour when you get above 750 feet. Once you get below 750 feet, it is not as gusty. We're seeing 40 miles per hour at about 300 feet off the ground. So this is not close to severe limits at the current time in Oakland County. We'll keep an eye on it, but I think at the current time we're about to hop off. Waiting for Ryan to come back to run the outro with me, but I might just go ahead and skip it. But yes, we have officially crossed into hour 10. So for those of you who have been watching since the start of the stream, huge shout out to you guys. I know there's a couple of you dedicated members here at MSC that have been watching from beginning to end, kind of like what we do here with our motto. If you are one of those, feel free to pat yourself on the back. Staying weather aware all day and just hanging out with us. Can't believe we just spent half a day live here at MSC. But again, as our motto states, we got you covered from beginning to end for all inclement weather, severe thunderstorm warnings, and tornado warnings. So, about to wrap it up here. Before we do, we also have Allie sending 100 jewels, sending 2 jewels, and Scoot sending 5 gifted memberships. For those who are subscribed over here on YouTube, check your account. You may have been gifted courtesy of Scoot. And a reminder, this happened a lot during the stream tonight. If you were gifted a membership, for those who are subscribed here on YouTube, it's 30 days in length. After that, it does expire automatically. It is up to you if you would like to re-extend it for $2.99 a month. Hi, Ryan. Welcome back.
Hi. I heard you're ready to wrap it up, so I
Yep.
came running back.
Yeah, I was mentioning the wind on radar. Anything above 50 miles per hour is elevated. Was that thunder?
Yes. That was loud. It scared the crap out of me.
I saw you jump out of your chair in a white flash. That was hilarious. That happened to me earlier in the stream. There's thunder so close by. I heard it through my noise canceling headphones.
Oh, scared me. Whew. Okay.
Again, please do not solicitate your business in chat. You will be removed. If you would like to become a trusted partner here with Michigan Storm Chasers, please reach out to Chandler at michiganstormchasers.com. Again, becoming a trusted partner is the best way to support MSC. Just putting that as a PSA since I just saw it occur in our YouTube chat here. So
As an incentive as well, it's advertising based partnership as well. We can give you exposure if you're a business owner. We have literally 1 to 2 million views a day on our page. And during severe coverage like this, we have tens of millions. So the exposure based advertising, you can sign up with us, become a partner. Obviously, you have to go through our process, make sure you're vetted, but there is potential for you to get your business in front of a lot of people. And we don't offer that for free.
correct. Because at the end of the day, you're ultimately hurting operations here at MSC. So
That, but also we don't know who you are. And
That
I don't
too.
want my followers. Our followers. I'm being personal with you guys. I don't want anybody to get led astray. I'm not saying everybody's bad, but we have a lot of storm chasers in the tree industry and the roofing industry. Well, they flood where the damage is. So we try to stay local. We always focus on local, and we just don't know who you are. And it's no offense to you guys, but we just don't know.
Absolutely. Thank you, Allie, again for sending 10 joules here. Ryan, I believe we're going to wrap it up. As I was mentioning here before, you were jump scared by the thunder.
Thunder.
As he just goes and looks out the window. If you can still hear me, Ryan, the wind of 50
Yes.
miles per hour plus is elevated about 750 feet and higher off the
I heard
ground.
that.
Anything below that,
Yeah, I heard that.
40 miles per hour and less. So the statement for Genesee County is expiring for the hail. It does appear that it has moved off into Saginaw County and the border of Tuscola counties. Still some small hail could be possible up there as it heads into Frankenmuth, but not expected to be severe at the current time. So again, Genesee County, your special weather statement expiring in a minute. We still have the special weather statement for northern Oakland County. That is expiring at 10:45, but right now those winds are well above us in the atmosphere, not expected to be severe. Also expiring in 1 minute, the special weather statement for the showers that are in northern Washtenaw County with not much in the way of wind. That is a quick recap. There was also a pea-sized hail report in Gaylord from 9:15. There's still a tiny cell out there, but I think Gaylord is done with their funkiness tonight. So as a reminder, again, if you're watching from northern Michigan, Gaylord, Otsego Lake area, we are looking for damage reports near and along Otsego Lake. I know it's dark out now, but first thing tomorrow morning, if possible. There was damage on the Hiawatha Trail, which is near the radar site. Then it moved up towards Hightower Trail, which connects with West Otsego Lake Drive. And somewhere in that vicinity, there was either a severe downburst or perhaps a brief spin up tornado. Not sure which. But again, that is we need damage to figure out whether or not that was straight line wind or tornadic in nature. So if you have photos of damage, send them over our way. We'll pass them over to the National Weather Service. Would not be shocked though if the National Weather Service themselves goes out to investigate this these cells that passed by the office with some rotation on them earlier tonight. Again, not even a mile away from the radar. I was really close to the radar site there, at around 8:45, I believe it was, about an hour and a half ago. So again, Otsego Lake and Oak Grove, we're looking for damage reports. This is a call to action tonight from us here at MSC to you guys, the followers. Any damage in that area, send it our way with a location and what you're seeing in terms of damage. And again, we'll field those damage reports in our messenger. So appreciate you guys for always reading our responses, and of course sending in your damage reports. We do appreciate it, and it'll be easier in the future when we do get our app and you're able to send in your damage reports. We're really excited to debut that very, very soon. That'll save the headache of, I know Ryan and Chandler and Alex can all agree, of going into Messenger and trying to filter through 1,000 different messages as they all roll in at the same time.
Just today alone, we had 4,000 messages to go through on Facebook.
Yeah, you guys, this is why we say try to keep it to damage reports at the bare minimum.
And I'm not gonna sit here and lecture y'all, but it's also very difficult to go through 4,000 messages, and 3,000 of them are just pea-sized cell reports.
Yeah, it's a lot of messages today, and we appreciate you guys. So, has so many storms today. Tired of it already, says Seeker. Yeah, honestly, we're wrapping it up though. Again, definitely a huge shout out to everyone involved in the stream today. Staff here, our moderators behind the scenes, and of course, our lovely ladies who do the ASL at the bottom of the screen for y'all. It's a huge group effort. And of course, our storm chasers that were out there this evening as well, in bits and pieces, for also getting some of the views. Couldn't appreciate you all more. And Ryan, is there anything else you would like to add before we hop off?
No, just wrapping up. We'll be back live tomorrow evening if we need to be in Michigan for severe coverage. And again, if you have any friends and family in Indiana who needs severe coverage, be sure to tag them or let them know. We'll be live over on the Indiana Weather Network tomorrow for coverage.
Watch party tonight, question mark.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, fair enough. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
Yes.
So we'll forego
If
that.
you want to, feel free, but
yeah, I still got to make some forecasts. I'm gonna be pooped.
Yeah.
One comment says, "Can we get one last look at the Rogers City cam for giggles?" Just to end the stream.
Well, if somebody was controlling it, maybe people have left it be. Let's pull it back up.
Well, now everyone's gonna flock to it. So
I beat everybody there. I'm already there.
your cam's not sharing.
Yeah, it is.
Gotcha. Yeah, but you're probably gonna get the request.
Ooh, what a
though.
sunset, though.
Oh, beautiful.
I can control it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, this way. This way. No. I can't control it anymore. I'm out of queue.
Yeah. And it goes back to the vote. Oh man, if you guys are watching earlier today, this is what we were doing for a little bit as storms rolled into Rogers City. For those who are watching up in the Rogers City area, we still do plan on getting cameras in Rogers City. It's just a long process right now, is what we'll say. So we'll have our own cameras. We can move around in wild directions at some point, just not yet. So for now, we're using one of the public cams that everyone can control.
Thunder. I'm going to go outside and just enjoy the evening.
Just don't get struck. All
right. I think we're good to wrap this up, though.
Alrighty. Thank you guys all for watching today and staying weather aware with us. Again, from myself, Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma, and President of Operations Ryan below me, and everyone else here at MSC. You bid you farewell for tonight. And hopefully we don't get a rogue severe thunderstorm warning the rest of the night. If so,
Don't
be
jinx
live.
it.
We'll be live back here, of course. We'll be up for a little bit longer until these storms are completely done. But again, have a great night, everyone. Sleep well. We got more severe weather coming tomorrow, primarily for southern Michigan. Primarily going to be a I-96 and south threat tomorrow. And of course, first thing tomorrow morning, you'll see our severe weather outlook out on our pages, on our social media pages here at Michigan Storm Chasers, Facebook, Instagram, and X. That's all I have to say. Have a great night, everyone. It's been 10 hours. 10 hours, no more. We'll see you all later. Have a great night.